Yeah? Ready, monks? Don't you want to be up here? Come on, goodbye. Come on. Here. There we go. It's a special dog. Everyone wants to see the good old monkey. That lay of yours is just falling apart, isn't it? Well, there you go. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Houston with a Problem Election Night Special. Oh, my goodness. Polls are starting to close on the East Coast. Not much in the way of results in. But I figured we will see what comes up. Because it's a weird format and we're looking for live updates, I won't be able to see all the comments I need to see. So I know this is like a total shill for money thing. But if you want me to talk about some breaking news that I have not seen pop up yet, super chat it so it pops up in this screen a different color and I can see it. So yeah, that's my thing off the bat. We have the swing states, the main swing states look like Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Taking a majority of those will decide the presidency, and that's what we're looking at. I've got CBS 24-hour news in this channel over here, and what looks like interesting things are going to be coming. I will pop that off. Looks like we've got a couple results happening, but everything is still too close to call. So they haven't really announced any winners of these things yet. So, yeah. So, yeah, there we go. Off the grid, there was Nextbridge hydrocarbon news. Not that I know of. But it's an election special. So, I don't know. I've not been paying attention at all to things other than pretty much elections today. I got $2.50 puts for December 20th on DJT because that's how confident I am that stock is going to go in the next couple of days. And I'm already up 22% before close. So there you go. So that's what you have. Yeah. Right now, Georgia rural counties look like they're reporting like crazy. So in Georgia, Harris is currently behind by about 10 points. But you have to wait for Atlanta and its surrounding districts to come in here. And then before close, have you looked at after LOL? Well, let's look at DJT. Let's see here. Right before close, it was at 34.71. It saw a big jump up to 40, and then is now at 37. So, looks like it's dipping right back down again. So it's almost at where it was at close. Pretty darn close. But yeah, I think it's going to drop a whole bunch before market open tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. So. We'll see. So, until we see some news popping up here, let's see, I should probably have maybe, all right, so this screen, I've got CBS, and I'm going to move CBS over to, you go to nope, you go there. Okay, CBS is there. We'll put up another Wheeze. I'm going to put, who would other be a good website to have? New York Times is on strike, so I'm not going to use their website. So let's see, probably like the CNN website. CNN presidential election results. That's probably one we want. Okay. So polls close in 24 minutes. Looks like they're. That's leaders. That's not calls though. What are we doing for calls on this one? Go away. So CNN has 90 electoral votes for Donald Trump that they're calling right now, and 27 for Harris. And it looks like, well, currently Harris is leading in Texas, but with not very many ballots in yet, only a few 100,000. Okay, so if it's a light color, that's the lead. If it's a win, it's a solid. Okay, So there looks like they're calling Florida for Trump, and Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Missouri, and Oklahoma are all being called for Trump right now. Massachusetts and Vermont are the only two that are being called for Harris. And yeah, so if you can see the map I'm looking at here. Oops, not that one. I want, well, come here, Chrome. You're in the wrong one. I want this one? Nope, that is an ad. Oh, yes, that is the one I want, though. Okay, delete trading post. Go away. How do we get rid of you? Close. Okay, so the light blue colors are leading. Light red leading. Solid is called. So that's the map we have right now, and they'll start to shift as cities start to report. Like, you know, right now probably one city reported in Texas, but you still have like 10 million more votes to go there. So I mean, if she wins Texas, that would be amazing. I doubt it. But Pennsylvania has they've been counting their absentee and early voting ballots at 7 a.m. this morning. So they do have a bunch of results that have come in there. So they're showing big, heavy Harris results in that early voting that's come out. 78%. So there's got to be a big rural turnout on election day, I think, to be able to overcome that for Pennsylvania. So there we go. I'm sure there's lots of live streams that are going on. So I'm glad you guys chose to hang out with mine. So Antonio Baez was first. He did it. Woo! Mandy McLaughlin. Wow, I'm second. You are. GGC was third. Turd. Not sticking around. Aw. And ninth, real. We're potentially watching what could be the downfall of America. Idiocracy in full display. Yep. My friends who I go visit in Switzerland, they wrote me. They're like, I'm scared. And I said, hey, I know you guys are planning to move here in February, but if things don't go your way, just stay in Switzerland, and then Monkey Butt and I will move, and we'll be your live-in nannies. And they're like, oh, okay. So there you go. Houston may be doing his shows from Switzerland from now on. Hot Pocket Rebel. Going to be a fun night. Let's go, Harris. Need North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Do you need North Carolina? Do you need Pennsylvania? I still think she's got a chance at Georgia. I think she's got that chance at Iowa. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Updated polls for Pennsylvania. Do I have to refresh this thing, or is it going to refresh on its own? That's a question. Let's see. Are you refreshing? Oh, I do have to refresh on this, so it's not going to be a live refresh. Thank you, CNN, for not figuring out how to... Man, I miss Adobe Flash. It really made so many graphics so easy on websites. I don't know why they got rid of it to do Silverlight or the other crap that they're doing. So, but hey, there you go. Click over here. Check out the Twitter stream. See if there's anything interesting happening over there. Japanese yen is melting down at the moment, apparently. Not seeing anything interesting. That was funny. Okay, so. Oh shit! I guess it is after dark. So it'll be a little down play. Okay. Gotta turn that off. Monkey, I should put your America bandana on. I didn't think about doing that. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. She's upset with me because of that. Okay. Bing. Hot Hot Pocket, a Rebel, gonna be a fun night. Let's go, Harris. Need North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Michael Harrow, Houston. You said you were going to eat dinner during your live stream. Can you eat a Hot Pocket for us? I will probably eat some dinner. It'll probably be a very simple dinner, like bowl of cereal or something. But I don't have any Hot Pockets, and I don't think I'll ever eat one again. One was enough. I don't need that in my life. What I felt like afterwards, I think I aged 5 years as a result of eating that one Hot Pocket. The pizza bagels I had for this past New Year's, Houston Try Something New, were superior to either the White Castle burgers and the Hot Pockets. GDC, if T wins, hope not, market crash, margin calls? Well, yeah, that's going to happen because they don't know how to manage anything. So, yeah. It'll happen quicker and be much, much worse to try and climb out of, I think, in the end. Okay, so it looks like they had a couple of those to this. Oh, they have Maryland and Delaware, or sorry, just Maryland to Harris's total here. And we still have 17 minutes till some more polls close. Word. The Pennsylvania update, no update there. Michigan update. Early voting totals favor Harris quite big so far. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Where are we? Fabrizio is going plop. Beer Brand says, hi, Josh. Beer Brand, I have to go into work at 4 a.m. Got 2 hours of sleep after stream last night. I'm sacrificing sleep and replacing it with food. Get to sleep if you want. Maybe I can lull you to sleep as I wait for results to come in. So far on the CBS side, nothing's popping up on the news there. On the Twitter side, I need Twitter to make everything a lot smaller so I can... on my phone, I seem to fit in more things than I do on the screen on my computer, which is crazy. Breaking, Donald Trump announces 2028 presidential campaign. Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Murph and Turf Studios. Who, in your opinion, was the most successful president? Who do you think will go down history as the worst? Reagan, Bush, Jr., or Trump? Best president. I mean, it's hard for me to judge pre-Civil War presidents, other than Andrew Jackson, who was a giant piece of shit. We got presidents like Lincoln, which are super consequential. You have presidents like Teddy Roosevelt, who created national parks and sort of put the U.S. on the map as a superpower. You got guys like Woodrow Wilson, who, while being a giant racist, had enough forethought to think, oh, wow, we need something like the UN to make sure wars don't happen again. But he was met with a bunch of isolationists. Plus, he had a giant stroke, so the last part of his presidency was his wife actually running everything and being like, oh, he's not feeling well. Just tell me and I'll tell him. He's just a vegetable in a bed. And you got guys like FDR, who probably the second most consequential president in American history. Eisenhower, war hero, pretty straightforward, saw a lot of what type of damage can happen if you let things like the military-industrial complex take over. Had the foresight to do the interstate system, but also was kind of a doofus in other areas, like, he's the reason why 9/11 happened. And that was weird to think about, but I've talked about this before. In 1956, there was a World's Fair in Kabul, Afghanistan. And they commissioned Buckminster Fuller to make this geodesic dome to house the U.S. exhibit, because we want our exhibit to be way cooler than the Russian exhibit. And it was so cool that the king of Afghanistan was like, hey, Eisenhower, can I have this? And Eisenhower was like, fuck you. And then took it home. And then the Russians were like, we can't give you just geodesic dome, but we can pave you a highway. And the king of Afghanistan was like, sounds cool. So they paved a highway, and then 20 years later, they used that highway to invade Afghanistan. There you go. You got Johnson signing the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act, which are extremely consequential. You have Nixon being a giant piece of shit. You have Reagan, who at the time everyone's like, let's get the quick buck, and then realizing it destroyed almost the functionality of every economic marker in the entire country. Clinton, got us to a balanced budget and a surplus for the first time in ever. And then George Bush ruined all that, got us into endless wars, and he's pretty shitty. I have a T-shirt actually that has George W. Bush on it and just says "Worst President Ever," which I've not worn since Donald Trump became president because Donald Trump is worse than George W. Bush. He's just as dumb and actually has a bent for evil, I think, that George W. Bush didn't have. I think George W. Bush was just kind of lazy and stupid and just kind of did what he was told by Dick Cheney. But Trump is a conniving, awful, horrible monster man. And our economy crashed and millions died last time he was president. And that's only because we had a form of resistance against him. So I would put Trump and probably like Andrew Johnson as the maybe two worst presidents. And then like George W. Bush. EB, Houston. You don't need to leave the country if Trump wins. I promise to slip you decent snacks of your choice while you're in the re-education camps. If Harris wins, please note that I like beef jerky. All right. All right, nothing's changed in the voting much. Trump's gained a little bit in Pennsylvania, and he's gained a little bit in Michigan with early voting. But, yeah. Not too much there. Where am I? Okay. B2B Brand. Is it North Carolina and Georgia that can report at a decent hour? Should be interesting when they do. Well, North Carolina is showing Harris in the front so far with about 500,000 votes counted. I'm not sure how much they're expecting in North Carolina. What was the North Carolina... North Carolina 2020 election results. So North Carolina had about 5.5 million votes turnout in 2020. So it should be probably similar, maybe a little bit more. So we're at 500,000. So we're about 10% of the way to total vote count in North Carolina so far. Okay. Juice Miami says Scott took Florida. Blah. Oof. Well, I mean, doesn't change the map. The big ones I think are going to be Montana, Nebraska, and Texas. But if Tester loses in Montana, I think what's-his-butt Nebraska can take it, and then the Senate remains 50-50. And then how much people hate Ted Cruz in Texas may come into play. But the returns in Texas just had Trump take the lead with about 3 million counted. Of what? I think 12 million is what's expected there. So, yeah. 26% of the vote in Texas. And, yeah, North Carolina is 9% in. Okay. Video Brand, Reagan was like a silent fart. You didn't know the damage he did until he was gone. Yes. Oh, sorry. The neck's giving me the Ooga Pops there. GDC, didn't Georgia require a special runoff in 2020? I think Georgia might be one of the last to finalize. Georgia requires a runoff if, I'm not sure about presidential elections, but for statewide elections and others, they require a runoff if no candidate gets above 50%. So if you got multiple candidates and the highest someone gets is 49 and someone else gets, 43, then they eliminate all the other candidates and then have a runoff between those two, and whoever wins that wins the election. So they've had to do that with like Senate candidates a lot. Mario Valdez, one live stream right now. Brendan Wells is supping. Peter Brand, that may have been because of how close Georgia election was, triggering more scrutiny. Maybe not the case this time. Also true. Alarian, Houston. I feel like Florida isn't going to happen mostly because Republicans moved to Florida as MAGA safe haven. That is also true. And it looks like Florida isn't going to happen. That they've got 83% in, and Harris is down by more than 1 million at the moment. So, Florida ain't happening. Unless like the last 16% is all for Harris. But even then, that would be, it'd be about 1 million votes. I don't think it's going to happen that way. So, looks like CBS called another state for Trump. CNN has not done it yet. Let's see here. They've got Florida, Georgia, Alabama. Georgia. So Georgia, Trump's ahead by about 300,000 with 48% in. So we're probably still waiting for Atlanta to do big reporting. So yeah, DeKalb County hasn't even checked in yet. They got 53% in Fulton, which is Atlanta proper, and Clayton County has about 70% in. So waiting for DeKalb and 50% more in Fulton County. So, all right, how do I get? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure who CBS is calling for the other 9 electoral votes just yet. 0% in there. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Back over the Twitter side. Anything new there? And great night to have my neck pain come back. Let's check in on the Ted Cruz vote here. What we got for Ted Cruz? Texas Senate results. Okay, don't give me Rick Scott. I don't care about that one. Marilyn Hogan, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz at 52%. And that's with, what's Texas at? 27% return so far. Okay. Well, they aren't calling it yet for Texas. So that's interesting. Okay. All right. Refresh that side again. I keep refreshing. That's the only way this map works, because they won't do it in real time. All right. So, where was I? Where was I? Did GDC. I did Mario. Did Brendan Wells. Beer Brand. Hilarion. Sincere 206. Lol. Trump about to win. Because everyone underestimates the power of white supremacy. There's a lot of them out there. A lot more than people think. Rosemoon, hi Houston, I'm poor, so don't say hi to me. It's okay. Hi Rosemoon. I'm sure one of the people who can throw $1 at a time can throw stuff into the super chats over on the right side of my screen, and I can see the news as it comes up. Sis54, this is nerve-wracking. I just want it over with. Well, we're either going to commiserate or we're going to celebrate. So I guess it depends on which side of it you're on. Jimmy likes eggs. Dude, you got this so wrong. Still love you. Maybe I do. Legs and Productions. When do you think we see some real numbers from Georgia? We're 50% in. The real numbers that will matter will be Fulton County and DeKalb County. Excuse me, when those two report, because that's where all the votes are. So that thing will jump by 1 million one way or the other. Currently, Donald Trump in Georgia is ahead by about 10 points with 50% returns. And North Carolina is at 12%, and Harris still leads. Pennsylvania is at 8%, and Harris leads by a lot. Michigan's at 5%. Harris leads by a lot, so there's a lot to go there. It's interesting that they're not calling Texas, even though Trump's got You know, well, Trump's got a couple 100,000 lead with only 35% votes reporting. Wow. Harris is currently leading in Kansas with only 8% in, but still, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, super chat from EB Houston. Thanks for hosting this. Really appreciate your insights. Everyone, remember to hit the like button. Also, what are your thoughts on a close victory either way? I worry about political violence. I mean, if Harris loses, there'll be like protests and like hippie kids going no, just like there was in 2016. You know, but there really wasn't too much in the way of violence in 2016. If Trump loses, I do think there are plans for political violence from his like far right militia groups and Proud Boys and 3%ers and those people. The thing is that those groups are so chock full of federal law enforcement, undercover agents, and informants that they're not going to be able to do anything without people finding out about it. Just like they announced today, there was a guy who had planned to like blow up precincts and infrastructure, and they got him. Why? Because he was part of a group where he's planning this stuff with federal agents who are undercover. They just like, oh yes, what else would you like to do? Go on. And then they get you. So if they try to do a January 6th style thing again, I think the National Guard is in front of the Capitol and they're like, and that's just how it's going to go. So, yeah. Long shot, but Chris Taylor long shot, but how great would it be to see All Red pull out the upset? That'd be pretty awesome. And again, overall, they're still calling it too close to call with only 35% of the vote in. So it's a 7-point lead in Texas at the moment, which is, it's Texas. It's super red Texas. Oh, don't zoom in on Texas for me. I don't need it. Harris County, where Houston is, has not reported yet. Interesting. And Travis County, where Austin is, huge Harris with 74%, and Dallas is pretty large as well. You don't have Cameron, where that is, Laredo, where it's not reported yet. So they have a whole bunch of counties that haven't even reported yet in Texas. Interesting. Okay. Let me just do another refresh here. Okay, so they did call one more for Donald Trump on the CNN side. Oh, we're going to attack my feet while I'm doing this, kitty cat? Okay. Who do they call? They called South Carolina. Okay. That's what they called. Well, that seemed like a gimme there. But nothing has been called for Harris just yet. Just Miami, Fulton County reporting 32 bomb threats today. They knew to interfere here. That's probably why they've not reported that much so far. Interesting. Jason Blackwell, 102, Houston. My favorite Biden speech was when he addressed inflation through smaller product size. A Snickers today is 25% smaller than a few years ago. What's more impressive is a white guy with a stutter repeatedly using the word Snickers. Did you stretch out before you made that reach? Alex F. calls in Houston's shirt. It's America. I think I do this one for 4th of July also, so it's, you've seen it before. Alarian, the Washington Post tracker allows you to see changes from 2020-24 by county, shows how they are trending between elections. Oh, maybe that's what I should pull up here, because obviously Twitter is, I can only see like 2 tweets at a time on my screen. And maybe we'll pull up the WAPO over here. WAPO election. Let me do WAPO election map. What's taking so long over here? Come on. What's taking so long? All right. Is there a map? Is there a map? Come on. Don't. while the WAPO site is just a calamitous monster here. Why are you trying to show me videos? I don't want videos from you, WAPO. I want news. There's the map. That's what we want. How do I... Oh. That's what I want. Results by state. There we go. Okay. All right, so now I got the WAPO map over here. And they got their too close to calls. Of course, I got the microphone stand in the way, so I can't quite see the whole thing. All right, so it's up everywhere. Just got maps in the information zone all over the place. Jimmy likes eggs. DJT ripping. Well, it did a rip, and then it did a rop. I'm lagging out, says Off the Grid Hero. Maybe I've got too many screens up. Excuse me. Harris still ahead by 0.9% in North Carolina with 14% in. So there's a long ways to go there. So we won't know anything out of that for a while. Video brand, follow the YouTube terms of service when we chat, whatever they are. Also, no personal attacks. You can have an opinion. Oh, just talking to people. Okay. Alex Bishop, I'm going to play solitaire all night. Gentleman's sport, huh? Zepto, shout out to Monkey Butt, Fat Cat, and Kitten. Well, if Kitten was attacking my toes, I don't know where the Fat Cat went. He was right here. And then there's the Monkey Butt. The champion of the world, right? Oh, boo-doo-boo-boo-doo-boo. You bump on a log, you. Side-eye. Side-eye at all times. You know what we can do, Monkey? You know what we can do? We can give you one of these guys, which I forgot I had some. These are the stinky... Oh, it's bacon, the egg, bacon, cheese ones. All right. That's what you want. You come up here, fat boy. Come on. There you are. Fat Cat's here. Are you going to get high off your drugs? Shall I move some of these things so you get high off your drugs? Put that right there. I'll take this thing, which I think is a brush that I was given. Yes. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Brush you up. Okay. Don't the papers. You can do all the drugs. All the drugs that are here are for you. You just have to put them in one pile for you because that's what the fat guy needs. He needs his drugs in one spot. There you go. Do it. Get in there. All right. Cat pen. Move his butt out of the way so I can scroll. Cameron Mirza, what happened with GME today? And can we get Monkey Butt treat, please? Well, I just did the Monkey Butt treat. So she's good for the moment. It had a little rip today, which my calls, I basically got like 40% return on them, sold them, and I bought my DJT puts. So I could be totally wrong and then just blow up all that money that I bought with my DJT puts. But, you know, see where it goes. What happened with them today? Honestly, don't know. But there was a couple of big purchases of calls for next week at $25, I believe. Some big 5,000 blocks for $25 for next week, which, you know, if we end up at, where were we? We're at like $23, I believe. Okay, go there. Gotta go GME. GameStop price, blah blah blah. Oh, Kitten's coming here to attack. 23. It ended up 22.9. So we had a peak at, when it ripped, it went to 23.10, 23.11, 23.14. It's right in there. And now the Kitten's here. Kitten's going to get high on drugs, and then everyone's going to jump and turn off my computer again. So I apologize if I vanish and have to start this show all over again. Yeah? Everybody cool? Everybody doing their drugs? Okay. Leviticus. I'm going to be heading to my mom's birthday dinner. I'll be checking back in later, hopefully positively. Excellent, Leviticus. Sincere, Trump already has over 90 electoral votes to calm those 20s numbers. Well, I mean, yeah, those are the redneck states, which we knew that he was going to win those redneck states. So, you know, Those type of states you can call when there's like 1% of the votes in. You're like, Alabama's closed. We're now calling it. So looks like they're called so far Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, all for Trump. And they've only called Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Delaware for Harris, despite the fact that, I think Virginia... Well, Virginia's pretty close. Virginia's within 1.1%. Only 40% returns. I'm surprised they haven't called Illinois yet, because Chicago's going to be like 85% Harris. And oh no, that is like the worst thing to drop on the ground ever, you little twerp bags. Oh, there's now like 100 post-it note little sheets of paper all over the floor because they're. Oh, you're gonna fight me as a result? Don't do that. I'll put you over there. Ow! 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 Come on, you drug addict! Come on, you little drug addict! Fat boy, blocking the screen. Kitten's now having the time of her life. Okay, so where are we? Kitty cats. Alarian, bunch of bomb threats happened in Georgia. Yep. False flags. When Trump loses, how fast does Elon crash and burn from existence? He's going to have to do a lot of damage control and to win a lot of trust back from the Department of Defense and the Secretary of State because he, I think, really fucked that up in this election, especially with the revelation that he's having as much contact as he is with Putin. So, here, I know you're like hyped out on drugs right now. I know you're hyped out. Oh yes, it is not the calm, cuddly cat we had last night. Nope, it's the I'm going to gut you with my back paws cat. Yes. So he's gonna have to do a lot of damage control, and probably make a lot of concessions. I bet the Department of Defense is looking at, reorganizing some of their contracts, as it were. Chris Taylor super chats. Houston, thanks for the election coverage. I always appreciate your insights and perspective. My family and I are feasting, drinking wine, watching all the results come in. I hope I can hang for the long haul. It is going to be a long haul. We're only 38 minutes into this. And ow, that's my face. Don't make my face bleed, please. Oh my gosh, you are so on drugs. You are so on drugs. You are not the sweet cat you once were. And I totally would not doubt you're going to make my face bleed. Did you? No? It's not happening yet. I think we're okay. EB, black and white cats are the best. I am not biased. Yes, I am. You are a pretty good cat. Yes, you are. But you are also stoned out of your mind. You're stoned out of your mind. And you're having the time of your life, aren't you? You're just having the time of your life. Aren't you just the happiest cat in the world? Yes, you are. Well, we'll use those hind paws. Yes, gut whatever it is you're murdering. Okay. Michael Harrow puts on... Ow! Puts on Kornacki. Oh. Houston and the never carved wooden bong pipe. Oh yeah, someone was accusing me of... You can barely see it because the monkey butt's in the way, but if I move the monkey butt cam, you see that thing right there? Someone was accusing me of having a crack pipe. Viewable. It's not a crack pipe. It's a sex device. No, this is a mitt mallet that Michael Mystery sent me. So when you get a new baseball mitt, you beat the hell out of it. You oil it up and you beat the hell out of it with one of these to make a pocket. So it's a mitt mallet. It is not. There's no holes. It is not a crack pipe. So you could. I guess you probably could carve it into a crack pipe, but then you have to worry about like melting the lacquer and things on here. So I apologize if you thought I had a giant, sex toy sized crack pipe, but I'm not smoking that much crack out of it. Okay, stay there. Right. Oh, you eat your legs? Eat your leg. Eat that leg. How about you, fat boy? How you feeling? Feeling good? Yeah. Should I do a refresh on the map over here, monkey? As the feet are the most entertaining things she will murder today. And I'll refresh this map over here. What we got? Still hasn't called anything for anyone. Only 11% of the votes in for Pennsylvania, 7% in for Michigan, and Texas at 54% now. Only a 300,000 vote difference so far in Texas, and has Houston reported. Houston has started reporting. Harris is in the lead by about 100,000 votes in Houston, with 70% in. Noted. Okay. Yes. Chomp. Chomp. 18 minutes till the next polls close. Okay, there's Vegas. The Kornacki one. Sincere. Hey, Houston, how close to the Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock SNL skit we get tonight when it comes to liberals' disbelief? I don't know if I've seen that skit. I don't know. I don't think I've seen that skit. Calls on Tums and Pepto-Bismol. Fat cat, move. I can't read the screen. Move. Alex Bishop does not like what I'm seeing as of now. Well, all she needs is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Arizona, Nevada. If she gets those, it's done. We can bring up the 270 to win. How about we do that here? Kind of show you 270 to win.com. All right, bam. So this is 270 to win map, right? So we can, if we turn Wisconsin blue, we turn Michigan blue, we turn Pennsylvania blue. We won't worry about North Carolina. We turn Arizona lightly blue, and we turn Nevada blue, right? That puts her at 287 right there. And then if she gets North Carolina, Georgia, that's just icing on the cake. If she gets Iowa, it's icing on the cake. So without Pennsylvania, though, Pennsylvania for some reason turns red. Well, then she's at 268. So then you have to hope for North Carolina. Okay, then she back over again. So this is the money one. Is going to be either getting Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia. She can get one of those three and still win the election. So let's say she gets Georgia, no North Carolina, no Pennsylvania, 284, right? Again, she could lose Georgia, get North Carolina, or just get Pennsylvania and not get North Carolina, Georgia. So as long as she gets one of these three, along with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, she wins. So that's basically why I'm pretty confident that she's going to win, because she's, I think, definitely getting Pennsylvania. I think she's definitely getting Michigan. I think she's definitely getting Wisconsin. So I don't think he stands a chance at Pennsylvania. If there's 400,000 Puerto Ricans who were not going to vote, that after Sunday last week, the Madison Square Garden thing, are now like, I voted. So it showed yesterday an exit poll showing a 9-point swing for Harris just with Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. So are you about to pass out? Are you about to pass out? So yeah, look at you. Oh yeah, tack your feet some more. My arm's getting so tired. How would people hold babies for as long as they hold them? Because you weigh less than a baby. You are less than a baby. You are. How about I put you right here, and you fall asleep right there? Huh? Does that work? You can claw on my weenus or something. Okay. Gotta go back to this map. Refresh that one. Dude, I swear, it feels like, well, she didn't get. It felt a lot deeper than I guess it was. All right, nothing updating there. We'll wait another 14 minutes. Harris is now way ahead in Illinois, so they should call that one. That's for sure. Pennsylvania, only 12% in. Only 8% in Michigan. All right. Well, okay. Yeah, watch your tail. Moas for yo ass. Is this how you expected? Is this how you'd expect so far? Pretty much. It looks like they have Trump now slightly ahead in North Carolina, 24% in. Which places have not reported yet in North Carolina? We got Asheville, major blue. Winston-Salem, major blue. Raleigh, only 7% in Raleigh. 22% in where Winston-Salem is. And 55% in around Asheville. Charlotte, only 6% in Charlotte. And Charlotte so far is like 70-30. So that you still might see some big swings in those places. Okay. All right. What is this crazy animal doing behind me? She is... Yes, you're still high, out of your mind. Peter Brand, he hasn't even seen the main dish and you're asking how it tastes. Ratster, Moas tomorrow. Works for me. The Hot Pocket debuff is crazy. Yeah, I don't ever want to do that again. Florida red down the line, sigh. Oh well with Florida. 87% in. She's down by 1.4 million. Yeah, she's not bouncing back from that. Has a much bigger win in Florida than one would have thought. How's the abortion vote going in Florida? Florida. Well, is yes good or bad, Julio? Is voting yes on the abortion ban like we get to have abortion or we don't get to have abortion? Okay. So, Florida ballot, blah, 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 blah. Well, abortions until fetal viability around 24 weeks require 60% of the vote to pass. Current Florida law bars abortions after 6 weeks unless strict conditions. They're at 57%, so they need 3% more in order to pass to make abortion legal in Florida. Oof. Well, I guess people in Florida are going to get what they vote for, huh? Interesting. Well, Florida, your housing market's collapsing, and your governor sucks ass, and sorry, Julio, you're stuck with it. Okay. I think they just did. Surprised they aren't calling states like Illinois yet. That's weird that they're waiting that long. Peter Brand says Hot Pockets got too expensive. Stupid asshole. I would have thought Epstein News would have made more of a splash. I'm really surprised that the networks didn't run with that at all. That they're like, yes, I was Donald Trump's best friend. Here's 100 hours on tape of me talking about our exploits together. It's very, very different. Yogi 2012, mad respect for not using New York Times during a strike. Well, I don't want to cross picket lines, so I'm not going to use them. If folks don't know, the New York Times digital department, the people that make their website and do Wordle and all that stuff, they're on strike because they haven't had a contract in like a decade. And New York Times is like, harumph, we don't want to pay you, even though digital is where they make all their money now. So they're on strike. So don't cross the line. Don't do Wordle. Don't go to their website. Just ignore the New York Times until they resolve their strike. That's what Houston, the Unionists, asks of you. Kenny G, you still think Kamala will get over 300? Yes, I do. I think she'll get over 300. I think Donald Trump just took a 3,000 vote lead in Virginia. Let's see here. We have... Okay, Fairfax County is only 50% in. And Loudoun County... Oh, Loudoun County is almost all the way in. And Prince William And mostly in. Around Richmond. We got Richmond. Richmond only has 7% end. Okay. Chesterfield 38. Norfolk is only 62. So there's more to come in there. Arlington. %. Oh, sorry, Alexandria, 21%. So there's a lot more votes to be counted there overall. The rural counties always come in fastest because they don't have very many votes to count. Are you good now? Are you good? Yeah, you just want to melt into the ground there. Perfect. Cat, get out of the way. Move. I can't see. Move. Sit your butt down. Sit down. There we go. Okay. Dude, make up your mind. Where are you going? Oh, you can't. You weigh 1,000 pounds. I'm gonna put you next to the monkey butt. There we go. Okay. EB newsflash. Listening to PP show on lower volume. Miss PP Seeds announced she did not vote for the Dawn. Ha ha. There you go. See, that's the difference. The ladies just can't bring themselves to do it. Mostly in the end, you wouldn't do it, right? You wouldn't. You little freakazoid. I know PP Show is doing his thing. So, yeah, PP Show, they're all like, woo, Donald Trump, yay. And over here, we're probably not as much like that. Although we got a couple of people who, that's who they voted for. But they're still putting up with me anyway. So, the testament to tolerance on your end. I'll give you that. Cliff Pippin, World Trade Center 7, 9/11 was inside job, my guy. 9/11 was the result of gross incompetence at all levels, from the presidency on down. 2 planes, just buildings in the world, full of jet fuel, and explode with billions of joules of energy. That jet fuel on fire leaks throughout the building. The fire retardant that was on the I-beams has blown off, which means now that fire is heating the I-beams. And I don't know if you know anything about metal, it's very conductive heat. So that heat spreads and it starts fires elsewhere in the building as a result of that heat spreading. Metal fatigues quite easily. Around 800 degrees Celsius, metal can fatigue enough that it will become brittle, fracture, and collapse, and won't be able to bear the weight. As the building is pancake collapsing, there's a normal force of the weight of the building, but when it drops 3 to 4 meters, when the floor collapses, the impact is about 30 times the expected weight-bearing load on that floor. So that one collapses into the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Now, the building, the reactive force of that collapse as floors attach on the floor, fall onto floors, causes all sorts of rebound of material, of I-beams, of human bodies, furniture, windows, you name it. That stuff is exploding outwards. And so if you look at the images of the World Trade Center, you will notice that the mushroom of the debris falling down is out several hundred feet from the sides of the World Trade Center. You can look at images of one side of World Trade Center 7, and the entire front is ravaged by these giant, multi-ton I-beams falling at close to terminal velocity, crashing through the building. When the entire building goes collapse, right, there's a giant basement complex that goes into train stations, underground malls, and that force, all of the air being compressed by that collapse, is being forced through these basements, destroying the foundations of several buildings around. Now, World Trade Center 7 was where the emergency management department for the city of New York was, and there was 40,000 gallons of diesel fuel stored in the basement of that building. And when that impact of debris and air hit those tanks, the compression caused it to ignite, and it caught on fire. So when you have 40,000 gallons of diesel fuel now burning and cooking the entire foundation of that building, and you can look at the 2 different ways the buildings fell. You had the pancake collapse of the World Trade Center, and then World Trade Center 1 and 2, and World Trade Center 7 was a fundamental collapse of the foundation. The whole building just collapsed in on itself. And that was the result of basically cooking all of the foundation of that building with those 40,000 gallons of fuel. So, no. that they didn't pull the building. There wasn't some sort of like plant explosives on every floor. No, they did not do that. If a 757 full of jet fuel can't immediately bring a building down, which is the equivalent of about probably a kiloton of TNT, right? Then you're going to need more than a kiloton of TNT just to bring those buildings down. Do you think, have you ever seen them like wire a building and have to drill holes into the structures to plant dynamite or, you know, any type of explosive material, ammonium nitrate, whatever they're using? You have to spend a lot of time drilling everywhere, planting these explosives. We're talking a kiloton is 1,000 tons. So that's 2 million pounds of explosives, right? So if a kiloton wasn't enough to take down a World Trade Center from an airplane hitting it, you're going to need 1 million more pounds or more of explosives snuck into those two buildings and then detonated at the right time. No. Especially after the 1993 bombing attempt, where they had much, much higher security. They had bomb-sniffing dogs, the whole works in the World Trade Centers. No, it was terrorists hitting those buildings with their jets. That was it. It's pretty simple. Now, you can argue whether they let that happen. Did the Bush administration know it was going to happen and wanted a consolidating event for Americans to gather around? Well, that's up for debate. I think more on they're just incompetent at their job and they didn't take things seriously. And that's why these things happened. It's because when you remove the fail-safes and the ability of these agencies to talk to each other and then warn the president about what they say, you're going to have the failures of response. And the same thing happened in the Trump administration with COVID. You remove the pandemic response team, you remove the USAID rapid response teams who were stationed all over the world stopping novel virus outbreaks before they spread, and you get rid of those two groups, then a novel virus outbreak can start. No one's around to stop it because we were the only people in the world who had the infrastructure to do that, and you fired them all 3 weeks earlier. And then when the pandemic spreads, you have a terrible response to the pandemic because you literally had a binder that told you how to respond to a pandemic, and you threw it in the trash and fired the people responsible for that binder. So you're going to get a failed response. It's gross incompetence. This is what gross incompetence gets you. Okay. Do we have any updates after Houston rants? Still haven't called anybody. Polls, next round of polls close in 55 seconds. We'll probably see some more reds and greens pop up there. All right, I need water. How much water I'm going to drink tonight? Crayon Green gifted some memberships. Fantastic. Iggy Lemon got one. Poorly Stupid got one. False Flags got one. Laura got one. Johnny Y got one. Fantastic. All right. Okay, 27 seconds. 20 seconds. 24 seconds. Alex Bishop Houston, have you seen the movie Vice about Dick Cheney? I have not seen it. Someone told me I need to see it, and I still haven't seen it. I saw a clip the other day that was talking about how Dick Cheney planned to have his office be more powerful than the White House office, and that was a pretty good clip. The guy who was playing Dick Cheney was doing a really good job. Low B gifted 50 memberships. Holy smokes, Low B. Blue Sunshine, Red Bear Rob, Corey Jones, Jeff, Consolidated, KYP, Toren, Audio Bubbles, Panda Beans, Code Red K, Lee Meadows, Brian Zayas, Stanta, Cirque Invidiosa, Glennis, Keith Booth, Sleepy Banu, Mr. Oak, Nami Wolf, Paul M, Hope Merchant, Cap T, Daniel Hokum, Rupert Tripper, Ben L, Simon Elias Ellison, Alex F, Marlon Rivera, Salmon, Christy Admonson, Z Money, Medusa Lives, Phil, Dirty Diamond Hands, Carl Elite, Len Hernandez, Soccer MK4, Gene Simon Rugel, Jay Webb, Eric Everett, Guts for the Long Term, Francis Ray Gamboa, G Font. Was that all 50? Did I just read off all 50? Whoa. Whoa, Lobie, that's a lot of, you did a lot of lurker fish in there. Look at that. I recognize like this. It's funny. I recognize some people from like donations on Charity Tuesdays, but they never see them comment otherwise. You get in there. Oh, we gonna come here for a snuggle? Is that what we're doing? Okay, got the cat back on my lap. She's now on the come down stage of her high. Okay, well there we go. Excellent. All right. Yeah, you got that. Oh, those next round of polls should have closed. What do we got? So New York closed. Come on. Wisconsin closed. They're giving a lot more Midwest states to Trump here. So North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. They have given Texas to Trump with 60% reporting. So they gave Texas Trump there. Kansas is still blue with 29% in. Interesting. And we've not had reporting from Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Colorado, Mexico, or Arizona yet. Or from New York. Okay, so we're waiting for those to come in and report. Granted, they don't have any reports for Wyoming, South Dakota, or North Dakota yet, but they're still calling them anyway. Artemis, thank you for doing this, HW. I was getting sick of the talking heads already. Well, I am a lone talking head. I invited some comedians on, and then I never heard back from anyone. It was a long shot, but I was like, have some guests we can rip things off of, and all right, cat, get out of here. Valerian also says Georgia's going to run late because of their bomb threats in the Democratic areas. Yeah, that will cause it to happen. It's about 200,000 vote difference in Georgia with 66 reporting. Who do we have so far in here? The Atlanta ones, we got Cobb County is at 77%. Fulton County is at 72%. DeKalb's at 64%. And Clayton's at 81%. Those are the big ones where the big vote turnout needs to come in. And we've got some pretty high vote counts there. Augusta, so 63, Richmond County. And Columbus, 72. So, what about Savannah? Savannah's at 6% in. Okay, so Savannah's got a ways to go. All right, so. Well, this guy's talking about the exact same thing on CBS that I just talked about. All right, so. Woo! Great creatures. Chris Taylor, hi everyone. Big night. Good luck, USA. Thank you. US Miami, Japanese yen melting at 153, Bitcoin spiking as well. Interesting. Artemis sent some love. Chris Taylor, long shot, but how great would it be to see Allred pull off the upset? It would be great. Tia Futavong, Harris will win by almost a landslide. Well, she's ahead nationally so far. Let me zoom out and see if we have any updates here. Harris is currently leading in Nebraska with 25% in. Interesting. But most of the counties in Nebraska have not reported yet. And Omaha only has 40, or Douglas County, Omaha has 44% in. And Lancaster, where Lincoln is, has 35% in. So my guess is that will get overcome. Nothing reporting in Iowa, nothing reporting in Wisconsin, nothing reporting in Minnesota. Whew. Missouri is called for Donald Trump, but Kamala Harris is currently 10,000 up on that vote, but only 7% in. Pennsylvania, still at 16%. New York's at 15% with a giant Harris lead. Maine actually has a Harris lead. Interesting. Okay. Donald Trump's probably high-fiving himself right now because so many states have been called for him. But just because like 0% they'll call some of those states just because exit polling just shows that he's going to dominate. Corey Jones, Super Chats. Don't care what anybody else says. It was an excellent Major League Baseball season. Go Braves. P.S. No more bomb threats. My grandmother was trying to vote. You jerks. Oh, man. I have no problem with the Braves. I actually hope that Kellenick would do even. He did okay, but I was hoping he would do even better in that lineup for you. So I'm wondering what hitters you'll get from us next year, who will blossom. Okay, we did that one. Did that from Tia. GDC says, come on, Texas. Well, we'll have to wait on that one. Where was that one? Was 2020. I want Texas. What did I do with my Texas? Ted Cruz. Here we go. I'll refresh this one. This is my Texas Ted Cruz one. So Ted Cruz is currently still ahead by 300,000 votes. They've not called it for him yet, but I don't think there might not be enough votes left in Texas to overcome that. So, bummer. I mean, on a personal level, no one likes Ted Cruz. I don't get it. He's just such an unlikable dude. You meet him, you're like, ick. I guess I'll vote for you. I don't understand that mentality at all. Oh, I lost my spot here. Where was it? That was... Oh, I'm way back here. Okay, back here still. Where was... There's T. Okay. Augie, suggestion. Please give us results, update, refresh at the top of the hour. Every half hour better for those that can't watch continuously throughout the evening. Okay, I'll try to remember. We have an hour until the next polls close. We don't have results coming in yet for quite a few states. Yeah, still no results for Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, New Mexico, or Arizona. So waiting on those. And for some reason, they have not called Illinois or New York for Harris, even though she's absolutely shredding Trump in those. Oh, okay, they're calling. Oh, okay, so Iowa just had some pop in. Less 0% reporting, so that doesn't really count. Colorado's at 0%, and New Mexico is at 8%. Okay. All right. EB, can we all agree Yankees versus Dodgers was an obnoxious World Series? Too bad both teams couldn't have lost. And both of them, actually, in the end, played terribly. The Yankees actually had a better batting average throughout the series and somehow lost. They scored like the same number of runs. It was just crazy. But, you know, it just blows my mind that the Dodgers, with no pitching whatsoever, were able to win the World Series. One starting pitcher. They had one starting pitcher. Everyone else was relievers or AAA players that they were using in pitching. That's just nuts. Absolutely nuts. So, Okay. All right. Well, back to the list here. Dick Dug Dunk says, good idea that on the hour or every half hour I give the updates. I will do that. Oh, they did call another state for Kamala. Which state did they call? It's a tiny one. It's 3 electoral votes. Who we got? Who did she pick up? Washington, D.C. maybe? Oh, yeah, she picked up Washington, D.C. Okay, so they're calling Washington, D.C. as well. All right. Still no results from Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Arizona yet. Iowa's still at 0%, even though they're showing some... Oh, Wisconsin's coming in. Wisconsin's at 0%. They only have 400 votes recorded so far, so that doesn't really count. 44, 33. Huh. Well, all right. Okay, make that guy smaller. Go away. Okay. GDC, if Pennsylvania carries this for Kamala, I think Pennsylvania residents should get an exemption from federal income tax for 4 years as a thank you. Why Tyler says puts on Carvana. Carvana is freakishly high, although someone pointed out that it's like 95% insider ownership. So maybe they bought it all up when it was way down before. B-Ball 3710. What did Trump do that was worse than Bush wars, equating COVID deaths to soldier deaths? Really? Well, I mean, 5,000 soldiers versus 1 to 2 million Americans is pretty brutal. George Bush actually began the what became the pandemic response team in his office and passed it on to the Obama administration, who consolidated even further into an operating arm of the National Security Council after the Ebola scare. But SARS and MERS really made that administration go, oh, this is something that could really affect people. You got to learn from those mistakes. So at least they were able to learn from those mistakes and do work and develop those U.S. aid programs that were stationed all over the world fighting outbreaks of viruses. If you haven't seen it, and it came out a month before the pandemic, there's a docuseries on Netflix called Pandemic. And it basically focuses on a hypothetical flu epidemic or pandemic that breaks out of a novel virus flu that kills off tons of people. The systems we had in place to protect folks from that and how we would respond in that. And they profile some epidemiologists who were people that worked with the White House on creating a plan. They profiled the U.S. aid reaction forces. They profiled a team that was making a vaccine to basically vaccinate against all versions of the flu. And it was pretty interesting because they follow this U.S. aid group. And the U.S. aid group, they don't tell you in the documentary that they don't exist anymore. The documentary came out, I think, January 2020, but the film was made 2018, 2019 when the U.S. aid group still existed. Probably they ended filming before Trump fired all of them. And it shows you how I think they followed a couple they were in Egypt, some that were in Vietnam, and they showed how they react, which is basically they might get chatter from locals or they might get a notification from the NSA or CIA about a virus outbreak. And there's chatter that they listen to. It's like, oh my God, my chickens are all dying, and then some email gets fired off, right? And if they get a couple of those, they triangulate and they send that group somewhere to go see if there is in fact like a bird flu outbreak, etc. And they go, they slaughter every chicken, and then they pay the farmer for their loss. Like, we're so sorry we had to kill all your chickens. Here's money so you can get some more, and we will clean up the site so there's no flu left over. Start your life again. And that's what we were doing. And they would have had the chatter in China. The U.S. aid group was working in China. They'd have had that chatter like, hey, there's weird sickness going on in Wuhan. Break it down. And they would have responded. They would have figured out where it was coming from, and they would have ended it before it spread further. And we literally fired them like the end of October 2019. And 17 days later, the first case of COVID appeared. So, oops. Spy is going bonkers in after hours. What's Spy looking like? Well, went from 570 to all the way up to 580 after hours. Had a little drop off just before after hours closed. Okay, 6% in Colorado she's leading. 28% in Nebraska she's still leading. 39% in Kansas and she's still leading. That's nuts. Still only 1% in Iowa. Minnesota is reported about 700 votes. Wisconsin still only reported about 1,000 votes. So we got a ways to go on there. Pennsylvania's at 20%. Michigan's at 10%. Those are going to take forever. Georgia is at 69%, and Trump has a 200,000 vote lead still. North Carolina, Trump has about a 100,000 vote lead with 43% in. And Virginia, Trump has, 30,000 vote lead with 54%. So ways to go. Okay. Still nothing from Arizona yet. Alex Bishop, Americans are playing with their right to vote this election. They might not get to vote again. Truth. White Tyler 52101. Is that what you're calling it right now for your map? Cat karaoke. I didn't do a cat. Did I remember do a cat karaoke with all those freakazoids? They've all ditched me at this point. Baby Brand, I have a female cat that gives my beard massage every night when I lay down. She's been doing it for 4 years. The little kitten, well, my beard hairs have not grown back yet, but the little kitten, she takes her little teeth, she goes on the beard hairs, and then she'll just sit there like just loving me. And she tries to like climb inside my mouth while I'm sleeping. I don't know what it is. She's like, oh, I'm going to get in there. Florida prediction was a bit off. Florida prediction was a bit off. And it's pretty insane to me that they couldn't get 60% for making abortion legal in Florida. Those people are going to reap what they sow there. And it's going to be real bad. BTW Brand, when I was a kid, we just got a new bat with a new glove and beat it with that. That's true. You can also beat the glove with the handle of the bat because you got the knob at the end of the bat. It does it. I test, it ain't a crack pipe. Let's see if I find that tweet. It was funny. Gotta go over here. Twitter.com. Okay. Gotta go there. Gotta go. Oops, not that one. No. Go there. There we go. No. Go back. Come on. I'll find the crack pipe one. Oh my gosh, where'd you go? That's what I want. Okay. Where are you? There we go. So all right. So Pippi says if Donald J. Trump wins, could go, or DJT could go to $175 this week. And I said, he's going to get clobbered. I'm buying puts right before market close tomorrow. And then this guy says, weren't you the guy dressed as a woman and had a crack pipe sitting on his bookshelf during a stream? Yep, that was you. And so I do a video of what that is he's looking at. Dressed as a woman, smoking crack on TV? You crack smoker, you? Oh, people are ridiculous. All right. Where was I? Becky Sherpeel, Redneck States is kind of messed up. Redneck States. John Vasquez, go Kamala and Dems. Karen Mirza, did JD Vance have sex with a sofa? Is that why it's called a love seat? Anthony says won't get Georgia, methinks. Perhaps not. All you need is Pennsylvania, and then you got this. So, just get that Pennsylvania and you're good to go. Jimmy likes eggs. Waves. Kira Savolainen. Heads up that The Guardian has a decent set of maps if you want to jump between data views, things like Electoral College and popular vote margin. Okay, Guardian maps as well. Maybe we get the Guardian map over yonder. Okay, Guardian, what you got for me? Okay, so Guardian is calling 99 electoral votes for Harris to 177 for Donald Trump at the moment. Although their map is very hard on the eyes. They need to do something about this. Okay, well, I can't look at it. I don't know what's happening over here, but it's very hard on my eyes. MS, Arizona iffy in my opinion. It might be, but like the polls that were done in Arizona, the recent presidential polls were showing like, oh, it's neck and neck or Trump's a little bit ahead. But if you look at the Senate polls, the Democrat is ahead by 5 points. And you just don't see that much of a spread between the president and whoever is running as the Senate candidate under that party. Granted, Kerry Lake is extremely off-putting, so that can play into it. But if you look at like the polls that did the Senate and then their later presidential polls, they still show Harris ahead overall on that one. So, but no, nothing reporting yet in Arizona. Refresh that. I find it interesting that CNN won't call New York or Illinois. They don't. Trump does not stand a chance in those places. Okay, so 1% in Iowa, and it's a dead heat. Nebraska still has 28% in, and Harris is still ahead. Kansas has 41% in, and Harris is still ahead. Crazy. Minnesota just popped up. They're still at 0% reporting. Wisconsin's at 3% reporting. Michigan's still at 11. Pennsylvania still at 22. So those guys have a long ways to go before anyone starts taking those maps seriously. Okay. Murph and Turf Studios. I don't know if you're having a lag or the edibles kicking in. Probably a little bit of both. That's the case. Confusing. Thanks, Hinchcliffe. You have done a great job for the Harris campaign. Tim Hinchcliffe is the guy that made the racist Puerto Rico joke at the Madison Square Garden thing, which woke up all the Puerto Ricans who weren't planning on voting. And I think nationally there's something like 2 million Puerto Ricans who had not planned on voting before that are voting in this election now. So, someone was trying to tell me that Biden's comment about, who the real garbage people are, Trump supporters. And everyone's like, that's even worse. And I was trying to explain it as, if you're a Trump supporter, you can choose whether or not you're a Trump supporter. You have a choice in that. If you're born Puerto Rican, you have no choice whether you're born Puerto Rican or not. You just come out and you're Puerto Rican. You can't be like, nope, not Puerto Rican anymore, because people can look at you and be like, you're obviously of like a Caribbean descent, Latin descent. And there needs to be a distinguishment between the choices you make and the things you're born with. You can't choose whether you're born black or white. You can't choose whether you're born, in Germany versus the United States. Like, there's certain things you don't have a choice over. But you have a choice of who you're going to elect and who you're going to support versus being whether you're born of Puerto Rican descent or not. And I think that needs to be distinguished when talking about those two sides of it. Peter Brand, every time I have held my cats like that, it's resulted in my arm being busted for 2 days. Yeah, like, you hold it for too long, and it's just, the tendon right here gets so sore. Deacon Blues, I am a fan. You don't need to block me on X. I'm sorry. Did I block you on X? I don't know if I did. What's your X account? I can go look. Pot also failed in Florida. Oh man, Florida, you guys just shot yourselves in the foot. Oh my goodness. Cliff Pippin, first rule of Epstein Club is you don't talk about Epstein Club. Alarian, they're calling Virginia for Harris. Really? I still have it tied on this map. What do they have over here? They have not called it on this map. And WAPO, you got anything new for me? WAPO, come on. Load. Still has it as too close to call. Interesting. Iowa just turned blue with 14% in. Nebraska is still blue with 29% in. And Kansas is still blue with 41% in. That's incredible. They just called Illinois on the CNN page for Harris. Okay. Still haven't called New York yet, which is bonkers to me. Georgia. The lead in Georgia is about 200,000 in Georgia for Trump. And about 70,000 in North Carolina for Trump. And a little bit of lead in Virginia, about 15,000 for Trump. So still waiting for some probably blue counties to have bigger results come in there. Still blowing my mind that even with early voting or early returns, that Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas are still sitting blue at the moment. That's just wigging me out. Dig Dug Doink. Some of the people being interviewed, these exit interviews, make me want to smash my head against the wall. Anytime you interview the public, you're like, oh, this is who is walking amongst us all day, every day. Dig Dug Doink. Newsflash. Can't stand Michael anymore, therefore not watching PP. I can understand. I mean, I don't like putting up with racist bullshit, personally. Am I still having lots of lag? Shit. Well, that was 45 minutes ago. So, lots of lag on YouTube today in general. That also might be what's happening. Is everybody's live streaming right now. Okay. Rough night in Florida, says Julius. Fuck Florida. Those old fucks are gonna get wrecked by hurricanes. But Julius is like, but I'm one of those people in Florida who's gonna get wrecked by hurricanes. Since year 206, I work with airplanes. There's no way that much fuel survived a crash to make it to the ground floor of Building 7B. The fuel from the airplanes did not reach the ground floor of Building 7. There's 40,000 gallons of diesel fuel already in the floor of Building 7. And then you have a giant collapsing structure, right? That's collapsing from 1,500 feet up, falling at an incredible rate of speed with a tremendous force, going boom into the ground and exploding a mass amount of air and debris that's connecting the basements of all those buildings and then igniting, because, diesel ignites via compression, right? That's how diesel engines work. So you compress that fuel with a big enough explosion of air, boom, it explodes on fire, and that's what burnt Building 7 down. Not jet fuel from the planes, but the collapse and subsequent destruction of the shockwave of that collapse through the basement structures into the fuel storage in Building 7. That's what brought it down. Kevin, we're still doing this shit? Yes. Low B, Kevin, reminding myself, a blue wall states in the West coming in yet. We have 31 minutes until the next round of polls close, which I think is, Montana, Idaho, Utah? So, let those coming in. BDB Brand, all it takes is gravity and elevator shaft to spread that fuel and fire. And that's what happened. Fuel is still fuel no matter what speed you slam it into a building. That's also true. Okay. Low B, I'm nervous and lurker fishing. I will take the lurker fishing, Low B. Thank you. Jeez, the gift spam. All right, gotta scroll back through the gifts in there. Pat Sessio, what's up, all? Well, we're sitting here, we're looking at some states, see what colors they turn. What do we got? We got 18% returns in Iowa. Harris is up. 30% returns in Nebraska. Harris is still up. 43% in Kansas. Harris is still up. Those are, I'm sure those will change as more rural counties. Like, let's look at Kansas here. Oh yeah, Kansas has a boatload of rural counties that have not done any reporting yet. But like Lawrence, we got 59% in. Where Topeka is, we got 63%. Where Manhattan is, we got 69%. So, Wichita in here. That's probably Wichita. Sedgwick, 13% in. So we're still waiting for lots of reporting to happen there. And in Iowa, what do we got in Iowa? We got Polk and we got Dubuque. Those guys, 46% and 80%. So we're still waiting on a whole bunch of red counties to do some reporting in Iowa, which will definitely change things. And Nebraska. Nebraska's still waiting on a whole bunch as well. But Douglas is 40% in, 35% for Lincoln. I have to remember, like, 50% of the state's population live in those two counties, so. What's with Goats calls Low B a legend. Dig Dig Doink says, damn, Low B. KC Houston, thanks for hosting this election coverage, man. Always wondered through, do you like beer? If so, what's your favorite? I am a square. I'm a square. I don't drink anything. No alcohol, no drugs, no cigarettes. I am an absolute boring square person. So I like root beer. But yeah, I'm not a drinker. So if I were to drink a beer, I don't know. I like the smell of like really hoppy IPAs. I have no idea if I'd enjoy them or not, but the smell is delicious. Scotch ales, like the smell of those too. I mean, I worked in bars all my life, so I know what they all smell like. Okay. Oh, did I? Wait, I got that one. Did I wait? I think I missed some of these reading off. So Mr. Oak, Thack Blanos, Legion AA8, Liquid Hammer, all got gifted memberships as well. So I guess those popped up towards the end. Just Mama is hoping Ross was caught lurking in those gifts by Low B. I don't know if Ross has ever bothered swinging by my show. He's only ever responded to one tweet I ever made and nothing else. I don't really even know if he knows of my existence at this point. I did. So, Ian Carroll, I've had my suspicions about him for a while, and it just didn't really publicize it too much. Just pick up people in DMs, we chit-chatted. But Ross was dismantling Ian probably back in May or June, and I sent him a DM. I was like, this dude's an unregistered Russian foreign agent, because the language he uses is very Kremlin-esque. Like, you need to put this talking point in their type language. And when the black insurrectionist thing came about, he was pushing the very, very false story that Walls had been like fired for touching a kid or something from a school district. I was like, Ross, check out your DMs, because I know like months earlier I had called it, and he still didn't check his DMs, and I don't think I ever saw it. So yeah, if you're out there, Ross, you're a fellow Seattle person, I'd love to meet you sometime, chit chat. Matt James, why isn't this on the Raging Election channel? I did not get the Raging Election channel squared away and to boost enough audience to have enough people show up. It is not monetized yet, so there'd be no way I could get super chats to let me know if there's anything happening in the news that I'm missing. So that is why. Did they finally call New York? Finally called New York. Okay, so New York is now under Harris. Kansas just flipped red by about 2,000 votes with 45% in. Iowa's still blue. Nebraska's still blue. Wisconsin is red at the moment with 10% in. Minnesota is red at the moment with 0% in. Michigan still only has 13%. Pennsylvania only has 28%. But there's a pretty big lead in Pennsylvania. A couple 100,000 votes. The gap is closing again in Virginia for Harris. The gap is closing in North Carolina. And the gap doesn't look like it's doing anything so far in Georgia with 75%. So she's down by about 200,000 votes in Georgia, and there's 25% left to count. So she may not get Georgia out of this one. So it may come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. So, whoo, baby. And we are an hour and a half away from the wall of blue on the West Coast, doing its thing. So. Dig Dug Doink, I thought Texas was going to flip. Well, valiant effort in Texas, but 66% in. She has another 1 million votes to go, 900,000 votes to go to overcome that, and I don't think it's happening. Oh, shoot. I just lost that. Okay. Sincere says, Kamala is getting destroyed. Well, seems confident. BW Brand, Russian... Oh.
I don't think you need Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah.
270 with Nebraska, too.
Well,
and she's way up. So
that's true.
You don't even need the South.
Yeah.
It's a little tighter than one would like.
Yep.
Ask Julius, by the way, Florida.
Yep.
Why?
Her roommate wants to know, Julius, Florida. ¿Por qué? See if you can answer that one. Okay, BW Brand. Russians delivered bomb threats by email. What email they were sending to? I look at mine 4 times a year. I'm sure people whose jobs depend on email communication, just like random bomb threats to Hotmail accounts. I don't know. PG agrees that the last 2 years of MLB have been awesome. Oh, Ryan Cohen tweet. Got a Ryan Cohen tweet. So, I lost my Twitter. My Twitter's over here. No, I got to put Twitter in this one. This is the screen Twitter needs to be in. So, we got a Ryan Cohen tweet. What's happening over here? Ryan Cohen tweet. Anything interesting? I bet Joe Biden is voting for Donald Trump. Ha ha ha. Okay. Well, that's Ryan Cohen tweet. Okay. Updates. Give me some updates. Martin Weiss, I really ought to be sleeping, but oh well. Hey, you're stuck in it with us. And now it's like some obscene hour of the night for you. What? 2 in the morning for you there, Martin? So I'll be up until my 2 in the morning at least. Peter Brand says you and me both. Jimmy Likes Eggs. What are the memberships for? Memberships to this. To supporting Houston, we have a problem. That's the membership. Martin Weiss has coordinates from what 3 words? Tennis boiled baggage. Tennis boiled baggage. What? 3 words. That big. Click that there. Go like that. Go like that. And tennis boiled baggage. Yes. Go. Go to that spot. Show me what it looks like to human eyes. Ooh, we've got some holes. There's a bunch of holes. There's some lines and holes. Try to guess where we are. Got some holes. We got some lines. We got some lines and holes. Trenches? Bombed out spots? Are these craters left over from like Verdun or something? Lots of little crater thingies. No, where are we? Oh, we're way north. Oh, these must be methane craters up here in the Aleutians. Ah, or they're pit craters. No, they might be methane craters. So these look like we're up in the Aleutians. We are. What island are we on? Attu Island. Oh, this is where the Japanese invaded. Attu Island. So this is the island during World War II. Everyone's looking at a Mercator projection. So a projection like this, right? You're like, oh, we need to take Hawaii, we need to take Midway, we need to take Iwo Jima and all this stuff. But if you look at a globe and the distortion is gone, you discover that from the Kurile Islands and Hokkaido, it's actually closer to get to the Aleutian Islands. So Buckminster Fuller spent a good chunk of his time. He was recommissioned as an officer in the Navy. He's at the Pentagon, and he's explaining to the Pentagon's like, we need to send people to the Aleutian Islands because the Japanese are going to be there. And everyone's like, look at a map. The Aleutian Islands are so far away. Why would they be there? Blah, blah, blah. I think in 1943, they finally were convinced to like send a ship by, and they discovered the Japanese building an air base up here. So the Japanese were actually building a Navy port and an air base, and this must be what's left from that. And maybe these might be shelling holes as well. But yeah, so the Japanese had built an entire air base. There's a couple thousand troops here, and then a pretty gnarly battle rage between the U.S. Navy with the Marines and the Japanese forces to take back the Aleutian Islands. So this was the only spot of U.S. territory that had been seized by the Japanese during World War II, and we had to do some fighting to get it back. But Buckminster Fuller was right. If they had just listened to him when he said it, we had a force there already, and the Japanese would have just hit that thing and turned around and head back. But we spent a lot of time fighting over some islands on the South Pacific that did not get them really any closer to the United States. And there you go. So, interesting. All right, back to Big Houston. Back to presidential election map. Back to, I need to do this one, that one. Where there's CBS. Come on, dude. Come on, make my day map. Come on. Oh my gosh, just work. Ah! Sorry, my maps are all pissing me off here. Okay, so you go that way. You go. Oh, hey, little cat. Welcome back. I can't get my screens to do their thing anymore. So if I take this one and I go, there we go. That'll do it. Okay, so got our maps. We're at 81 Harris, 154 Trump at the moment. Have they called anybody else? Have they? Nope, they're still there. Still doing it. Got the little kitten getting their head scratched. She's loving it. Okay, so Kansas looks like it's flipped to red with 47% in. And there's about 14,000 vote lead for Harris there. And we have, hello, buddy. Stay up there. Stay right there. Yeah, stay right there. Don't you jump on that keyboard. That is not allowed. Iowa's still blue with a 20,000 vote advantage with 21% in. Nebraska's still blue with a 20,000 vote advantage with 30% in. New Mexico is only 20% reporting, but has Donald Trump up by about 3,000. Nothing's reported for Arizona. Minnesota has 0% in still, so that doesn't really count. Wisconsin turned blue with 20% in and a 20,000 vote advantage for Harris. Only 14% in Michigan so far. Only 32% in for Pennsylvania. But Harris still has a 100,000 vote lead there. What's the Pennsylvania map looking like? So, Philadelphia. We're at 26% counted. So there's a lot to come in Philadelphia. Pittsburgh's at 57%. And then these rural counties range anywhere from 3 to 40 to 50. So 91, 74. So the rural counties, for the most part, most of them are fairly in. That one is only at 1%. 76, 9, 17. So the differences in all these counties is pretty dramatic. Don't you dare drink my water. You go right there. You sit right there and be an adorable little purr machine without drinking my water. You can do that, right? You don't drink my water. Don't you drink my water. Don't you do it. Nope. All right, come back in my lap. All right. Whoa, okay, curl up. There you go. Okay, what was the Martin Weiss last thing I did there, right? Yep, the tennis boiled baggage. Sarith Decado says 99 Harris, Trump 177. Which maps are you looking at? When you post your things, tell me which maps you're looking at. Martin Weiss says Fox News has a 113, 178. So that one, nope. This one, I still, oh my God, the really, That's what we got going on. You're here to make out, aren't you? All right. I'm sure the maybe on a phone, the Guardian one looks right, but the Guardian looks terrible. This is what I'm seeing. Okay, I'll drag this one over, put it over into this screen. So this is what the Guardian map looks like to me. Like my eyes can't even focus on that. It is too bright. I can't do it. Yeah, you're just a little buddy. You are. So it could be a great map. I just cannot focus on that at all. Hello. Okay. Jules Mamie says Trump message stop the count in 3, 2, 1. Not your friend. Pretty sure Hawaii's once again blue. Hawaii's gonna be blue. I think I saw the same 4 Trump sign waivers outside of Costco last week. Hawaiian Republicans are definitely a different breed. They are as cuckoo bird as you could possibly imagine. Right? Yeah. Just want to pet my beard. Is that what you want to do? Want to pet my beard? Red Linville, snowing in Colorado. I thought I wouldn't have to suffer through another cold winter. I don't think you're going to have such luck in Colorado. Sounds like a cat to me. She's just a little kitty cat. She's like in super duper lover mode after going in super crazy cat drug addict mode. Jimmy likes egg. Can't wait to watch you in Switzerland. Martin Weiss says, how is Donald Trump going to ensure the shutdown of Trump University, of the Education Department by renaming it to Trump University? Oh, you little goofball. Oh, it's got your little belly up. Matt James 306, how are you streaming? I think this is going to go on for a very long time. We've got a whole bunch of counting to do. And the big ones, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, have a long way to go. Harris is leading now by about 50,000 votes in Wisconsin with 25% reporting. Harris is still up by 20,000 votes with 24% in Iowa. And she's up by 20,000 votes in Nebraska with 30% in. So, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Still haven't called New Jersey yet. New Jersey got 61% in. 200,000 vote difference so far there. So 40% would be about 1.5 million votes. I don't really think there's going to be making that up in New Jersey. Virginia, the gap has narrowed again to 20,000 votes in Virginia. North Carolina, it's narrowed a little bit, but not much. Still red. Georgia, still red by about 200,000 votes with almost 80% in. We're getting close to Georgia probably being called, unless there's some huge amount of votes that come in from somewhere, right? Oh, you just such a purr machine. Such a purr machine. I can just put you right on the microphone. Okay. Getting in the microphone. Brad says maybe 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I might take a break at some point, and then we'll jump back in it. Princess Vespa, election and a tropical storm today. Great. Oh, yeah, there's a hurricane coming for, I think they're saying it's going to hit Louisiana. So, National Hurricane Center. Raphael. So what's Raphael got for? Raphael's now a hurricane. We also have something that has a 20% chance of forming a cyclone in 48 hours east of the Caribbean. Hurricane Raphael. What do you got for me? Nope, that's not the map I want. That's the map I want. Okay, so I think it's going to weaken and then hit Louisiana. So hurricane goes across Cuba, and then stays a hurricane, and then turns into a tropical storm by the time it hits Louisiana. So it'll bring you some rain, hopefully not huge winds or a storm surge. I'm already yawning, and I'm only like an hour and a half into this, kitty. Or 2 hours into this. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Where was I? On a month, selling your puts at open or writing it further. Depends on what the results look like before open tomorrow. If the results look like it's confirmed one way or the other, I may just get out of them while I can. But if it looks like the blue wall, the West Coast comes in, and they start calling, Pennsylvania and Michigan and stuff, and Trump looks like it's pretty doomed. My guess is that it'll drop, and I might be able to sell with big implied volatility if there's a huge drop in price before open, and then get back in and do some more when the volatility dies down a little bit. So we'll see where it goes. Right? Oh, you're such a soft little cat. Says before, Houston, regardless of who wins, this funky fraudulent market is gonna. What's the best set of puts to buy? Not financial advice. I mean, when it collapses, the SPY will collapse. It will. That's just how it works. I would look, if it looks like things are going to quiver, I would look at the VIX, UVXY, things like that, as calls on those. We saw them explode back in August when we had the Japanese carry trade issues. So those are things to look at. What else? I think it's good. Look at that reverse bank index. Look at the reverse real estate indexes. Was that like NRD? Don Caesar Shadem. He's got a whole list of them. He needs to post his list again to the subreddit so that we can get that in there. The CBRE, which is that big giant commercial real estate company that for some reason their stock is still exploding, even though commercial real estate is going in the tank. So but they've been doing lots of stock buybacks, so that's what they've probably been doing to avoid collapse. Sarith Dicado, Google poll is much easier. All right, let's see what Google poll is looking like. Google poll elections. Google poll election map. That's 270 to win. I don't see a Google poll election map. If they have one, I don't see one at all. So if it's easier, it's definitely easier to get to. Okay. Go back there. Got 5 minutes until the next round of states close. What do you think? We're going to close, and the only one in that group that might... No, it's all going to be red, because it's Idaho, Montana, and Utah, right? So, what? Okay, updates. Woo! The lead just got bigger in Iowa for Harris with 27% in. And the lead is about 9,000 in Nebraska with 40% in. Wisconsin, the lead is up a little bit with 31%. Minnesota still only has 1% reporting. So my guess is no cities. No cities reporting yet. So like one precinct in Minneapolis has reported. Okay, Pennsylvania, how are you? Pennsylvania, it's gotten very close. It's now a 40,000 vote difference with 40% in. And Michigan is a 50,000 vote difference with 15%. So a long ways to go there. Okay, so, well, all right. Here we sit. Virginia, how are you? Virginia, 64% in. Trump is ahead by 30,000 votes. North Carolina, 65% in. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes. North Carolina may be out of reach. Georgia may be out of reach. Still 200,000 votes to make up for in Georgia. Maybe that Midwest Iowa will be kind of spectacular. What do you think? What do you think, you little booger? You just don't care as long as you get your face rubbed. Okay. Milo Hecht, who do you think will win? My guess, corporations and private interests. Always. Yeah. Peter Brand says puts on DJT a month after his sentencing. That's what my 1220s are. They're a month after his sentencing. How are Dems looking? At the moment. This is saying Trump's now at 162 and Harris is at 81. So we wait. 2 minutes until the next round of states close, which is going to be red states. Just Miami, Fannie Willis won. Did she win? Oh, she won for her DA. Good. Maybe Brand, the goal in Florida must be to make your neighbor's life horrible. Yeah. Cruz won, says Robert Hurt. Did we have an update on the Cruz vote? He was significantly ahead. I don't think he was going to make up on it. Or did I happen to? There we go. What do you got, kitten? Cruz takes it with 53%. And that looks like how many's reported? With 69% reporting. So, yep, looks like Cruz got it. Well. There you go. Okay, cat. 1 minute until the next round of polls close. Sincere, what are the chances you're completely overconfident and completely wrong about this election because you're too smart for your own good? Yeah, it's possible. And there's a lot of people dumb out there. Just Miami snowbirds who moved down during COVID, teachers and people of low income. There's a lot of those too. And they all can't sell their homes now. They're trying to get away after the storms. Peachy Sunday, PP, God bless you. We are a religious country. God damn, here's a dildo slap. Anomarth, what state can Trump not afford to lose? Pennsylvania. That's the one that he cannot afford to lose. Especially if Iowa flips at all. It looks like Trump gained a little bit. Still a 7,000 vote lead with 33% reporting. But Wisconsin lead's gotten bigger with 35%. Michigan, they're still counting, I don't know, using snails to count or something. With 16% in. Pennsylvania's at 43. Her lead has grown there, just by a little bit. Virginia, it's closed a little bit again. North Carolina, again, I think North Carolina might be out of reach with 66% in. So North Carolina possibly no Georgia, but if she gets Pennsylvania, then that's that. All right, Nevada hasn't reported anything, but Nevada's closed. Arizona doesn't report anything, and Arizona's been closed for an hour. What's the holdup in Arizona? Interesting. A lot of people were discussing 9/11 before I got here. Yes. Major Gaines wants Trump to win. Beaver Brand. There's one also. Seen a mild rain once in 3 months. Oh, the drought in the Northeast. Is that where you are, BW Brand? Everybody eggs. Why is the map red? Mostly because it's where people don't live. So, there you go. KCDB, do you believe Alan Lichman's 13 keys for selection of a president and Harris win he claims? He's correct in the last 9 to 10 presidents. Talked about it last show, and yeah, excitement is a huge driver, and she definitely has the excitement momentum, that's for sure. Be interesting to see just what these last 3 southern states do. And when they finally call Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Because that right there is 40, 50, 60 electoral votes. And then you got California for sure, so there's another 50. So that's 110, 120. And that leapfrogs her ahead of Trump for sure. And Washington, Oregon come in, that's another 20 or so. So that West Coast wall is going to make a big difference. And I'm very curious to see results from Arizona and Alaska. So Hawaii only has what 3 electoral votes. Not very many in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes. There's two House members and 2 Senate. So, and why New Jersey hasn't been called yet either? Don't get it, because her lead's expanding by it's now over 200,000 votes with 66% in. Seems like New Jersey should be called by now. Connecticut should be called as well. But Connecticut only has 8% in. That's crazy. New Hampshire only has 41% in. Maine's only at 9%. What is with these slow counters? They have like one guy doing all the counting. Whisker Biscuit. Pennsylvania was blue early in 2020, but dwindled off as the day went on. Do you think the same will happen today? Well, let's look back at the Pennsylvania. We'll make this guy big. Let's look back at Pennsylvania here. So currently, Pennsylvania is very close. There's a 2,000 vote difference right now in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is 43% reporting. Pittsburgh is 66% reporting. Scranton is 90%. Harrisburg, 27%. Allentown, 43%. But then you look at the red counties. We're at 3, 44, 70, 83, 74, 91, 49, 45, 62, 39. So we have a couple of not reported at all. There's 0% reporting there, 0% there, 0, 0. Only 1 in Clearfield. But people don't live here. So, like this place at 91% reporting, and there's 10,000 votes total in the whole county. So who gives a shit? Like, okay, they add another 1,000 votes to their total. But Philadelphia is at 43%, and there's going to be a 500,000, 700,000 votes that come in there. And that's going to be the big deal. Same thing with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's got a couple 100,000 to go. And that's where this thing's going to swing, is these ones. This county here, no one lives there. No one lives there. No one lives there. So, so Scranton is at 90%. There's 100,000 votes. So they got another 10,000 votes coming in. Doesn't make that much of a difference. Allentown's got another 80 to 100,000 votes coming in. Harrisburg has got at least 100,000 more votes coming in. But Philadelphia, looking at a couple 100,000. And the same thing with the counties that surround it. So, you know, got maybe 100, 200, 300,000 more votes, and another 300 to 400,000 for Philadelphia. So another 800,000 votes probably coming in these counties alone. And then Pittsburgh's got another, that's 670, another 200,000, 300,000 votes coming in there. So that's what you got to look at. And oops, I did not want to zoom in on Erie. Why would you do that? I want to zoom out. There we go. So Pennsylvania just flipped red. Look at that. Donald Trump just pulled ahead because it must have had some more red counties report. We have some results in Arizona finally. 35% in, even Steven, 621 to 621. It's a 40 vote lead with 35% in. Nothing for Nevada. Mexico is at 24%. Albuquerque's not reported yet. So all the Harris votes are here, there, and out in Silver City. So Albuquerque is where the people live, and they've not reported yet. That's going to make the big difference. And then Iowa just turned red by about 20,000 votes. So it just turned red there. Des Moines at 94% in. That's the biggest city. Sioux City is only at 35% reporting, but it's very much towards Trump. Cedar Rapids at 34%. So and Dubuque 76%. So Cedar Rapids may be what makes or breaks it. We still have a whole bunch of teeny tiny little rural counties that have not reported yet. So yeah, they've only made the calls on a few states. I do think New Jersey should probably be called. That's like 67%. What we got for counties in New Jersey left? This is where people live. 94% in Hudson, Essex, 80%. Middlesex is at 52. Mercer's at 59. Camden is at 80. 67. About Warren up here. That's where my mom's from. 90% in, but nobody lives there. So these ones are all next to New York, are the big deals. Staten Island just turned blue? What? I gotta look at New York real quick. Come on, New York. Oh no, Staten Island's red. Okay, I was like, that hasn't happened. Staten Island is always red. But yeah, there's no way Trump makes that up. He's down by 1 million votes there. Just like in Florida, that kind of lead just does not get overcome. Okay, so here we sit. What noises are you making over there, monkey? All right. Hurricane one. We did that one. C-Dub is here to watch the meltdown. Maybe it will be one. Maybe it will be a meltdown. But, you know, whatevs. Okay. Iggy Lemon, beer smells like bread. Very stinky bread. Peter Brand, whatever happens. Waiting till January myself to know what happens. Well, there's going to be all sorts of chaos between now and January for sure. Remember, Trump gets sentenced on the 26th. And I have no idea how they're going to treat the sentencing, whether he is the president-elect, whether everything's in a fight, or if he's outright lost. There may be outcomes that differ amongst those three things that happen. Michigan's at 17%. Man, Michigan, you're slow. I think some of these states need to bring in the states that count fast, that have comparable populations. They need to bring in experts from those states, be like, this is what we do to count all our votes really quickly. And because like Texas is gigantic and they have 7 million votes counted. Michigan is half the size and they've got 900,000 counted. So New York is gigantic. There's 5 million votes counted. Gigantic, and there's 11 million votes counted already. So, like Michigan, figure it out. Pennsylvania, figure it out. Figured out. Looks like Trump is ahead now by about 30,000 in Iowa. Nebraska, Harris is still ahead. Only by about 3,000, but she's still ahead. No reporting. Nothing new there in Arizona. Still, it's a 40 vote difference in Arizona at the moment with 35% in. And nothing come out of Nevada. We're at 48 minutes until the West Coast closes. Gary DeVecchio, if Dems lose Georgia, what do they have to win to offset the loss? We can go back to the 270 to win map. Make you big. Go there. Okay, so this is 270 to win map. Let's say, oh, come on. I'm still thinking Pennsylvania's blue. So you can lose North Carolina. You can lose Georgia. And this shows 287 for Harris if she carries Virginia, which she has the possibility to carry. If she doesn't carry Virginia, right? She still barely squeaks by. So Carolina and Georgia and still win this whole thing. It's if she loses, say, Nevada, that's where Trump will win just barely, right? 270 to 268. Ooh, then things get scary, right? But I think she's got Arizona. I think she's got Nevada. If she loses Arizona, Trump wins that. But if she carries Virginia, again, it bounces right back to a narrow win by Harris at 276. So those are the realities of it. It can be really close. She could lose Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, and that's it. There's no hope coming back from that. If that's the case, then Trump gets what, 280? 281. So see where it goes. But so basically all Harris needs is a Virginia, an Arizona, and Nevada in those three, and if that's the case. So go back, look here. So we got Arizona just turned blue, New Mexico just turned blue, so Albuquerque must have reported. And in Arizona, Maricopa or Tucson. So yeah, 31%. She just pulled ahead New Mexico. And Albuquerque still is not reported, so that's going to get an even bigger lead there. In Arizona, we have 51% counted in Maricopa, up here in Hippie Land, or 58% down here in Pima and Tucson, 50%. So these red counties have not reported yet, but these ones especially are small, pretty small. Michigan, still 18%. Oh, Michigan. Pennsylvania, still 51. It is a 50,000 vote lead for Donald Trump at the moment. That means some red counties have been reporting in. Got some red counties pointing. These two still have not reported anything. There's still at least 300,000 more votes in Philadelphia to go. So they're 28, 30, 11. So there's probably another 800,000 votes just in these counties. Pittsburgh still has about 200,000 more votes there. Up here in Scranton's almost done. So Harrisburg's got a lot. So there's about 100,000 votes to count there. Okay. So Pennsylvania's still coming. Well, all right. Boom. Back to Big Houston. I gotta put this guy back in the corner again. There we go. Okay. All right. They called Colorado for Harris, so she's at 91 now. Minnesota's still only at 2% in. Goodness gracious. Wisconsin's at 43. Harris has a 20,000 vote lead there. The lead has just exploded for Donald Trump in Iowa, so looks like Selzer might be super wrong. There's only 45% returns so far. she's still ahead, just barely in Nebraska, but there's still a lot to return there. So that may switch. Michael Harrow, love Ross, not afraid to call out the groomers. Be a brand. Georgia was getting hit with lots of bomb threats in big cities. They were asking judges for more time to keep certain polls open. That could be affecting things if the judges didn't grant that. Usually judges like, oh, okay, if you're closed for an hour due to bomb threats, we'll let you be open for another hour. They will do things like that. Keith Chapman, what are your thoughts on Virginia results? Virginia just flopped blue again. So, you look at Virginia, they just flipped blue. So we're at 1,000 vote lead in Virginia by flipping blue. Big states, we got Fairfax, 70% in. So we got another 50 to 100,000 votes there. That's DC, right? No, that's Alexandria County. Not super huge, but they've got another 10,000 or so. Richmond is at 34%, so there's a lot to report in there. Norfolk, Chesapeake, Norfolk, 75% in, so not too much to report in there. Who's this? That's Bedford. Roanoke, almost closed. So it's going to come from probably Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, Norfolk, and Richmond is where the big votes are coming in. They have mostly reported across the state, 60s, 90s, 90s, 60s, 92, 95. So, yeah, there's... Oh, just got a blue one here from Montgomery. But it's 95% in now. So looks like Harris just took a little lead off that one. Okay, I'll give that a refresh. And took it back in the corner. Okay. You think you pull up live tracker on your screen? I can-ish. But, yeah, it doesn't necessarily refresh unless I'm the one refreshing it, which is really annoying. So, Fat Cat? What's up, dude? We got 40 minutes till next polls close. Okay, go away. Washington Post has Kansas still too close to call, but Donald Trump has been called for Nebraska. I mean, on this map, Nebraska, Harris leads by just the skin of her teeth, and she's losing by quite a bit in Kansas. It's very interesting to see how different they are across the board. In New Jersey, seriously, call New Jersey already. 72% in. It's a 200,000 vote lead. Not making that up. Virginia starting to head Harris's way again. She's out by 3,000. Well, okay. Luis Gonzalez, is it normal to be at 99 to 178? Oh, yeah. Because these states in the middle, you can look at them and you just know that they're just going to vote red. The minute California closes, it'll be solid blue. Because there's no way she's losing California. Same thing with Oregon and Washington. Alaska will be red, Hawaii will be blue. And this right here is, 70, 80 electoral votes. So what it comes down to is, which way is Minnesota going to go? Minnesota's only 3% in. Wisconsin's 45% in. Donald Trump just took a 2,000 lead there. Michigan's still only 20% in. Pennsylvania is still only 52% in. Virginia is at 69, and that's the gap still at 3,000. North Carolina, see this gap's at 200, almost 300,000 now. I don't think she makes that up at 73%. So I think that's probably going to be red. Georgia, It's a 200,000 vote difference in Georgia with 80% in. I don't think she makes that up either. I think those are both going to be red. So it'll come down to Virginia being solid, New Jersey be solid, Connecticut will be solid. They're only at 10% reporting. New Hampshire will. She'll get 3 of 4 in Maine. Wisconsin just flipped again. Minnesota has not reported jack shit. Iowa's at 47%. I'm just probably, at this rate, she might not win that. But she's going to win New Mexico. Arizona, we're at 49%. She's now a 16,000 vote lead. So that's growing a little bit. And Nevada has not reported anything. So, we wait. Right, fat cat? Meow. You come up here? Want to say hi? Yeah, do you? Come right here. Want to come up and say hi to everyone? There we go. There's our beefy boy. Cat karaoke. Cat karaoke. There you go. Yes. Do you want more? Do you want to get high again? Are you that much of an addict? Are you? Do you need more? Do you want more? Do you? Oh my gosh. Well, it's a special night, so we'll get you some more. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, don't blow it all away. You gotta like roll in it and stuff. Oh, did you see me go for the treats? Okay, well, we'll do. We got another pig ears here. You want a pig ear? They're delicious. They taste like pig ears. Get it right there. Come on up. Come on. There you go. The world's most polite dog. Yeah, no, they smell great, don't they? Here, let me put it all back in a pile for you. Gives you a little over place with your breathy little fat man air. There you go. Do kitty lines. There you go. Get it. Okay, so where are we? Refresh that guy. Maybe what I can do is I insert. I know what I can do. That's what I can do. I can take this. I can do sources. I can do screen capture. Yes. Do screen capture. Add source. We'll do that. Add source. And then if I Alt do. Oh, nope, that is not what I want to do. That's the wrong one. I need. Where'd you go? Way up there. Okay, Chrome. Oh, okay. So I can. So I've got to make you big. One sec, I'm just pure. Okay, so make you big. And then I make you small. Right? And then I make you. Oops, that's the wrong way. Make you small again. I make you very. Oops, wrong way. Come on, click that guy. Oh, Alt. Then I make you small, and then I put you up in the corner. There we go. How's that? And I'll put this as type. I gotta rename you. Whatever. That'll be fine. Okay. Sorry. Next little chimneys. I'm blocking your thing for one show. Hope you're okay with that. Okay. So now I got the monkey head yonder. I got the map up in the corner. And, oh wait, but I need this map to be small half the time. What happens if I do that? Oops. Okay. I need to... Oh, that looks fine. Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. I can stay small in the corner, and I can still go over the map here, and you guys can see everything. Yay! All right. Now where was I? How did that disappear? How did I get all the way down here? Okay, we did that one. We did that. We did that one. We got Michael Harrow. We got Choose Miami. Wisconsin is getting interesting. Wisconsin just went red again. So Wisconsin is bouncing back and forth. That's interesting. Nebraska just went red. So they're going to get... So the district where Omaha is, there's a congressional district, and that's you're going to get that, and then the other two congressional districts are going to go for Trump. So you get that Nebraska 2, I think is what it's called. Then Pennsylvania's still red by a little bit, by about 100,000 votes. Interesting. What we got going here? Philadelphia has not done any reporting in a while, and the counties around it, 11% there, 25% there, 28, 34. So the counties surrounding Philadelphia have not done much reporting. We still have one county that's done no reporting. Pittsburgh still at 74. Scranton it's at 95. Allentown's at 43. All right. So still got a ways to go there. They still have not called Pennsylvania. Sorry, New Jersey, which the lead is still 200,000 votes in New Jersey. I think they could probably call North Carolina for Trump. Well, though the gap just closed by 50,000 votes. There. 70,000 votes. Well, maybe things get interesting in North Carolina. Because that gap just closed by 70,000 votes with like a 3% increase in reporting. In Georgia, the gap just closed there as well. They were a 200,000 vote lead. They are now at 170,000 vote lead. So, all right, maybe things are getting interesting in those two. New Jersey? No closing going on there. Connecticut, still at 11% reporting. Mexico just turned red, which means Albuquerque still is not reported yet. Yep, Albuquerque is not reported. Arizona just flipped red again by 3,000 votes. And they've only at 58% reporting. Maricopa's at 51%. Tucson's at 50%. And no reporting from these tiny counties yet. Oh, I need to get a lifesaver or something. My voice is already shredded. I'm at 2.5 hours in. We'll have to get some more water here in a second. Whew. All right, did the Alan Lichman one. Did the Gary Del Vecchio. I did Chris Taylor's RC posting stupid political shit again. The Hale just called North Carolina for Trump. It may be, but definitely with the last little check, it was get the little refresh going here. So no update there yet. But she did close the gap by 70,000 votes since the last check. Virginia just flipped blue again. So by 30,000 votes. So she's starting to run away with Virginia. 71% reporting. Pennsylvania's still at 55%. Michigan's still at 21%. Wisconsin, where are you? Wisconsin's at 48%. Gotta look at Wisconsin and see Milwaukee. 51% reporting. So there's another 200,000 votes to come in there. Mass at 75%, so not too much more to come in there. So those are the two counties that really matter. These guys are small. Claire, small, and then no one lives in any of those places. So, so we gotta look at the big cities in Wisconsin. Minnesota, still at 3% reporting. Who's reported? 0% essentially in Minneapolis, 0% in St. Paul, and no one else across the state has bothered to start counting, apparently. So, all right, Minnesota. Nothing reporting in Nevada yet either. 4,000 vote difference in Arizona. Monkey. Yeah. I should pick all the stuff up before you guys destroy it. I can't believe you knocked my thing over. Jerk bags. Okay, you go in there. Sit there. Cool stickers people send me. Okay, I will. No, it's not food for you, man. I'll put it right inside that for now, and we'll deal with it later. Right? Right? You need to come up here. Come on. There you go. If you want this, this is what you want. One of these on your bone. Okay. No, don't you dare. You fat turd. Ah. What? You get covered in drugs and you just want to stand in my way. 28 minutes till the polls close. To the West Coast wall has walled itself up. Ross is calling Georgia blue. Really? The gap is narrowed. Narrowed by about 30,000 votes in Georgia. North Carolina it's about the same. The next results came in. They're 83% still. And Virginia is running away with it. Okay, once these come in, that's the big deal. So if we, Kat, I need you to move so I can do an MS Paint here. MS Paint. There we go. Oops. So I've talked about this a couple of times, and so I got to go Scene. I got to turn off Chrome, turn on the MS Paint. Okay, so I'll make myself line graph here. Nice thick lines. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. I wanted a line, not a drawing, a line. There we go. Okay, so line there. No, wait, no, what do you, give me my line. No! Okay, line. Alright, so, we sort of have, like, how do I write this out? Total votes. And over here will be Trump. There you go. Trump. No. Individual totals. That's what I'll call that. I'll make you tiny. Oops. I guess I have to make you small that way. Okay. Let's make this as complicated as I possibly can to make this stupid drawing work. What size does it make you? 14? There, individual totals. Okay. Individual totals. So, what you end up happening is you get this curve, and we'll do red for Trump. Gotta be a paintbrush. Paintbrush. Brushes. That's what I want. Okay. So, nice thick line. Boom. So, as the rural counties come in, you get this like growth happening, right? Where, the rural counties are coming in and they're doing this whole thing. And the rural counties do not vote for Democrats. So you have this sort of graph coming up underneath it, and it's showing Trump's having a big lead in some of these places. And then what happens is you have precincts in a major city report all of a sudden because, they've got millions or hundreds of thousands or millions of more votes to count. And all of a sudden, the graph does this. And then it keeps going as more rural counties come in. And Donald Trump has like a little bit of a spike, and then it keeps going like this. And people in 2020, when they see like Philadelphia precincts report, they'd be like, this is outrageous. Donald Trump was ahead and then just found a bunch of votes. Like, no, that's the city of 2 million people just reported their votes. And they hadn't reported until now. And so you'll see this pop up. And so you'll get sudden changes as urban centers report votes that they hadn't been able to do before because they've got way more votes to count. Like, we can look at the maps again and, go back to Pennsylvania where you've got this little county here. They haven't reported anything yet, but there's probably like 6,000 votes in the entire county. But you go next door, 98% of them reported. There's 9,000 votes total in that whole county. So a lot of these teeny tiny counties, most of them, 95, 94, 98, like most of the teeny tiny counties have reported. But again, you get to Philadelphia, there's 62%. 25%, 11%, 36%, and 34%. So you have hundreds of thousands of votes waiting to pop up here. And that's why you'll see a graph like this form as reporting comes in. That's just the way major cities work. So, that's that. Currently, Donald Trump is ahead by about 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania. But most of those small counties where he's leading have 60 to 99% reporting right now. Whereas the larger counties still have a ways to go. So, yeah. Okay. Where were we? You got this so I can see the national stuff. Bing. All right, Wisconsin just went blue again. Seesaw battle happening there. How many we got in Milwaukee? 51% reporting. Madison, 85%. So it looks like the majority is going to come out of Milwaukee. That is another 200,000 votes or so there. All right. Virginia is now a 40,000 vote lead, so it's seesawed quite a bit. Not too much difference happening in North Carolina. Georgia closing that gap a little bit, but not much. What do we got in the major spots here? Atlanta, 85% in Fulton, 85 in DeKalb. These ones are all smaller populations in these places. And then Savannah's at 36% in. So another 100,000 votes there to count. Augusta, not almost all there. Columbus, almost all there. So Georgia, keep our eyes on it. We'll see what's coming, but I have a feeling these two might be red. Pennsylvania, I think, will turn blue with how much is left in Philadelphia. The Minnesota is only at 4% reporting, so Minnesota is taking forever. New Mexico flipped again by a lot. That must mean Albuquerque reported. And Albuquerque reported. So there you go. Boom. She's going to get that one. They should just lock that in. They did lock in New Jersey as well because she's now gaining in New Jersey. She was at 200,000. Now she's at 211,000 with 75% in. So just call it. Connecticut can't. Oh, Connecticut's at 70. Oh, sorry, that's New York. Connecticut's at 14%, so they're taking forever. New Hampshire's at 49, they're taking forever. 49 or 14 in Maine, they're taking forever, and 26% in Michigan, taking forever. So Michigan, the major cities, Wayne County, that's the most population is, and then Oakland and Macomb, those places. Then you got like where Ann Arbor is and Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. 30% there, 12% in Macomb, and 15% in Wayne. So there's hundreds of thousands of more votes. Look at this difference so far. Harris is up by 120,000 votes. It's 92 to 5.9 in Wayne County. So that's real. That's where people live. People don't live here. That place, no one lives there. Here, there's 10,000 people. There's 5,000 people. There's 10,000 people. Like, they don't live in these places. They live there. They live there. And they live there. So, that's what you're waiting on there. Hey, man. You're like a loaf. New York Times has Harris with 51%, Trump 48 with 17% in. Kitty, you just knocked shit over. Don't destroy things, man. Just be a loaf. Continue to be a loaf, dude. BOFH. My money is on another Dewey versus Truman. The press calls it for Trump tonight or tomorrow, but when all the votes are counted, Harris wins. Oh, I think so. I mean, Trump's at 207, which is, a bummer. But we still have the blue wall here. The West Coast is going to go that way. Again, the seesaw battle in Arizona. Trump now has a 1,000 vote lead after she had a 1,000 vote lead. So Phoenix is just even Steven, man. Maricopa County. Tucson is much bigger for Harris. Same thing with in Cochino. So, oh great! Now there's a kitten attacking my foot again. What are you doing, you weirdo? Trying to live my life here. Okay. So Pennsylvania still 100,000 vote difference. Boom. All right. Kitty, lay down so I can read this. Confusing. Looks like Pennsylvania's having issues with disruptions. That's that's my ow. You're attacking my foot. Nick, oh, you are absolutely bonkers, aren't you? Aren't you? Come here. Fine, go under there. Artemis says, let's go Harris. I've been so incredibly anxious today, I can't even think of what would happen if Orange Blob wins. I mean, a lot of people will be stoked. I'm just glad I'm in a very blue state, at least, who will just kind of be like, I'm not doing any of those policy changes. But there's some things on the national level you just can't avoid, such as pandemics, stuff like that. So, yeah. It's like just recounting what's happening with these maps over and over and over and over again. Oh, there you are. You're back for some more, huh? Yeah? Just gonna hang out. Got like an hour and a half until your dad comes home. You're gonna just mess with Uncle Houston. Ow! Mess with Uncle Houston. That's what. Oh, you're on the second wind of just so stoned again. Arr. Okay. Ow. I gotta use my mouse hand. You gotta let go. I gotta use my mouse hand. You gotta let go. There we go. Arr. Don't go for the face. The face is too beautiful. So that's my money maker. You can't ruin it. It's my money maker. Nope, please don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. Okay, she's now pulled ahead by over 50,000 votes in Virginia. So we're looking at Pennsylvania, and then Wisconsin just turned red again. Oh, fart! That was a big hole. 1,000 votes difference in Wisconsin, and Minnesota's still only 6% in. Goodness gracious, it's taking forever. You little freak. You little freak. KCDB Houston, what's the best taco you've ever had in your life? It depends on the kind of taco. I've had Baja style fish tacos in San Diego that are just like, you get a boner. There's just no way around it. And then I've had like Las Cazadores, which is in the town next to mine. They do their carnitas taco is phenomenal. It's the best I've had around here. I've never had tacos in Mexico, because every time I've been to Mexico, it's been to places where it's like, don't drink the water, don't eat the food, because for like building houses and really desperate poor areas that have no sanitation and in high school we went down to Tijuana and we built a house, about like 4 houses, and this one woman was so grateful that we built her house that she cooked everybody tamales. And we've been told, I'm like 14, whatever. We've been told, like, don't drink the water, don't eat the food. We brought all of our own food in from the U.S. We cooked it all ourselves. And she brought this giant pot of tamales. And she gave one to everybody. And everyone's like, oh, thank you. And, like, started eating it and thinking, oh, my God, I shouldn't be doing this. And I just fed mine to a stray dog when the lady wasn't looking, and the stray dog was stoked. But everyone who ate the tamale got amoebic dysentery. Like it was right at the end of our thing. We took the van back to San Diego, hopped on a plane, flew to Seattle, and like 80% of the folks that were on that build had to be wheelchaired off the plane because amoebic dysentery hit during the middle of our flight. And you can't imagine what it's like to be on a flight when like 30 people are all shitting their brains out and there's like 4 lavatories. It is messy. It is the most fart-filled, disgusting. People are crying. Like, when they landed, there's just a whole bunch of wheelchairs. Like, please, nobody try to leave. We're going to get those people off first. And all because I didn't eat the tamale. So I've not had proper Mexican food in Mexico because I've only ever been in places where you don't want to chance it. I would love to actually have, like, tacos in Mexico. But yeah, I think overall, Baja style fish tacos, really simple. It's like pan fried, really crunchy fish, cabbage, white sauce, and that's like it. It's so simple and it is so good. I'm gonna put you on this side now. You're like that. There you go. How's that? You're just gonna sit there and just purr. Yeah. Little swaddle baby. Little swaddle baby. Yeah. Put the toes up. Ate them up. Little toe beans are gone. Egamon, Julius, the Florida turnout appears to be all your fault. Okay, where are we? What's happening over here? Give that another refresh. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So, Virginia, she is now running away with it. She's now up by 60,000 more in Virginia. North Carolina, the gap was closed a little bit, but not that much. Georgia, the gap was closed a little bit, but not that much. And they still haven't called New Jersey, and now she's ahead by 200 and something thousand New Jersey. All right, Michigan. She's pulling ahead of Michigan. She's ahead by 100,000 votes in Michigan. Wisconsin is still a tiny bit, and Minnesota has no reporting. Call it for New Mexico. Arizona, 3,000 vote difference with 50% in. Still nothing for Nevada. All right, you little freakazoid. Yeah. It's like the strongest purring kitten I've ever met. Okay. Ohio claims Trump win. Oh yeah, Ohio definitely went Trump by about 700,000 votes with 80%, 85% in. So, Trump wins. Over 1 million will be deported from Florida alone. Mm-hmm. If you want to destroy the national economy, you deport everybody. That's probably the quickest way to do it. They're showing us between 8 and 12% of our entire GDP if you deport all of the undocumented immigrants. Jamie Sheen, do you still think she's winning? Yeah. Pennsylvania, gap's closing again in Pennsylvania as more big cities report. She's running with Virginia. Remember, on the 270 win map, all she needs is, wait, why is that thing? Go away. Yeah, reset map. There we go. All right, there we go. So I think she's gonna get Wisconsin. I think she's gonna get Michigan. She got Mexico. She got Colorado. So here's at 251 to 230. Now, I think at this point he's probably got North Carolina and Georgia, which puts at 262. So she needs Pennsylvania. Whoops. Which I think mathematically she can get. That puts her at 270 even. So if she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, she wins. I think she'll get Nevada. I think she'll get Arizona in the end. Come on, click. There we go. So it'll be 287, 251 with this map. So she's got it. It just might take a while to actually get there. Right, buddy? Right? Oh, you just nap it up. Just nap it up. Yes. US dollar spiking big time, says Julius. It's going to do weird things as results come through. That's for sure. Okay. Looks like Donald Trump took a 20,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. And we still at 53% for Milwaukee. So that's what matters. First place 79, 72, 67, 53. So, but no one lives out in these places, so those don't matter. All right, little baby cat. Shane E says, whoops. Where'd you go, Shane E? I just lost you. Oh, howdy. Love the shirt. Merca. Peter Brand, Blackhawk hovering over my property, making the audio all warbly. What'd you do? You got the CIA coming after you now. And I'm an hour behind in the chat already. So there we go. And a reminder, if there's news I need to see, and this is totally me shilling for super chats, but throw it up as a super chat and I will see it and I can respond to it immediately. Otherwise, I'm going through the chat like normal and I won't see any of the new news that comes in. So, okay, we're going to do this all night long, little kitty. All night long. Oh, you are asleep. You are dead asleep. Okay. I won't shake you too much. Sincere. Also, just for the chat, I'm not pro-Trump or Kamala. I don't support fascists no matter what package they come in. Happy Lesser of Two Evils Day to those who still think it matters. Roper Studios, using the last of my favorite hot sauce from the Hot Sauce Expo in Portland. What's your favorite hot sauce for pizza? I've never really been one to put hot sauce on pizza. Might have like little chili flakes, maybe a little chili oil. But I've never really put hot sauce on a pizza. So I don't know what my favorite hot sauce would be. Since turning 40, my belly has a hard time when the skull units get too high. I just am like a grumbly, miserable thing where I just have to eat like my body weight in Tums in order to combat whatever's going on down there. So I don't generally go out of my way to experiment with various hot sauces anymore. I put a little bit, like, I'll throw a little, like, Cholula or whatever into, like, some mac and cheese. That kind of gives a little spicy kick. But I don't go overboard with anything too spicy. I just, you get older and your innards just don't operate the same way anymore. Alex Bishop, Super Chats. What kind of ads are we going to see in the Trump presidency and the Kamala presidency? What kind of ads? Well, I mean, they don't really do ads once the election's over, so I'm not sure what you mean there. Like, do you mean, like, would we see ads that show prescription drugs? Like, 60 Minutes did a little story on Novo Nordisk, which is the giant pharmaceutical from Denmark. And they showed the Novo Nordisk ads to the people who work at there and like, oh yeah, this is weird. This is not allowed in Europe. So it used to be you didn't have any such ads in the United States, but now we've got your TV news ads are almost only for, do you pee too much? Do you not pee enough? Do you shit yourself? Do you have high blood pressure? Are you psychotic? Like, is your cholesterol terrible? Is your cholesterol too good? Like, it's just restless leg syndrome, can't get a boner, can't stop having a boner. Like, just ad after ad after ad after ad for prescription drugs. And if we get rid of the prescription drug ads again, then I think TV news it'll have to get funded by local car dealerships once more. Low B. Super Chats. What percent of Dane and Milwaukee counties in Wisconsin reported most population there? Let's go back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So, whoops. Dane is where Madison is, and they're at 89% reporting. So they're almost done there. They've got maybe another 30,000 votes to count or so. And Milwaukee County's at 53%. So they got another 200,000 votes to count in Milwaukee. And then they got a couple of counties that haven't reported at all, but these are podunk counties, and there's no one living there. And like all these counties are at 79%, 78%. There's like 5,000 votes total. So it's got 79, and they got 60,000 votes. But they're almost all done reporting. So Milwaukee's where it's all going to come in. They got another 200,000 votes to count. It's enough to easily overcome whatever is left out here, I think. So she's got a 27,000 vote difference to overcome. And what's coming out of Milwaukee is showing about 100,000 vote gain for her. So in the end, you'll probably be up 80,000, somewhere around there. Michigan, again, there's only 29% reporting. She still has a 100,000 vote lead. Pennsylvania, 100,000 vote lead, 67% in. Let's look back at the big cities here. 67%, 40, 45, 46, 40. So they got a lot of votes still to count here. Pittsburgh's almost all in. They're 86. These guys still have not reported. But all the other small counties are like 98, 95. So not too many big numbers going to come out of these places. So it's these blue ones, like 45% there. I think Scranton's mostly in. Allentown, Lehigh. They're halfway there. But they're at 40%. So you got 150. You got almost 200,000 votes to come in there. You've got over 200,000 votes to come in there. You got about 150,000 more votes. You got about 150,000 more votes. And in Philadelphia, you've got 3, 4. You got about another 100,000 or more, 150,000 to be counted in Philadelphia. So they're coming. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm not switching screens. I got the screen up right here. Why am I trying to switch screens? Because I've got a sleepy little kitten. Yeah. Oh, stretch it out, buddy. I told my roommate, I was like, when you get this kitten, you need to pet its belly all the time. You need to play with its little paws all the time. You need to tug on her tail. And he did a good job. She absolutely loves belly rubs. She'll take it all day long and won't try to kill you. So, ooh. Oh yeah, I had the other screen. This one here. There we go. Arizona's right to abortion looks like it's passing. So they got that going for them. Donald Trump still only leads by 3,000 in Arizona. Looks like they called Iowa for Trump, and Trump has taken the lead by over 100,000 votes in Iowa. So Seltzer was big wrong in Iowa. Still pretty even in Nebraska. It's only a 30,000 vote difference there. Oh, yeah? You done? You're going to flop away? Arizona? Arizona hasn't reported for a while. So, and we're a minute away from the West Coast closing. Oh, boy. 1 minute, 57 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What do we do? What do we do? West Coast is going to close, and they might as well just make them solid blue now. Right? Oh, yeah. Fat boy, you coming? Still haven't called New Jersey. That's crazy. Yeah, the lead's expanded in New Jersey. Over at 81% in there. Still haven't called Connecticut, even though it's going to be blue. Yeah. Little buddy. Do you want to take this entire bed to yourself? You can get out of my arms because they're tired. You go right there. And you sleep right there. Yeah. I'm going to take a 1 minute break and I'm going to fill this water up because I'm out. So what I'll do is I can insert an ad and you guys can watch that for 60 seconds or something. Watch out, dog. I don't know if it's actually working. Well, there you go, kitten. Have that nap. Be a good spot. All right. Water reloaded. Hi, Monkey Butt. How are you? How are you? How are you? Okay, so. Oh, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia's gaining. She's almost 100,000 vote lead in Virginia. I think she's got Virginia. Again, yeah, I don't think there's enough left in North Carolina. Georgia, I don't know if there's enough left in Georgia either. If she manages to squeak ahead in late counting either of those places, that'd be pretty cool. But I don't know if there's the meat left on that pie. That makes sense. Meat left on that sandwich. Meat left on that bone. Pennsylvania, the gap's closing again. So, oops, sorry, I was looking at New Jersey. Oh no, the gap's closing again a little bit in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, still is like so slow reporting. But again, look at Michigan, Wayne County. That's one that's going to matter. 15% in. So there is another 800,000 votes to count there. Got a ways to go. Long ways to go. And then back to Wisconsin. And the difference is 30,000 votes. Minnesota isn't reporting spit right now. Arizona hasn't reported anything well. California, they called California. She's at 145. They called Idaho. So Donald Trump's at 211. You might as well just call these now. She's not going to win those places. Or he's not going to win those places, sorry. All right, hot sauce one. Martin Weiss, New York Times, just said the outcome now leans towards Donald Trump. No. Nah. That's the big one. You get Pennsylvania, you win. So, and the gap just closed a little bit for Harris in Pennsylvania. So, still got 800,000, 500,000 votes to count around Philadelphia. Blackhawk for Robinson then. Dear Brandon, love you, Houston. So far behind responding to updates in chat. Oh, I'm so far behind. Whisker Biscuit, Kalshi and Polymarket both updated showing Trump 312, 226. How? We can go back 270 map, right? The way Trump gets 312 is if he gets Nevada. Right? Come on, gets Nevada. He gets Arizona. Right? And he gets either Pennsylvania, right, that's 283, and Virginia. And someone else. Wisconsin? So that's at 306. So he would have to get another one in here somewhere. I don't know who. I don't know who it would be. I don't know how to get 312. Maybe she gets Wisconsin. He gets Michigan. That's still. Oh, sorry. That's 311. I just don't see. I don't see how he does that. I mean, she's got Virginia. I think that's pretty loaded in there. We haven't seen results on Nevada. Arizona is really, really close, but I think in the end she takes that. And then Pennsylvania, with how much is left in Philadelphia, I think she takes that as well. So even losing Nevada, Arizona, he doesn't get that high. And I don't think he takes Michigan. There's so many votes left to be counted there. So that puts her at 274 without those two. So I just don't see how he can do it. I don't see it at all. I mean, she could lose Pennsylvania. Right? She loses Pennsylvania, she gains Nevada, she gains Arizona, and she's at 272. She wins again. So she has to lose Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada, basically, to be out of this thing. And I don't think she does it. So, I don't see how it can happen. I just don't see it. Let's do a refresh and make sure we get all of our updates here. Okay. Had in Oregon. Like, Oregon does lots of mail-in balloting. Washington is only mail-in balloting. There's no polling places. So those, she's gonna win 57 to 60% in Washington. Leads extended to 70,000 there. It's at 160 here in Pennsylvania with a whole bunch left to count. Wisconsin lead is for Trump is about almost 35,000. And Minnesota still at 12% reporting. Oh, Minnesota. And nothing for Arizona, nothing for Nevada, nothing for Washington. Jiminius, Houston, can you pull the live tracker up on screen? Oh, I did that. Beaver Brand, part of the drama, it evens out when the West Coast begins reporting, which they are doing right now. We have results for California. California's only 4% in. So there'll be millions more votes popping up here. Another 10 million vote thing there. Goobers, TDS is expensive. Laugh my fucking ass off. Steve Gaghagen. There was no can't choose for city council on my awards, so naturally wrote myself in. There you go. I always tell my family to write me in for things. Hey, no, I'm running against somebody, so write me in against them. May the best man win there, Steve. Confidence of Homer, Ryan Cohen and Larry Chang must be happy so far. Perhaps. That's who they're pulling for. I know Larry Chang's like super religious. MS. Yep, if Trump wins, the real takeaway is that billionaires have all the pull and corporations run the U.S. Well, yeah. Yeah. Think Doug Doink, she better win Pennsylvania. She spent days there. They both did. It's the state that spent the most time in was Pennsylvania. And just close that gap by a little bit there, not too much. Run away there. Yeah, it's still too far away there, and still too far away there. I don't think she's gonna get those two. We'll see. She definitely is gonna get New Jersey. I don't know why they haven't called that once. 82% in. They got 200,000 votes to cover. They're not covering that. Just call it. Just call that one already. Martin Weiss had to be working 7 hours. Need to get some sleep. Wonder how the world will look then. Here's a geologic Mendel brought for you. Table Piglet Commoner. Okay. Let's see what we got. Where's the what three words? Boom, boom, boom. Table. Yeah. Go. Whoops. Is that? Oh, this where it is? Is that where we're going? Table Piglet Commoner? Is that? That's where we are, right? Paste. Table Piglet Commoner. Yeah. So we're on a lake. We're on a lake in Russia? Out here in Russia. Alright. There's a big dam. It's a big dam right there. And it's a dingle dangler going to that dam. Look at the fractals that we're looking at here. Geologic Mendelbrot. Okay. Boom. Washington. Oh no. She's losing in Washington. 1% in. That means red counties are reporting. Which red counties we got? Yep. Wakiakum County. There's, I think, 3,000 people total live there. Cowlitz, red. Benton, red. Grant, definitely red. These are, like, that'll be blue. 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 Those definitely will be blue. Island County probably blue. This is where all the people live here around Puget Sound. Spokane might be blue as well. But everything else will be red. All these will be red. Because this is where the rednecks live. The farmers and the people who vote red. But there's not very many of them out there. So there you go. Okay. So, update Pennsylvania. Not much there. 72% in. North Carolina, 86% in. Not much going on there. Leads stayed about the same in these three places last couple of rounds. Wisconsin, it's got a 40,000 vote lead for Trump with 62 in. Minnesota still only 14% reporting. Oh my goodness. I like that Nebraska is still too close to call. And we got a big old jump for whoops, wait. Oh no, we have no jump whatsoever. Another 1,000 votes got reported in Arizona. Still nothing for Nevada. Come on, Nevada. I'm on PP Show. Say hi. Really? Hi, PP Show. jump it on. Bogart in my live stream. So here we are, waiting for these votes to come in as I ramble on and on, saying the same things over and over again. Okay. Gamma Guy likes my shirt. Fuck yeah. Dig Dog Doink says Utah, Montana are brain dead. Okay. I'll be curious to see how John Tester. I think John Tester is probably going to lose Montana, but it's going to be close. Montana Senate results. Tester is down by quite a bit. What do we have for... We're at 6% reporting, though, for Montana. So there's a lot more to come. He's down by about 5,000 votes. Yeah, they got a ways to go on that one. Yeah, Nebraska Senate. Nebraska Osborne is ahead. He's ahead by 2,000 votes in Nebraska. Oh my goodness. Nebraska, you're going to elect a socialist into the Senate. My mind is blown right now. Oh my goodness. So that will keep... Tester loses. Osborne wins. That keeps the Senate 50-50 with tiebreak by Walls if the Democrats pull off the presidency. So, how many? What percentage? 52% in Nebraska. So that one's gonna be a close one. Let's look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee's only 54% reporting. So that's where all the people are. So another 200,000 votes or so to be counted in Milwaukee. Back to Michigan. Decent size lead in Michigan with 33% in. Pennsylvania. Still at 100,000, almost 200,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania right now. So she just lost a big old chunk of that one. Where are we in Philadelphia? We're 81% in Philadelphia. So the big stuff isn't going to come out of there. It's going to come out of these surrounding counties. They're at 40, 45, 57. Harrisburg's 56. Pittsburgh's almost done. So it's going to be these counties surrounding Pennsylvania, I think, where the big numbers are coming from. And this little tiny Cameron hasn't even reported yet. Did they wake up the election dude? Erie? Erie's at 48%. Okay. All right. Blue-collar counties. Yeah, nothing changed there. Nothing changed there. Nothing's changing in New Jersey, and they're 84%. Okay. Arizona's still 3,000 vote difference in Arizona. So Arizona's razor thin at the moment. Naomi Wolf, if people are still in line, they can't release results for Nevada. Oh, are people still in line in Nevada? Is that what's happening? Okay. BFH really don't like how Missouri is already called with a really low percent of votes in and like 3 cities not counted yet. What we got for Missouri? We're at 73% in for Missouri. St. Louis, 88% is in. St. Louis County, 85% is in. Kansas City hasn't even reported yet. That's interesting. There's been no reporting for Kansas City. But you have to make up about 400,000 votes with 70-something% in. So, yeah. 50% in Boone. I don't know. I don't think there might not be enough in Kansas City to make up for that chunk there. Oh, she just pulled ahead in Washington. Must be a blue state. Yep. So Skagit, Whatcom, Pierce, where I live, and Kitsap. Yeah, I figured she'd be about 60%. So Kitsap County, whoops. My little island right here off the water from Kitsap County, or from Seattle, we make up like 10% of the county's population, but in some elections we're like 40% of the votes. Because we'll have like a 90% voter turnout or higher, even in like off year elections. So, boom, there's the blue wall. I might as well just man up and call those two right now, because there's no way. Once King County and Multnomah County report, it's over. Hi, monkey. How are you? Did you get there? Come on. No, not come here. Go right there. I've been talking too long. Do you need more food in your life? Is that what I'm hearing? How about we do a Costco one? Do a Costco one? That work for you? Okay. Get you fat and happy. There we go. Hey, fat cat. Oh. I am just awash in animals, man. Oh, in the zone. In the zone. Yeah. So those are for dogs, not for fat cats, right? Right. Oh, you little junkie. Stephanie L. Super Chats. This is nerve-wracking. Do you think she still has a chance? I'm losing hope. Was Trump up in 2020 around this time? Yes. Yes, he was. And this is why he got so pissed. But, you know. Though Washington, they could just call Oregon. They'll call Washington here. They'll probably call Virginia, New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire. Michigan only has 33% in. Like on some of these maps, this one over here. Let's see here. This is the Washington Post one. And Washington Post is the slowest thing in the world to load. They called Washington, but not Oregon. And they're refusing to call Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan. So they're refusing to call any of these guys here. So Minnesota, 14% in. We got in the major cities where people live. 0% still for Hennepin and 1% for Ramsey. So like no one's even reported in the places where people live. Down here, Rochester's at 1%. Even Duluth's at 2%, or St. Louis County. Like, they just aren't. I don't know what's taking Minnesota so long. Wisconsin, 50,000 vote lead. Arizona, 3,000 vote lead. Nevada, nothing. Here we sit. Hour 3 and change of staring at maps, petting cats, drinking water. Oh, I'm going to scratch this cat's head until it just turns into goo. That's what I'm going to do. He loves it. Yes. Little goober. Okay. Dig Dug Doink. Sometimes I wonder if certain channels call stuff early so they can announce a change later to boost ratings. They may have learned that from 2000 when they called things and then pulled them back and then called them again. And yeah, just, you know how it is. So, Michigan, the lead is only 30,000 in Michigan. But again, Detroit is only 15% in. We haven't had an update from Detroit in forever. So, nothing from a couple of counties up here. Well, okay. Here we go. Yeah. Waiting. Rick Weir, no surprise about Missouri. They are red in the head like a noodle on a poodle. MAGA Central. They used to be a swing state. And I don't know what happened in Missouri, but the swing state just vanished. It's now a solidly red state. Is it from all the white flight from St. Louis? I don't know. Dario Salinas is getting a little nervous. Dig Dug Doink will boost West Coast, boost Harris by 90 votes. Yep. So we got, when Hawaii closes, they'll get, 4 votes. Washington should get 11. So that's another 15. So I'll put her up at 169 or so. And then we're just going to wait for these big ones to have more results in. Because that's what we're waiting on. Look back, Pennsylvania map. Philadelphia. Oh, wait. Oh, they have Philadelphia. So like 68%? I thought Philadelphia was higher than that. Why did I read that higher before? Oh, well. Philadelphia's at 68%. And 71 there. 45 there. 57. 51. Okay, so we still have. We're at 600,000, 68%. So we have about 400,000 more votes to be counted in Philadelphia, which should be about another 300,000 votes for her. And that is, I think, more than enough to overcome all of these red counties here. Because I don't think all these red counties even add up to 400,000 people when you add them all together. So, like, look at this. This guy's 97% in, there's 20,000 people in that county. 81% in, there's 20,000 people in that county. 75% in, there's 30,000 people in that county. So, yeah, the 400,000 votes just right here, which will be a 300,000 plus for Kamala, should be enough to pull Pennsylvania her way. And then Georgia, I don't know, making up any ground there. New Jersey, Trump made a little bit of ground in New Jersey, but they're 85% in. Are anything updates in Arizona? No. I'm going to hit the update button just to see if that will juice it a little bit. Right, little buddy? Huh? Yeah, anything different? Arizona? Nope. Arizona's still a long ways to go. Nevada still has a long ways to go because nothing's reported in Nevada. And, fat cat. 36 minutes to the next round. Don't step on the keyboard. You can sit on my lap. You can, or you can run away. One or the other. Do you want to run away? You can. You have power in you. Until then, I'm just going to scratch your butt. Oh, you can't make up your mind, can you? It's just too good. Bitcoin just hit all-time highs. Really? Treetop. Yeah, Trump. Okay, I just lost Treetop. He was reading the middle of that, and then it just reset. Sorry, Treetop. Where'd you go? Treetop? I lost you entirely. Treetop, where are you? There we go. Okay. Yeah, Trump won the electoral vote. The numbers don't add up for Kamala, but she might win the popular vote. I don't think so. I think she can still win the electoral vote, especially if he gets Pennsylvania. Remember, Pennsylvania has 300,000 Kamala voters alone, which will overcome that 200,000 or less than 200,000 vote gap just coming out of Philadelphia alone. She'll get Michigan. Wisconsin, yeah, I think she'll get Wisconsin. She still has a couple 100,000 votes in Milwaukee to come through. They're going to get Minnesota. They're still at 17% reporting in Minnesota. Arizona will be a question. It might be razor thin because Maricopa County, which is where most people live, Maricopa is 51% in, and it's 50.7 to 48.5 in Maricopa. So that, get another 50% in there. She gets another maybe 30,000 votes, maybe, and that might be enough to topple. But We still don't have any reporting in these smaller counties. Tucson's only half in, so, you know, yeah, some of these counties are teeny tiny. There's 65% in. There's only 20,000 votes here. There's 58% in. There's only 80,000 votes here so far. Yeah, we got. I think there's still some room. Maricopa County will be the one that. I don't think will be decided. I think it'll be pretty much 50-50 Maricopa. It's going to come down to Pima. Kind of make up the difference. But all right, Hazel A. It's too early, but I'm a bit shocked that America has already given him what they have. Yeah, I just seal the deal on those Great Lakes states, and then let it be over with. Yeah, she's starting to run away with it in Virginia. New Jersey, still about the same. I don't know why they still haven't called that one. But probably the same reason they haven't called North Carolina or Georgia. But, you know. It's 130,000 vote difference. So she is actually gaining North Carolina a little bit because it was 170 before. Okay, so some gaining going on there. Georgia is a 130,000 vote difference. So she actually gained in there. So, but there's only 9% left and 13% left. Must really be in some heavy urban blue areas for them not to be calling this right now. For those two. I don't know why New Jersey. New Jersey, the heavy blue areas, like we go in here where people live, right? Jersey City, 95%, 95, 95, 95. What's left to count? 85 there, 89, 90, 73. Like, none of people live here to overcome anything in New Jersey. So, Rick Weir, come on, Harris, I'm not ready to move abroad. I have a house to sell. JTB Houston, happy birthday. Do you think there's any credence to Clearwater? Yes, but only upon revival. Mike P wants Trump. Daniel Batchelor, Maryland passes abortion amendment. There you go. Christopher Falvey, this will not end well for the blue team. Total implosion. Again, I don't think total implosion. I still think this flips, that flips, that flips, that flips. This reports and it flips. And why they haven't called these for Trump yet, I still don't know. Same reason I don't know why they haven't called New Jersey. But that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. That has not changed. When we'll get the next round coming in. 30 minutes until Alaska and Hawaii close. And then Trump will get 3 more there. Harris will get 4 more there. And that'll be that. Hazel A. Red isn't even a Republican anymore. They are MAGA. You'd think enough regular Republicans would realize they are voting against democracy now. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Some of them, they think they're doing the right thing, even though history will not be kind to them. But yeah, Mike P says red landslide. Nah. Right now, Trump's got 51.6 the popular vote. But again, California is at 23% in, so that's 3 million. That's another 8 million votes to get counted at least there in California. So she won pretty handily, or he won pretty handily in Texas. Give him that. And Nebraska still within 45,000 votes, 50,000 votes. Oh, Minnesota just flipped blue. Oh, there we go. The big cities just came in Minnesota. Okay, so Minneapolis now at 94% reporting. St. Paul is at 93%. So the big cities just came in. Just flipped blue in a big way by 200,000 votes. In these places, there's nobody out there. Have you ever been to western Minnesota? I drove to Canada once, up to Timmins, Ontario. Came across North Dakota, and then came straight up the border on the Minnesota side of the border with North Dakota. And each town is like 300 people. And it was like a middle of the night. I'm driving through at 1 a.m. or whatever. And I hit this town, and then there's like a grocery store size strip club at the beginning of town. You pass by like 5 stores, and then there's a grocery size strip club at the other end of town. And you drive through a bunch of farm fields to hit the next town. It was that way the entire way up to Canada. It was pretty phenomenal how many strip clubs. And all I could think driving through this area was, you must be watching your sister strip, because there's nobody else. It's your sister, it's your cousin. You guys all have to be related to each other. That's why they have 2 strip clubs, so that the families can like go to the other strip club and like watch the few people who aren't related to them or something. It's phenomenal. I recommend it to just witness how many strip clubs are. There's like more strip clubs in these tiny little towns than there is in the entire Seattle area. It blows my mind. Okay. So currently in Michigan, Jill Stein doesn't have that many votes. Doesn't look like people are really breaking Jill Stein's way at the moment. Kamala is up by 6,000. Let's see if Detroit's any more reporting. Detroit, nope. Wayne County's still at 16%. So there's a lot more votes to come there. Pennsylvania, how you doing? Pennsylvania, still, it's no longer 200,000 vote gaps, about 190. Arizona, anything? Nope. Georgia? Nope. North Carolina? Nope. All right. Continue to scroll. TikTok doink. Judges did grant extra polling time to like 3 or 4 places. Talking about Nevada. Okay. B-ball 3710. He thought Florida and Iowa would flip blue. Off by about 10 points. That I am. Iowa, how'd you turn out? About 170,000 vote difference in Iowa, with Trump taking the win there. Florida is a big, almost 1.3 million vote, well, almost 1.4 million vote lead. But then again, Florida shot themselves in the foot by not voting in pot and abortion. So housing value is going to drop even more. The schools are going to get even worse. That's what everyone's going to deal with. Just bodies as fake bomb threat shit is wild. Indeed. Dang, a batch of people still in line for same-day registration here in Connecticut. Dang. Connecticut still isn't reporting very much. They're at 27% reported. Robert Evans says, Richie Evans says, RC sucking Trump again. It happens. Dan Bachelor. Law says if they are in line, they can still vote, which is what I'm for either way. KH Droids, is Harris still going to win in Houston? I think so. I still think she's got it. Need to call Washington already. Up 500,000 votes, so 62% in. Just make that one a solid blue. Make Minnesota solid blue also. That's just going to get bigger and bigger. Illinois. Oh, that's solid. Michigan. Oh, Michigan just flipped. Uh-oh. Wisconsin. Still waiting on a bunch of that. So, yeah, here we wait. Twiddle those thumbs. Got another 6-7 hours until they go, oh, too tired to count, and then they call it for a day. AP just called North Carolina for Trump. All right. So they just called that. I can believe that. In Georgia, 91% in. 10% is about 200,000 votes. I don't think there's enough in Georgia to make up for that either. About 400,000 votes. So you have to get all of them in order to pass that. Yeah, I don't think there's enough votes in either of these places to make up for it. So probably North Carolina, Georgia might be red. I still understand why they haven't called New Jersey. Doesn't make any sense to me. or Connecticut, or New Hampshire, or most of Maine. They should be stacking those in this column over here along with Washington and New Mexico, because he's not making that up in New Mexico. Dick Dog Doink, I love how RC literally says nothing like ever, but is now tweeting dumb crap during the election. It's his prerogative. People will treat it how they treat it. But yeah, Lost Wave says I came here to see Houston cry. Whatever floats your boat, my man. Bob Clipfius Super Chats. Houston, should I go to bed worried? I just got back from a watch party in the Netherlands, and the last 2 hours got me worried. North Carolina for Trump and Georgia. I think North Carolina is going to go for Trump and Georgia. I think she's got Virginia. I think she will get Pennsylvania in the end. I think she will get Wisconsin and Michigan in the end. So those ones are all you need, and then you have the presidency. And then Arizona can go either way, but there's still a whole bunch of votes to count down in Pima County, which is slanted heavily towards Harris. No reports for Nevada yet. So, I think at this point, you could probably seal Minnesota, Washington, New Mexico, Virginia, New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, all those guys, or Harris. Lock those suckers in. Anybody will lock in Hawaii. You'll have a lock for Alaska, mostly Nebraska, and Georgia, North Carolina for Trump, I think, at this point. So if we go to our 270 to win map, basically what I think is going to happen is what we see. I think she's going to get Pennsylvania in the end, so I put Pennsylvania blue. So it'd be 291 Harris to 247 Trump at this point. And she could still lose either Arizona or Nevada and be fine. Actually, she could lose both of those and still technically win. She'd be 274. So basically, she just needs these lake states and Virginia, and she's got the presidency. So we go back to here. Wisconsin, he's ahead by 60,000 votes. We look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee's only 58% in so far. So that's definitely going to be overcome. So that is 250, 60. That's 58%. So it's another 200,000 votes, which means another 100,000 for her to overcome that. And the rest of these counties just don't have the population, I think, to really do anything about it. Yeah, Madison's mostly in. So these two counties are the ones that you have to look at to really see the difference, and it's gonna come from Milwaukee. And then same thing over here in Michigan. Michigan's at 38% in, but Detroit, Wayne County's only at 16% in, which means they have another like 800,000 votes to count. And that this isn't enough votes in the rest of the state to make up for what's coming in Wayne County. So I think she's got that as well. And Pennsylvania, still got a 200,000 vote difference here, 210,000 vote difference, and then you still have, it's at 70%. That's at 600,000, 550,000. So another 300,000 votes or so to go in Philadelphia, and she's winning it almost 80-20. And then these outside counties, you have, it's here. That's there, 71%. That's 100 and 200. So you have about 100,000 votes to go there. 1, 2, 3, 260 at 80. About 75,000 votes there. You have 200, 300, 57. So you have about 225,000 votes to go here. In those, Philadelphia's up 77-21, 60-40, 54-44, 64-34. So that's 3, 1, 2. So about 600,000 votes to go, and probably going to take it 65-35 in those last few counties waiting to be counted. So, yeah, Pennsylvania, win. I think across the end. Hey, Nevada reported something. Oh my goodness, 2% in. Which county? This big Nye County here. So no one lives in Nye County. But it's reported. Hi, kitten. You coming back to join us again? Are you? Are you a little joiner kitten? All right. Oh my goodness, my head is like getting sore from looking at this screen. I'd usually look at this screen the entire time because that's where the people chats are. And I'm looking over here, and my neck is like, you're at 3 hours of doing this, man. Almost 4 hours of doing this. Ugh. I think we're at the record for the longest Houston streamed and said the same thing over and over again. Due diligence. Someone told me a good joke. I don't want to pick a side, but in 2 weeks I will write a letter to the new president, and it will start with, "Dear Mr. President-elect." That's true. Or Mrs. President-elect. Silver Spox. Imagine if RC supports Trump winning and Moas still doesn't start because Ken Griffin gets Treasury job. Ta-da! Can you map a bit larger? I can map a bit larger. Let's make that guy there. Got to click on that. And over my shoulder a little bit. Like that? Does that work? Or I can actually tuck that. Whoa. No, I want... Dang it. Yeah. There we go. And then I can go like that. All right. Map a little bit larger. That works. You can still see Meaty Mama down there. You can still see the monkey butt. Still see my head most of the time. Jam in between these two. Dunk. Hopefully HW cries Tears of Joy. We might. Just call Washington already. Jeez, my knees. 500,000, 63% in. Yeah, call that one. Minnesota is 52% in. Still has 160,000 vote lead. Wisconsin, 67,000 vote lead for Trump. 100,000 vote lead in Michigan. Impressive. And it's still about 200,000 in Pennsylvania. So they just called North Carolina here. So North Carolina's in the Trump column. Have not called Georgia yet. Although the vote in Georgia is 130,000, but 91% in. Virginia is now running away with it. They're 150,000 up. New Jersey is still 200,000. New Jersey is still about 200,000. Connecticut still counting. Meow. Do. RC responded to Greg again as well. What do we got here? Ryan Cohen. So this was, if I refresh this guy. New York Times, a Trump victory at 79%. Bet Joe Biden is voting for Donald Trump. And replies. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Greg. Well, there you go. He responded with the other hi. All right. You. Back to you. Avocado's delayed getting here. What have I missed? Well, it's a doozy. It's a nail biter. That's for sure. Waiting for a bunch to come in Nevada. We've only had Nye County come in so far. Arizona hasn't done an update in a while. Oh, they did. They did a little update. So Trump's still ahead by 7,000 in Arizona. Wisconsin, we're waiting for a lot of votes to come out of Milwaukee. We're waiting for a boatload of votes to come out of Detroit, Wayne County, which is still at 16%. So they haven't updated anything in like an hour or two. And we're still waiting for hundreds of thousands of votes to come in from the cities in Pennsylvania. So, twiddle. Bex, Super Chats, Houston, being born on election day must be stressful. Can you move the map count pane down a little bit? The little numbers are cut off. Oh, sorry. Yes. Whoops, wrong way. That way. There we go. Sorry. I gotta pay attention to that. Oh, you little lap cat. Kitten's back in the lap again. Dave R says, drill, baby, drill, MMTLP. Avocados delayed getting... Oh, I just read that one. Sincere 206. In the end, I'll be happy if Houston admits he underestimates the sexism and racism in this country. Oh, there's tons of sexism. There's tons of racism in this country. Absolute boatload of it. And when I point it out, people were like, how dare you say there's that many? It's usually the other side that's saying that, though. B-Ball 3710. Hopefully identity politics dies tonight. Trump wins, I won't be the only people dying. I kid, but not really. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Still not calling Washington? Come on, dude. All right. Due diligence. Trump just shot up to 90.1% on Polymarket. Ace Ventura says someone will definitely win. Ronnie E92 told you yesterday Trump was going to get Pennsylvania. I just don't think he's going to get Pennsylvania. There's so many votes left to be counted in the urban areas. Almost all the votes are in the hillbilly zones. So, yeah, it's a 200,000 vote difference. And there's 600,000 votes in these counties alone waiting to be counted. So, that's more than enough, especially when it's like Philadelphia is almost 80-20. There's a couple 100,000 votes waiting to be counted there. This place is 60-40. There's still over 100,000 votes waiting there. This place is 54-44, and there's 100,000 votes waiting there. Montgomery is 60-40, and there's over 100,000 votes waiting to count there. That's enough in these 4 counties alone to make up for everything that's going on in these counties. So I think there's still enough. I think it's still enough to do it. Pull it out in Pennsylvania. Nevada still has only 9 county reporting. Arizona has not done anything new. Wisconsin, the lead just got smaller again, so my guess is Milwaukee must have done some reporting. Yep. Oh, nope. No, Milwaukee has not done any reporting. Interesting. So, spin that wheel. Just Body says they're all the same. It's really such a brainlet take. Literally, baby's first political stance. Dave R, Mr. Houston. That is a wonderful shirt for a 4th of July car show with fireworks and ribs music, and a good time shirt. It is. This is actually my day before 4th of July shirt. My actual 4th of July shirt is an American flag that one of you sent me. It feels like it's made from an actual American flag. Dig Dug Doink, come on, Michigan, don't be la. Don't be me. Don't be lame. Okay. Christy, marathon stream for you tonight. Eh, Houston? Yep. We are marathoning away. Right, Fat Cat? You cool with that? Yeah. Hey, kitten. You should go over there and hang out with the fat guy. He can groom you or something. Aaron Heiss, I'm in Wisconsin. I'm only seeing the smallest, reddest precincts reported. Real-time unofficial data comes on each county website, and the bluest places haven't reported yet. Well, there you go. But that was an hour ago, so. North of Turf, just stress, ate a Snickers pecan. Didn't taste that different. Honestly, Snickers have peanuts in them, right? Who knows if I had no difference. Tom Zerlotka, how you holding up? Pretty well. My neck is sore from looking at that screen. And I've got a kitten clinging onto my thigh as if it's going to run away. That should be holding onto my lap. So I'm trying not to wince from the pain that comes through every once in a while. BofH, Houston, my money is on another Dewey versus Truman. Oh, you said that one earlier. Yep. Hazel A, where's Ross? I don't know. Tell him to come on by. Just Bodies, Houston, you see this shit about North Korean soldiers finding out about the internet and porn? someone was asking me about that. And apparently, the North Korean soldiers have had their first taste of the internet and have become obsessively addicted to pornography. And are essentially useless in the Ukrainian front. Which I don't know if that's true, but I find it quite hilarious that porn is what's going on. They'd be like, I did not know this could be a thing. So, hilarious. Hilarious. Tom Zerlaka, what if Kamala loses? 2 women lost to Trump. It could happen. It could definitely happen. We've got 30, 40, 50 million more votes. They just locked in Washington finally. Still not locked in New Jersey. Still not locked in Connecticut. Still not locked in New Hampshire or the 3 from Maine or Virginia. In Virginia, she's pulling ahead. She's up 170,000 now in Virginia. Still not done anything about Georgia. Georgia, the difference is 130,000. And they 2% in. So it's about the same. Michigan. Detroit still not reported. Detroit still is not reported. Detroit hasn't reported anything in almost 2 hours. So, interesting. Ow! That one did get me. Okay, here. You should come up here. You should go right there like that. That's what you should do. You should go right there and just nap on that. Don't slide. Don't slide. Just, how about right there? There we go. There we go. Okay. Victor from California, how are those puts doing? Well, before close there, it was up 22%. Then there was a big rocket and then a fall off. And what's it doing on the 24-hour market? I should look that up. It is trading on the 24-hour market, isn't it? Boop. I gotta open up that app to see a 24-hour market. Where are you? Oh, rocketed back up again. So it dropped off to 37. It's rocketed back up to 48. Sitting at 47 right now. So we'll have to see when the big cities come in. Exactly what everyone's thinking for the early morning. So nothing new's come in Arizona. Nothing new has come in Nevada. Nothing really new in Wisconsin yet. And nothing interesting happening in Michigan. Pennsylvania? Oh, he gained a little bit of lead again. But have we had any... No, nothing new there. Nothing new there. Oh, you're 80% now. So, right, and you are at 68 still. So a little bit in Chester County, but nothing new in the big cities yet in Pennsylvania. Right, buddy? Okay. Kevin Saunders, how can we call a race if it's not even done 50% reporting? Well, you look at polling, right? If you go, oh, this state last time, so-and-so won by 20 points. And you look at the current polls and say, hey, it's going to be like a 15 to 20 point lead. The first results come in and you're like, all right, there's nothing from any demographic that can overcome this. And they just call it because there's not enough, of the votes that would come in, there wouldn't be anything that could overcome, the outcome at that point. So like here in Washington, it's at 63% reporting. She's up by over 500,000 votes. And, King County, there's over 1 million votes in King County alone, and they're at 63% reporting. And out here in these small little counties, there's 12,000 votes, there's 3,000 votes, there's 9,000 votes, right? So there's just not enough population in any of these little counties to make up for just the 1 million votes alone in King County. So it's where are you going? You going that way? Make up your mind, dude. So that's just how it runs. It's math in the end, really. In California, 43% reporting. She's up by almost 2 million votes. It's a 60-40 situation, 61-36 in California. So, woo. Decision Desk has called Georgia for Trump. Very possible. It's 120,000. She's gained a little bit with that 93%. She's gained another 10,000 votes. But I don't know if the next 7% she can gain 120,000 out of that next 7% that count. She might be able to gain 70, which won't be enough. So, but I think there's more than enough in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Rick Weir, Southeast Asia is cheap and the girls are hot and they like Americans. Well, if America is a big giant loser country, maybe they won't like us that much anymore. Antonio Baez Harris behind compared to Biden at the same time. Very possible. Any updates there? No updates there. No updates there. I'll give it a refresh just to make sure it's not something on their gooey side. Michael Harrow. I'm in Philadelphia. If she wins Pennsylvania and also wins the electoral count, you can thank me for the win. I will, Michael. I will. Avocados. Well, if the Republicans win, I will be convinced Russia and China are involved, or this country has gotten super, super, super dumb. Why not both? Who pootered? Is that you, fat cat? Goodness gracious. Avocado. Oh, I did that one. BFH. Yeah, Trump is at 207. Sure. Harris will flip at least 2 allegedly called states. I guarantee it. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, she's running away with it in Virginia now. New Jersey. She's running away with it in New Jersey. The lead just got bigger again. New Jersey. With 85% in. If you're going to call North Carolina, you better call Virginia, New Jersey, and Connecticut, and New Hampshire, and Maine. And Minnesota. There's no way they're making up for that. Wisconsin. The lead shrunk to 80,000. Has Milwaukee done any reporting? Milwaukee has done no reporting. So it's all smaller counties that are doing the reporting on this. In Michigan, the lead is at a little more than 100,000 and has Detroit done any reporting. Wayne County has done no reporting. So again, 2 hours, Wayne County has reported nothing. Interesting. Rose Moon, I want to get the hell out of Texas as soon as I can. Do it. Rick Wheeler, come on, Puerto Rico voters. You know you hate the bastard. Well, that's a lot of them are going to be because a lot of the Puerto Rico voters didn't do early voting. And they're just having to show up the day of in Pennsylvania. Dog Mom. Oh, thank God you're on, Houston. I need a calm voice. We are here. You mod. We cooked? Matt says, let's go Trump. Avocados, Houston, we love you, but can we make you smaller and Matt bigger? I did make the map bigger since then, so hopefully that's enough. Rick Weir, Illinois is Bluetooth surrounded by red. Jesus, so too many rednecks. B-Ball, MSNBC is talking nonstop bomb threats, so there must not be any good Kamala news. I think it's gonna turn out all right for these 3. I think these 3 states. I think she takes 3 of them. Those 3 right there. And it'll be toss up on these 2, but I think stats wise, she's gonna take them. Just bodies, to be honest, not even just the U.S., but worldwide. I'm tired of the motherfuckers whose only thought process is, lol, you mad? Drinking your tears? Like, bruh, you might as well be a bot. Yeah, the whole ethos of everything you do is just to piss someone else off is like undeveloped frontal lobe, 6th grade bully mentality. And it won't serve you or anyone well long term, short term. You might get a little endorphin rush from it, like, I pissed that guy off. But then you're just going to die sad and alone. Once your kids turn 18, they will never talk to you again. It's just kind of how it works, right, monkey? Come here. Come here, say hi. Yeah? Yeah, are you doing all right? Are you happy, dog? Yes? You have no idea what's going on, nor do you care. You just know this is your 3rd presidential election. You've lived through 3 presidential elections, monkey. Isn't that crazy? Your first one was 2016. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. All right. And click the refresh button again. So I want updates. Here we are. It's 9:00 p.m. on the West Coast. We're not getting any updates. And Georgia, nothing's changed there. Pennsylvania, 200 and change behind there. It's 100 change in Wisconsin. It is about 97 in Wisconsin make up Michigan. It's about 100 and change. In New Jersey, just call it for New Jersey already. All right. Christopher Falvey, Houston, someone left change in their laundry. Really? Rick Weir, I just had fish tacos in Cancun. They're epic. Well, that's good to know. Avocados, let's make a pool. I say it's jeans, buttons, rivets. Oh, you're hearing, is there laundry going? Is that what they're hearing? I've had the headphones on with CBS News here like the entire time. Okay. CBS News has it 173, so they just called looks like Hawaii and someone else for them. Maybe in Mexico as well. Oh, now at 182. Okay, Harris at 182, Trump's at 230 for this one. Okay. All right. It'd be kind of delicious if she wins the electoral vote by a smidge and loses the popular vote. Just see a vessel pop in Trump's head. But I think she's going to get the popular vote as well as electoral vote in the end. Especially since California still has 50% of its votes to count. More 50%, 54%. So that will tack on another 4 or 5 million there. Another 2 million there. So she'll be almost caught up just with California alone. Oh, I'm going to attack my foot. You got another wave of energy there, little kitten? Okay. Your dad should be home in like 20 minutes. Oh, ow. You're climbing me. Okay. Lap cat. Yes. Well, actually, I should get like a bib with a shelf, and I think the cat would like that. All right? You think that'd be good? A cat bib shelf. Hmm. Yeah. You little buddy. Dallas Morris, DJT on a complete tear right now. Can't imagine what it's going to do in the morning at market open. Well, if he's way ahead, it's going to rocket, and I will have lost it all on those puts. But again, we're looking at 600,000 votes left to be counted around Philadelphia alone, and that is more than enough to make up for this. Like, they were ahead by 200,000 votes. They're now ahead by 170. So it's already shrinking. Here, they were ahead by over 100,000. Now it's it's a little bit over 100,000. But Wayne County hasn't done reporting. And there's 800,000 votes left to be counted here, and they've done no reporting. So it's a lot to go. A lot to go. Then Wisconsin has Milwaukee done reporting since then? No. Milwaukee's done zero reporting. It's been an hour or two for Milwaukee since they reported anything. Ooh, the voice is getting sore. Seal the deal on that one. Arizona, they got another 4,000 votes counted. Still really close there. Nevada only has Nye County reporting, so nothing's coming in there. Yep. Yeah, she's run away with it in Minnesota. Eh. Cats. Jay Geyser, you can fix with Dark Reader. Go in, check, customize per web page, change dynamic plus etc. The map you can't read. Oh, the Guardian one. Yeah, I didn't bother. I got plenty of other maps to stare at. So, this one called New Jersey. This one called New Jersey and Connecticut. This one will not called New Jersey and Connecticut yet. Armando Antunes, Houston, how do you think this will turn out in the end? Well, but I don't know if we'll get the votes counted in these we'll get results. I mean, it's past midnight. They may have been like, that's all the counting we're going to do. Everyone go to bed. And we might not even hear what comes out of Wayne County until they start counting more votes tomorrow. So that's why they haven't reported. Same thing with Milwaukee. Pennsylvania still got returns coming in. Philadelphia is still reporting. It's still almost 80-20 in there. Still 60-40. Still 54-44. Still 60-40. So you're at 76% with 577, 627. So it still leaves almost 300,000 votes to be counted. About 250,000 votes in just Philadelphia alone. Which at 80-20 is enough to make up for the entire Republican lead just in Philadelphia. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, no, that one got a little smaller. And got actually a little bigger for Trump there. So more red counties reporting in Michigan. Leviticus, I'm back. Is it Jover? Nope. BB3710, maybe chance of GOP sweeping President, Senate, House? Maybe popular vote? No. Let's look at Nebraska Senate. No, looks like... oh, no, Deb Fischer just pulled ahead in the Nebraska Senate. Oh, shit. Dan Osborne might have the legs in Nebraska. We got reporting in Nebraska. 64% in. Oh, my. What's left? Omaha is at 80%. Lincoln's at 60%. Well, Dan Osborne could still pull ahead. We have a bunch of red counties here left to be counted. So, I mean, it might end up being 51-49 if he doesn't pull it off. We'll see. See if Dan Osborne can do it. Christopher Fadley. It's a quarter. I was you guys listen to a quarter go chinkly clink 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 the entire time for like the last hour. Don Sushim, hello, parasocial friend, just tuning in. This is depressing. All you need is that one, and that one. And she has the presidency. That's it. That's all you need. So I'm not too worried that she's not going to get these. I think there's still the population to get those three. And then she also can get those two as well. Avocados to hear a repairman find tons of folding money under dryer drums. Really? When I was in high school, my friend would always borrow his dad's pants because he'd always find $20 he could use for gas in them, and his dad would never know. He's like, "Oh, let's wear these pants. Whoop, $20, sweet." Avocados may have to swig some Benadryl and go to bed, and look in the AM. Half this country depresses me. That's true. Juice Miami, so many people taking victory laps on X. If she wins, oh boy, I think she can still pull it out. Any updates in Georgia? So it's down to 120. So she did gain another 10% without having the estimated vote return change at all. So, Georgia might be interesting. We'll see where that one goes. Blind Bunny says, lol, America will get the president they deserve. They'll have to fight hard to win democracy back if Harris loses. Well, I think the theories that Trump gets in office and then J.D. Vance 25th Amendments him and takes over are pretty good. And J.D. Vance's J.D. Vance's whole philosophy is that America should be run by a monarch. So I don't see it ending well for folks, especially with like the whole weird Opus Dei / women are nothing but like birthing machines that don't deserve rights. Will play very well in the long run, but could strip a lot of rights from people in the short term, and may lead to the balkanization of America as a result, right? You know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, they just called Virginia. Okay, so they called Virginia for her. Still haven't called New Jersey. Still haven't called Connecticut. Okay. Let me give that another refresh there. Delos Morris, lol. He keeps asking for Supercharger because he needs money to help out with them puts he bought on DJ. Oh, super chats. Well, I mean, if you don't send me super chats, then I don't see the. Oh, jeez, man! Did you just knock the cat off thing? All right, Monkey, you checking in? Monkey, don't be a dick. He's like, the fat cat lost. I'm gonna pick on him. So, I mean, hey, why else would I be doing the show? All right. Avocados, maybe all the blue dots can pool their resources and buy out Dick's Halfway In. Well, Dick's Halfway In is in deep red Missouri. Isn't it down here near the Ozarks? So it's like deep red Missouri down there. Kansas City finally reported. They're only that's it. 92%, only 130,000 votes there. Interesting. Well, no chance taking over in Missouri, that's for sure. They didn't have an abortion on the vote in Missouri, too. Whisker Biscuit, former hedge fund CEO, mine in Senate seat in Pennsylvania. I wonder why he would ever want to be in a position of power. Exactly. Michael Ahero, if they made a pineapple hot sauce, I bet you put that on pizza. Oh, dude, you ever had a pineapple salsa? Oh, there's a place called Taco Taco, which is a little burrito place in Waimea on the Big Island, and they had a pineapple salsa and a lime salsa, and they were so good. Oh, I put that stuff on a taco. Joe wants Trump 2024. Confusing. I don't enjoy hypochondriac advertising. Yeah, I don't think you should be allowed to advertise prescription drugs. Period. Just if you need it, your doctor will tell you need it. That should be it. Michael Harrow, Houston. Anything west of Philadelphia smells like cow farts. And let that refresh again. Tony Bruch, what does red mean on that map? It means the current leader is a light red. Current leader is light blue, depending on if it's Harris or Trump. The solid, big, deep color reds and blues means that they called those states for those people. So Pennsylvania, we are at, shrunk the lead again. So it's about a 170,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Michigan, 163. So they've gained, but I bet Wayne County has not reported yet. And Wayne County has not reported yet. So again, Wayne County, 800,000 votes left to be counted there, and have not reported a darn thing. And then Wisconsin, it is a 94,000 vote lead for Trump, and my guess is Milwaukee is not reported. And Milwaukee is not reported. So, continuing our waiting. Georgia is 121. No, 119. So she's gained a little bit again. In Georgia. Arizona's really coming slow. He's coming at like 5,000 votes at a time. So he's got not quite 11,000 vote lead there, and still only one county reporting in all of Nevada, just Nye County. That and that are what matter. Well, all right. Smurfqueef Moreno beat Brown for Ohio Senator. Really? So maybe they'll take 52. 52-48 in the Senate. Oh my. Okay, I'm an hour behind in the chat. Pinhole Photography. Trump will go down history as the man who prevented the first female president twice. Perhaps. August says, and the fun begins. Just bodies. This motherfucker said, wiping the floor. I did. G Font. I guess that Chris Rose guy won his seat in West Virginia. Good news for MMTLP. All right. Charles Bonson. Flow. Johnny Boomerang. What happened to the steamroll I've been touting for months, Houston? Well, it's not happening yet. We'll see if she ekes it out. That's for sure. Jimmy Like Eggs thinks we're after Dems win. Michael Tucker, Kamala's strategy of not articulating policies was idiotic. She did articulate policies, and Trump doesn't have a single policy. Which I find interesting. Like, I saw an interesting video today. Some girl's having a fight with her mom, and her mom's like, "You're just a stupid hippie liberal." And the girl's like, "Name a single Trump policy." And she couldn't. And the mom's like, "Well, name some Kamala policies." She named off 5. And the mom's like, "Well, I own this house. You get the fuck out." Like, just, yeah, name a Trump policy. There's Trump ideas, like deport everybody. Okay. How are you going to do that? Camps. Taking a bunch of people from other federal agencies. Okay, so you're going to give up, investigative powers, like get FBI, DEA, ATF doing investigations on actual criminals, and you're going to take them to do roles they aren't trained to do in languages they don't speak in order to deport 20 million people and destroy the U.S. GDP and make food insecurity like the number one concern for everybody. That's quite the policy. Meanwhile, Kamala's tax policies cuts about $1 trillion out of the deficit and saves the average American family $5,000 a year. $5,000 a year more than Trump's tax policy. So if you care about money, then why are you voting for somebody who's going to ensure that you're paying more money in taxes each year? While the super wealthy, the billionaires, are going to pay much, much less while blowing up our deficit. So that's why you got to have Elon go in there and slash $2 trillion out of the budget. Good luck, dude. It's not going to be space contracts you're going to cut that stuff out of, are you? No, you're going to find, we're going to get rid of highways and bridges and schools and medical research and all the things that make the quality of life worth living in the United States. We'll sell off all the national parks to oil companies and then why even live here anymore? It would just be like China on steroids with environmental destruction without the infrastructure that China has. So, people who are celebrating for Trump right now, you won't be in the end. You'll be like, this sucks. Why? Because he's a fucking moron with a very evil streak in him. He is. He's mean as hell. He's greedy as hell, and he's a grifter criminal. He's going to use the office to enrich himself even more, just like he did the last time around. And he won't care about your life, your well-being, anything else. I don't know why I'm preaching. Everyone's already voted by now. But, yeah, so here we go. All right. Wisconsin shrunk that a little bit. Now it's at 93. Michigan is at 160, 163, and my bet is no. Detroit just did a little bit. They're at 24%, so they did report a teeny tiny little amount in Wayne County. Well, there you go. All right, noted. They still haven't called New Jersey. I don't know why. She's still at 200,000 there with 87% in. They still have not called Connecticut here. I don't know why. They're at 43%, and she's handily winning there. And Georgia's still at 93. They've not done anything new in Georgia yet. Arizona? Nothing new in Arizona. Nothing new in Wayne County. Hit the refresh again. Okay. KCTB election results are in for Door County, Wisconsin. Has predicted all presidents' last 5 elections. Harris won. Harris Walls, Dem, 10,564. Trump, 10,098. So it's really close there in Harris County. Or sorry, not Harris County. Door County. Where's Door County, Wisconsin? So is that Door County? That's Naomi, Eclair, Ashland, Bayfield, Douglas, Iowa, Lafayette, Green, Brock. Oh, there's Door County. There it is. 95% in, so they got a couple more votes still coming. Interesting. Milwaukee reported? Milwaukee has reported nothing. Okay. Here we sit. Milwaukee reporting nothing. 36 minutes till Alaska closes. Okay. We continue. I have to go get some of that snack on here. POH laughing at California being called for Harris with 0% of the vote. The press is consistent when it comes to calling on low percentages. Yunhua Stevens, betting markets have Trump winning 92%, and you say long ways to go. Definitely. Again, let's look at Michigan. Michigan, there is a 167,000 vote difference. Okay. But Detroit here has it's a 60-40 at the moment. We're not seeing a precinct by precinct breakdown of this yet. But it's 24% in. So we still have 76% of the vote left to count, which, if we do quick math here, 126 plus 85, that's 210, 15. So if that's 24%, where's my calculator? Calculator. Clear. 215 divided by 24 times 100. That means there's 895,000 votes total to count, which means there's 680,000 votes left to count, and at current results of basically 60-40, so that means times 0.6, there's 408,000 Harris votes to come just from Wayne County alone. And there's a less than 200,000 vote lead. So, there's a long way to go, especially for states like Michigan and Wisconsin, where the large cities have not done very much reporting. You go to Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia is 78% in, and that is basically 80-20, so 484, 128, that's 584, 604, 612. Okay. So clear 612. Oops. Clear 612 divided by 78. That times 100. Okay, so that's 784. And it was divided by what number again? I already forgot. 408. Okay. So minus 408. Okay, so there's 376,000 votes left to count in Philadelphia. And that's breaking almost 80-20. So, 0.8 means there's another 301,000 votes for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia waiting to be counted. What's the difference total in the state? There's 150,000 vote difference, 160,000 vote difference total. So that's more than enough in just Philadelphia alone. Plus you have multiple counties that have a lot of votes left to count that have not been counted yet. And there isn't very many people out here. It's 95, 95, 98, 96, 96, 95, 95. So there isn't too many counties left where there's anything for Trump to gain. So that's why mathematically you can't call it yet for Trump, because you've got 400,000 or 500,000 Harris votes compared to maybe 150,000, 200,000 Trump votes. So she could still pull it out pretty easily in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Georgia, on the other hand, I haven't had recent updates from Georgia. There's 7% of the vote left to count. I personally don't think she's going to pull it out. She might, but I don't think so. She shaved off quite a bit the last couple of votes. They're at almost 200,000. Now it's at 119,000 vote difference. Arizona's slow as snot. Nothing's come out of there. Nevada, really slow. So, yeah, we got a long ways to go. KCTB Senate wins confirmed for Republicans. Bummer, man. We got Dan Osborne doing anything new? No vote change there. Any vote change there? Still 69%. BFH, does Cohen know that Trump is and Cohen is his primary target demographic in all the wrong ways? I mean, immigrants, Jew, I'd be wary. KC, Houston, what's your personal opinion about the probability of Kamala wins at this point? I think it's pretty good. We can go back to the 270 map. And, so got 270 map here. Whoops, come on. Scroll back. There we go. And with these unknown, and so right now, unknown, whoops, and unknown. That's the way I see it. I think locked in. I think Virginia's locked in. Illinois is locked in. Minnesota's probably locked in. Maryland's locked in. Delaware's locked in. I think Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont. I think all these. Whoops, ow. Are locks. You little kitten. You stupid little sharp. Well, why is Idaho? Idaho is definitely red. Why are you blue? Did someone make you blue? You are definitely red. Whoops. Come on. Make you dark blue. Dark blue. You're dark red. Dark red. Come on, why did you turn blue? What order does this thing go in? Oh, shit. Okay. Make all these dark. Nope. Come on, get dark. These ones that are... Okay. And turn dark. Why you turn blue? Why is the first thing you do is turn blue? It makes no sense. Okay. But you... stupid ad keeps... Go away, ads. Come on. Turn dark red. I'm going to do this forever. It's useless. Okay. So right here, without these being called, right? Trump's at 248. Harris is at 229. let's say Michigan gets called, right? I think she has a good chance to pick that up. There we go. 244, 248. Now it becomes like a real horse race, right? You need 22 here, and you need 26 there. All right. Who's going to get it? Maybe Trump's gets Arizona. Right? So now he just needs 11, which means if he gets Wisconsin and not those two, he loses. If he gets Pennsylvania, he wins. Right? So let's say Harris gets Pennsylvania. Come on, turn blue. 263. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right? So now we are in definite horse race territory. It's going to come down to Wisconsin and Nevada. Well, she gets Nevada. Come on, turn blue. And he gets Wisconsin. Come on. Oops. There we go. 269, 269. We're in fuck you territory, right? But I don't think the math works out. I think she's got Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. She's got this thing. She probably takes Nevada, and she probably takes Arizona as well. So I think at this point, 290, 248. I was really hoping she'd break 300. I was really hoping that she would take a North Carolina or Georgia and break 300. But I still think in the end it's going to be her. Right now, he's got the leadership, but they haven't really called a lot of states for her, especially on this map we've been looking at. Like, they've not called New Jersey yet. They've not called Connecticut, not called New Hampshire, not called Maine. And they should. And they should call New Mexico as well, because she's going to win New Mexico. So, they took the results out of Nevada. So, Nye County did not report. What the hell is going on there? Were they not supposed to report? People still standing in line? They got in trouble? Let's do a refresh on that, because they just took away the votes in Nevada from reporting. Huh. That's interesting. That would shrink again. Oh, got a little bit more reporting in Wisconsin. Okay. In Milwaukee. All right. So the numbers start to come in Milwaukee, and that lead's starting to shrink. So the lead now is down to 94,000. All right. Michigan, the lead is at 190, about 184. And is Detroit done any more reporting? Nope. Detroit's done no reporting. Okay. So, Pennsylvania, what do you got for us? The lead is at 170 or so. Anything new coming out of there? Nope. 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 So nothing coming out of those ones yet. Georgia. Nothing new from Georgia. Arizona got a little bit in. Arizona is like coming in and just drips. So Maricopa, still ahead by a smidge. Tucson, this is going to be the one I think. I think Pima is what's going to make the difference. As Pima's half in, leading over 62-36. And that would be enough to overcome anything from the other parts of the state. There's no one living there. That's Navajo country, Apache Navajo. And that's probably going to be, will probably turn out blue. Not very many people live there, so that won't make much of a difference. 65, 54. Well, there's a good chunk of voters here. Pretty red. But I think Pima will probably be the difference maker when they report. Johnny Boomerang, if Harris loses Houston, will blame it on the polls. The same polls that falsely predicted Hillary would win. Don't blame the polls, Houston. Blame yourself for being arrogant. Johnny Boomerang, suck a fat one. Hillary won. She won by 3 million votes in 2016. So the polls were accurate in saying that she'd win. What it came down to is Michigan. Look at Michigan. Okay. So Michigan here, right? These guys. Wayne County is where the population of Michigan lives. That's where half the state of Michigan basically is. And Wayne County threw out 75,000 votes. There were basically like 80-20 for Hillary Clinton. And then Trump ended up winning Michigan by 10,000 votes. Now here, I'll take you down. I'm gonna make the scene big so I can take you down a little rabbit hole here. Turn that on. That will make you big. Let's look at 2004 election Michigan. 2004 state presidential election Michigan. John Kerry, George W. Bush. John Kerry wins the state, 2.4 million votes. George W. Bush loses the state, 2.3 million votes. Okay, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put that into... Where is it? There it is. Into there. Okay. So I'm going to put it into our paint, just so you know. Text. Bam. Boom. Nope. Text. Bam. All right. So, boom. There's how much Bush lost Michigan in 2004. Okay. Next up will be 2016 presidential election. Oops, not that one. That one. Gotta turn Chrome back on. We'll do 2016 Michigan election. Okay. Trump, 2,279,543. Okay. So, we bring our paint back up here. We bring our Chrome back up there. Bam. Boom. Trump loses Michigan in 2000. Oh, sorry, Trump wins Michigan. Sorry. Wins Michigan in 2016. Okay. You notice Bush lost Michigan with more votes than Trump won Michigan. I did not spell loses at all. My fingers were off. Loses. All right. So you notice that there's a 40,000 vote difference, 12 years apart. Okay, we can look at population. Let's go next to back to Chrome. Get my tabs right here. This one here. Okay. Michigan population by year. Okay, Michigan population 1900 2023. All right, so 2004 Michigan's population 10,055,015. Okay. Michigan's population, got to go back to this one. Got to go back, turn that one back off. All right, we will make this blue, I guess. No, we'll make this that color. Okay. Bam. Boom. But did not make that. It's still red. Population 2004. Okay. Turn the Chrome back on. And we go to 2016. Population has gone down, right? It's a little bit smaller. Smaller by about 60,000 people. Okay. Brink. And gotta go. I keep forgetting which window I gotta turn off here. So, boom, Control V, population 2016. Okay, so we have about 100,000 difference in population. We have about a 40,000 difference in voting. 44,000, whatever it is. 34,000. And let's look at voter turnout. Michigan voter turnout by year. Okay, so this goes back to 2004, 64.7% voter turnout. 64.7% voter turnout. And I gotta turn you off again. Oh, you guys can't. Oh, there we go. 64.7% voter turnout there. And I gotta click back on that guy. So here. Boom. Paste. Oops. Dang it. What was it again? Not that number. This number. 64.7. Okay. 64.7% voter turnout. And this year was what? This was 2016. Was 63%. Whoa, Jesus Christ, dog. Shut up. All right. You looking for this thing?
Oh, okay. Maybe you can keep her.
Oh, no, take it. All right. 63%. So, back to me here. 63% turnout. Okay. So, that means calculator time. All right, calculator. Pull you up there. Turn that guy off. Here we go. Okay. So, total voter turnout 10,055,355. 10055,315. Granted, there are kids in here and everything. Times 0.647, so it won't be exactly accurate. So 6.5 million people in the population should be Trump or Harris. And then again, this includes kids because I didn't pull out the adult population out of the sucker. Population gets a little bit smaller, right? Smaller by 50,000 people. But Trump loses the state with almost this, or sorry, Trump wins the state with almost identical voter turnout with that smaller population. It just seems like the math doesn't math here. Voter turnout's down by 1%. The population is down by a fraction of a percent. It doesn't math because they threw out 75,000 votes in Wayne County. Like, that's how you win the election by 11,000 votes. Is you take 75,000 voters who weren't voting for you, and you remove them, and then you win. It just becomes like a. Oops, that's not the right one. Is that the right one? That's not the right one. That is the right one. I lost my thing. There we go. That goes there. That goes over there. That. Which one? That one? No. This one? No. Ah, crap. I lost my. That one. There we go. And you guys still can't see what I'm doing here, but it just doesn't work out. Ah, crap. What do you want? No, I want Big Houston. There we are. All right. So there wasn't enough shrinkage of the population. There wasn't enough shrinkage of voter turnout for there to be a 100,000 vote gap between those candidates in 2016, and that's why he won. That state right there, had those votes in Wayne County not been thrown out, Hillary Clinton would have been president. It's that easy. She won popular by 3 million. Harris is, I think, going to pull out the popular vote on this one, and Detroit still not reporting. So, still no Detroit there. Georgia is, they're giving it stripy stripes. Toss up leaning? Is that what that means? 97% in. The lead is 120,000 with 90% in. So I think Georgia is going to go that way. Pennsylvania. The lead has shrunk again. We're down to 160. Philadelphia, not changed. That one's changed. That's almost all in there. That one hasn't changed. That one has changed a little bit. This little county still has not made an appearance yet. Huh. Trump getting Erie County would be interesting. My throat is so dry. I'm almost 5 hours here. Such a dry throat. But there's still 330 of you hanging out, so that's silly. Okay, Nevada's still not reporting. Arizona, has that changed? I think it's about the same as it was before. Wisconsin, still 98,000 difference. And Milwaukee is only coming a little bit, another 2% of returns. That's almost done. That one, that's the Door County. Once aligned with the votes previously. California has not had any returns come in since that last count. Minnesota, nothing interesting there. Still haven't called New Jersey. I don't know why. Still haven't called Connecticut. I don't know why. Still haven't called New Hampshire. I don't know why. But all right. He's just getting delirious. He's on hour 5, and his voice is very sore. Hey, it's Min Kim. Kamala gonna lose? She could. If she loses Arizona, loses Nevada, loses one of those guys, yeah, she could lose. But I still think the population and the cities are here to make up for that. Treasure Jackson, people wants to talk to you. Well, that was an hour ago. Hour and a half ago. Did you, Michael Tucker? Middle America does like being told how to vote by Oprah and... Michael Tucker, Middle America does like being told how to vote by Oprah and Lady Gaga when they can't afford groceries. Who can't afford groceries? Grocery prices are basically back to where they were pre-inflation. Why? Because Lena Khan is halting a merger between Albertsons and Kroger, and for Kroger to get that merger approved, they have to show that they're no longer doing price gouging on people. Like I just bought a boatload of ribeye steak for like $7 a pound. Costco, it's $19 a pound. So milk is the exact same price it was now pre-COVID. I'm not paying any difference in milk prices. Eggs are the same. So what can't afford grocery prices? The only reason there was inflation to begin with was the fact that Trump fucked up the pandemic response. And because he already had interest rates artificially low for too long, there wasn't the mechanism of lowering rates even more to keep the economy going during the pandemic. So he had to print. He had to print. He printed trillions. He printed more money in 1 year than has ever been in circulation in the history of the United States. And when that happened, inflation. And what happens when there's inflation? You got to jack up rates to slow down lending and to slow down spending until people's savings and business savings start to drop. And then there's not all this free-flowing capital going around because COVID did two things. It flooded the market with cash, and the lockdowns around the world to stave off, having tens of millions of people die from this highly infectious disease meant the supply chain broke. Ships couldn't come into ports, products weren't getting shipped. So the entire supply chain broke down, and there's a lag. There was a lag. And you know what? Inflation is down. They did what they had to do, which is jack up those rates and pinch the pennies a little bit. And now we're back to a stable level of inflation. Grocery prices have come back down again. So, you can complain about people won't listen to Lady Gaga and Oprah tell them how to vote, but they'll listen to Kid Rock and Fujiato Blow. Come on, man. Zoomy says they're streaming on the PP show. So they're just come on over for the PP show. We have time for the press call for Washington. That they did. I'm going to click on that guy. Let that sucker refresh again. Mr. Unlimited, it was never Trump versus Kamala. It was Trump versus cheating. I mean, the only person who has been busted for cheating so far have been Republicans filling out multiple votes for Trump. And then getting electors onto county and state election boards who say that no matter what the results are, they're going to, if Harris wins, they'd refuse to certify, and if Trump wins, then they'd rubber stamp it. So that's like not very democratic of them in the long run. Anything updates there? No. Any updates there? No. Any updates there? Not a little bit. Any coming in? Come on, click on Michigan. You got anything coming in Detroit? Nope, 24% still. Nothing new there. Pennsylvania. Started to chip away in Pennsylvania. It's 160. And Philadelphia is still at 78. Those ones are still the same. Okay. So nothing new there. I don't think Georgia, she stands a chance mathematically. It's shaved down to 125, so 128. Okay. So, yeah, we wait. We wait. Keegan Murphy, you're a square on the PP show. Happy birthday. Cactus Wax says Nevada will be red. Maybe, but you got a lot of hotel workers who are union people who hated working for Trump at the Trump Hotel in Vegas. So, you know, a lot of those guys, the UFCW people, are organized pretty hard in Vegas. Jamie up 4% after hours. Trump equals MMTLP. Huge XXXXX settlement. I don't think that happens at all. You have to remember, like, yeah, Berta and McCabe, they're Republican oil guys, right? But then there's also Republican oil guys who wanted their lease, who are bigger and more powerful, right? And then you have Republican guys like Ari Rubenstein and Ken Griffin, the dudes at Concord Genuity, who also want that company to die. When it comes to money, your politics don't matter at all. Whoever's bigger and crushes you, that's who's going to win. And Trump gloms on to the person who can enrich him. Will the McCabe, Berta, MMTLP, Wildcat oil strike people be able to do what the Occidental, Chevron, Texaco, GTS, Concord Genuity, Citadel folks can do? No. They cannot. So your politics won't really matter in that situation because Trump will go with whoever's richer. And that will be who's right because that's how his world works. He wants to be the richest man in the world, but he knows he doesn't have what it takes to do that legitimately. So he's going to have to figure out ways to milk it off of everybody else. When he found out how rich Putin was, he went, yes, that's who I want to do business with. And that's who he did business with for a long time. B-Ball 3710. Billionaires of all the poll because of Trump win. Weren't all the CEOs and Hollywood elites on Kamala's side? No, they were not. I mean, Hollywood people, yes, but Hollywood people are not business. They don't run the big companies. The CEOs and the billionaires, those were definitely on Trump's side by a long shot. We can look at donations by billionaires 2024 election. Okay. Billionaires spend nearly $2 billion on 2024 election. Let's see if it gives us a good pie chart here. Here we go. So I gotta slip that over there. Okay. Oops, no. You have to go attach. There we are. Okay. So breakdown of overall billionaire family spending. Republicans, 72%. Democrats, 22%. Crypto candidates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and others. So basically, billionaires overwhelmingly supported the Republicans in this election. So if you think the billionaire class needs to be taken down a notch, and so that they don't have as much power as they want, then why are you voting Republican? It's a fair question, right? Is Ken Griffin evil? Yes. Is Ken Griffin spending over $100 million for Republicans to win races? Also yes. It's pretty straightforward in my book. And yet, a whole bunch of people in this investment community don't seem to grasp that at all. They don't seem to have the ability to go, oh, wow, this guy who's diametrically opposed to all the things I want to have happen is spending $100 million on the candidate I like. I wonder who that candidate's going to listen to. Is that candidate going to listen to you? Or is he going to listen to the guy that spent $100 million getting him elected? Donald Trump is not going to hear shit out of you. He's going to listen to Ken Griffin. He's going to listen to Jamie Dimon. He's going to listen to Saylor. He's going to listen to Peter Thiel. He's going to listen to Elon Musk. You don't fucking matter. You're a loser. You're a smelly, gross little pipsqueak. And if he could make $1 million off your death, you're dead. That's what it comes down to. Because that's all he cares about. He does not care about you. He will never care about you. He will never care about fairness. He will never care about legality. He will never care about anything other than fucking money in his pocket. And that's what it's going to come down to. So you can go, woo, yay, woohoo. But all you are is a tree cheering for the axe at this point because the handle is made of wood. So, yeah. EB says, listening to MSNBC and Houston. Kamala may lose, but I think Houston has better analysis than the pundits on most of the left-leaning cable networks. Well, someone tell the producers are at MSNBC, and maybe we'll get in there. Of course, they have to teach me not to swear as much as I do. Okay, give that one refresh. We'll go back through. Okay, Nevada looks like it's reporting again. Wait for the map to pop up here. So, give me colors. All right, so Nevada, 56% in. Who do we got? We have Las Vegas at 77%. So that's pretty decent numbers. And it's pretty close in Clark County. That's closer than I thought it would be. Oh, my. We still don't have anything from Washoe. And nothing from Carson City. Okay. So this will be red. All three here. These ones will be red. But Carson City and Reno will probably be blue. Vegas is only blue by a little bit, so she might not get Nevada if that's the case. Interesting. Clark County is cutting it much closer than I thought it would. But Arizona, still drip drop. It's a 12,000 vote difference with 52% in, and Pima has not done any reporting. So 50% to go, 50% to go there. 35, 61, 69, 58, 65, 74, 91, 14. So Cochise County, that's red, but there's not very many people who live there. The big Pinal County is the big one, and they're 74% in for Republicans. And then these two are not very big at all. So she still has a good chance there. Less of a chance in Nevada at this point, I'll say. Pennsylvania, still at 214. And where are we in the big cities? Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. And only 20% in Cambria. Pittsburgh's almost done. So it's still going to come down to the 300 and whatever thousand votes are left there. 600,000 whatever votes are left there. So, it's going to be a nail bite. It's going to go on all night long. It's going to go on all night long. Ronnie E92, if they count the map as it is now, Trump wins. That's true, but they won't count the map as it is now because you have hundreds of thousands of votes in Milwaukee, hundreds of thousands of votes in Michigan, hundreds of thousands of votes in Philadelphia, hundreds of thousands of votes in Phoenix and Tucson left to count. So, rural counties get counted first and finish first. And they aren't big enough to push those things over the edge. BFH Houston, you read my chat from like 2 hours ago. What I said was accurate at the time. How about not yapping about the map and focusing on the chat instead? I mean, the entire point is to look at map updates, right? Bob Cliffius. Houston just got back from a viewing party. Oh, I read that one earlier. Stephanie L says, Julius, Miami, think so? My blood pressure's cranking. It probably is for a lot of people right now. It's 5:30 a.m., almost an hour and a half. I'm starting to worry. You think the worry is valid? I mean, nothing you can change about it at the moment. So we can look at the map. We can talk about the map. We can talk about the mathematical outcomes that can come along with that. And that's all we can do. And I don't know at what point they're going to stop releasing results. It might be any moment now to be like, no more results for the rest of the night. And then they go on to move on to other things. Because people have to sleep. Those poll workers have been up since, who knows what time this morning. And they're putting things into machines. They're fixing problems in the machines. They're tallying stuff. And they're probably getting pretty exhausted. It's 1 a.m. out here in the East Coast. And they're tired. They've been up probably since 5. So, I'm not sure how much more in the way of tallies we're going to get. You can see this here. Like, Pennsylvania, 93% turned in. But that's because it's all these red counties. They're at 98, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 99, 95, 99, and then 78 in Philadelphia. They got 95 in Delaware, 81 in Chester, 88 in Montgomery. So most of the votes waiting to be counted are actually right here. This stuff doesn't contribute jack to the vote turnouts. It's these counties right here are where all the votes are coming in. And that's where all the counts are going to come from next. So any results you get are from those. And who knows if they're even tallying anything. Philadelphia's been at 78% for probably an hour now. So, sit and wait. Just man, the Simpsons haven't been wrong yet. Confusing. Pennsylvania could take days. That's also true. Ronnie E92 Houston, I can't see Kamala winning counting votes from states. She's winning. She only gets 218. Again, that's because Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, Phoenix, and Tucson. So if we go to the 270 win map, right? She might not get Nevada, so I'll put that one back to maybe red. Oh, quit. Stupid ads. Move this thing around. Okay. So this still gives 284, 254. She takes those 3. Bam, bam, bam. In Arizona. If she doesn't take Arizona, then it's 273, 265. She still takes those 3 red states. But I think mathematically she takes Arizona, she takes Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, just from the major cities and what's left to be counted. So, in the end, I think she's got it. So, I'm okay with that. I did want North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. That would have been just icing on the cake. I would put her at 320 something, 324, something like that. But, here we are. Here we are, staying up all night, staring at maps, waiting for light colors to become solid colors. Michael Harrow, Houston, if Florida can't have weed, can't have abortion, won't accept FEMA. Oh, great. Then just reset Michael Harrow's thing. Where'd you go, Michael? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? That one takes days. Michael, Florida can't have weed, can't have abortion, won't accept FEMA. What is left to help them? Instagram models? That's only on, like, the East Coast. So, Florida's got Instagram models and then, like, fucking crypto bros everywhere. But yeah, that's what they got going for them. And Julius. Julius is there. Bob's going to bed with a knot in his stomach. Stephanie L., my friend's brother is in Gwinnett County. It said there was a glitch with the machines delaying over 300,000 ballots. Really? Interesting. Ballots, not ballets. I understood. Just, man, you're wrong about FEMA, Mike Laro. Oh, they got to take FEMA because their insurance companies aren't going to cover anything. Fungusaur, whose new politics become such a sport? Everyone at MSNBC. Rick Weir made the pressure will cause Trump to have a stroke. He's probably thinking pretty high and mighty right now. So, Alex Bishop super chats. I know it's not nice to say this, but I can't wait to see MAGA boomers eating cat food on TV. I'm so pissed at them. Yeah, Trump's plans for Medicare and Social Security in his tax plan basically means Social Security is done by 2027, 2028. So, good luck, old folks. You will no longer be getting checks from Social Security at some point. All right. You haven't changed. You haven't changed. You haven't changed. Changed by a little bit. Another small bit. We're at 14,000 vote difference there. And Vegas? Is that 77 still? Just a small smidge. Reno, Washue's coming in. And it's a nail biter there. Oh my goodness. They're 61% reporting, and there is a 300 vote difference in Washoe County. Carson City has not come in yet. Lander? Nothing in Lander. No one lives in Lander anyway. So it looks like nail biter for sure in Nevada. Arizona, I still think. My guess is that Maricopa and Pima have gone to bed. They're old. They're 1,000 years old down there. Anyone running the elections things are like, oh, Matlock, and they're just done. So, I'm not sure how much more in results we'll be getting out of that. Oregon big, California big. Minnesota, nothing new come out of there. It's only a little bit of a lead, actually, in Minnesota at the moment, which is interesting. Wisconsin? It's down, it's at 120, so a little bit of a gain for Trump there. Anything come out of Milwaukee? What was it, 61%? Her lead grew in Milwaukee a little bit. All counties are reporting something. So overall, it's 87% reported. And Madison's at 95. So Milwaukee's at 61. So there's still 40% more. That's 276,000. So if that's 40% more than that, you're looking at another 100,000, 125,000 votes to go. We'll see. We'll see that's enough there. In Michigan, anything coming out? Wayne? Nope. Wayne County's still not reporting anything. Okay. Gators 176 super chats. Just want to say thanks. Watching you when I can. Well, thank you, Gators 176. I got most. I got most of the names transferred onto the spreadsheet, and then I had to start the show, so I had to finish that up. So tomorrow, at some point, we'll be doing a show. Just a regular show. I will probably have some updates for elections and things after that. But we'll do the raffle for our October Charity Tuesday if we did on Halloween, which is actually Thursday, Charity Thursday. So, right on. Bob asks, are you worried? I mean, we can go back to the map here. 270 to win. Let's say she doesn't get Wisconsin. The Trump gets Wisconsin. Oh, come on. Trump gets Wisconsin. Come on. There we go. She still wins. So she can get Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, lose Nevada, lose Wisconsin. She still wins. It will be... She could lose Nevada even on this one. And still win. So it's going to come down to really who gets Pennsylvania, who gets Michigan, who gets Arizona. That might be the big three that decides this sucker. Wait, why on earth is Mississippi? Wait a minute. Sorry, things keep turning blue here that should not be blue. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, yeah, she still gets a win on this one. So, Yeah, they come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those big four, whoever gets the majority of those big four, gets 3 or 4, I think will be the big decider overall in the end. Bring that map back up. Okay, where was I? Michael Tucker says Kamala was selected, not elected. That's the issue. They're literally voting right now. And so if she wins, then she'll be elected and not selected. Mark Kilpatrick, thank you for the show, Houston. You're welcome. Naomi Wolf, I think Harris not doing as well as Biden says a lot more about America than anything else. It probably does. Rick Wheeler, ha 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 ha. Best of the rest, 222. It says, in my opinion, the DNC failed to show how much better Kamala was. Oh, I think one of the big problems was that Kamala left her offense. So July, August, big offense. Bringing out walls, referring to the Republicans as weird and using examples of what makes them weird. They were burning it up. There was no way Trump had a chance to even come this close. And then they did the normal Democrat thing, which is they consolidated and they went, let's try to appeal to the middle and get some Republicans over here. It never works. All that happens, people go, oh, your message is gone. I don't care anymore. And that's something the Democrats need to learn, is that if you stay on message and you stay on topics that people actually care about, you know, gun laws, school shootings, healthcare, Social Security, you know, fair progressive tax rates, building infrastructure, improving schools and research, and, you know, just infrastructure in general. Like, if you focus on those things, people go, oh, that's stuff that makes my life better. And they leave that and they start talking about like immigration and borders and stuff that does not matter to people who are going to vote for Democrat. They don't care. Republicans care about that, but Republicans aren't going to vote for you. You want to get the independents. You want to get the undecideds. You want to get the Bernie bros, right? You want to get those people onto your side. And so if you had just come out and said like, hey, you know, Gaza's bad, Netanyahu sucks, you probably would have polled another 4% from the population on that one, who otherwise would have sat home or, you know, voted for Jill Stein, etc. So far in Michigan, Jill Stein is not polling that much in numbers. She isn't. It's about 20,000 votes with 65% in. So the big threat of Palestinian votes being tossed towards Harris has not materialized there. Maybe there's some numbers right on that one. Oh, I can't believe I'm 5 hours into this. There's still a whole bunch of you, still hundreds of you sitting in here with me. B of H, Trump is at 52% of popular vote. Harris is narrowing the lead on that. He's at 51.2 now. She's at 47.2. So big numbers still to be counted in California. It's only 48% of the vote counted there. There's millions. There's 5 million more votes. 7, almost 8 million more votes to be counted in California. Best of the rest, 222. The DNC leashed Walz and only recently got him helping Kamala. Kamala mostly ran on I'm not Trump, vote for me. Oh, you needed Walz out there. Walz has the biggest positives out of anyone in this race. J.D. Vance is repulsive. People look at J.D. Vance and are like, ew. They don't like. He is horrible. He's the least popular vice presidential candidate in history. Ever since numbers were taken. His negatives are horrible. Walz is the only person with positive approval rating out of all 4 in the field. So you put that guy out front and center. You have him riffing, telling it like it is, being the dad everyone wished they had. Being that dude. Cal Cooper. One of those towns in northern Minnesota, it's 6 hours to drive to Canada, but only 2 hours by canoe. The town I'm in literally called End of the Road. Hey, kid, you're back. All right. Best of the rest. 222. If Kamala loses, it's going to be another America hates women rather than the DNC admitting that they did a poor campaign. They had the money, they had the excitement, and they just aren't performing the way they should. Just keep doing a refresh here, see if we get anything else coming out. I wish they would, when I wave over these things, to show me a timestamp of the last time there was an update. Oh, no, it does, in the corner. I just haven't been reading it. Okay, so there is 120 in Wisconsin. So that was a 200,000. Now we're at 120. Michigan is at 245 or so. Okay. Pennsylvania, that's down to 120. So, oh, sorry, 220. 220 there in Pennsylvania. Arizona, anything? A little bit, drip in Arizona. Still a 16,000 vote difference there. Anything coming out of Maricopa? No. Anything coming out of Tucson? Nothing coming out of Pima for 3 hours now. So Pima has not had a single result in 3 hours. Okay. How about you, Nevada? It's about a 40,000 vote difference. Nothing new there for a couple of hours. Washoe County, nothing new there for a while, and still nothing from Carson City. Okay. Sigh. How was the house race? I haven't looked up the house races recently. House race 2024. It is looking like Cat is doing some serious play work over there. 158 Dem, 184 GOP, and I'm not sure what the outlook is. Is there an outlook on this one? House results. CNN have anything more clarifying on that one? This has 157, 190. Need 218 to cover. So, well, that's definitely going to probably go to Republican. Well, all right. We'll sit and wait on that one. I am an hour and 40 minutes behind. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. I know the Mardi Gras beads are amazing, aren't they? They're the best thing you've ever seen in your entire life. You've never seen anything better. And here we are. Here we are. This is the job of a little kitten cat, to be so quiet, to never make a fuss or some noise while the show is going on. That's what you need. Never fuss, never a sound. Just a kitty cat going boogity, 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 boogity. Hot Pocket, take a bong rip every time they say swing state. I can't get any more stoned. I was thinking too close to call. Every time they said too close to call, if you like took a drink, you'd be dead by now. It's a wiggle monster. We got a wiggle monster on our hands. Got a wiggle monster. Okay. Oh, we just landed on the dog's head. The dog was very concerned about that. All right. Ryan Kelly, President Poopy Pants. We Canadians are not pressed. Bob Cliffius. All right, gonna get some sleep for 3 hours or so. Get back into it. We'll see you then, Bob. Let me do something for you. I'm gonna take these beads over there like that, so you can't reach them anymore. How's that? Yeah. Can't get there. Can't make noise with them. Jennifer Lomas, Kamala, and Democrats will come in clutch. We can hope. Belgian whale. No more ass when Trump wins? I don't know. There'll be no regulations. They'll gut the SEC just like they did last time around. So, Jeez, my knees. Kitten. Play in your box. There you go. Just get in the box and play in there. Get in your box. Anything new? Updated 119. 220. Updated 120. That's just now. That is 230. But my guess is no Detroit. Oh, Detroit's a little bit in. Okay. Detroit's coming in a little bit. They're at 32% now. All right. In Wisconsin? Wisconsin looks like a little bit of a Trump pull away there. And Milwaukee did some updates about 20 minutes ago. Not a very big one, though. All right. Keep watching. Keep clicking. Keep wondering. Turkish, Houston. DJT wins. What are you going to do? Probably leave. I don't know when. But I don't think things will turn out well for the nation. I don't think it will. I think for most part we'll be largely doomed. So monkey butt, I get your doggy passport. My YouTube income, I can live pretty well in like Italy, Spain, Portugal. I don't know if I want to go to Southeast Asia. I don't like humidity. So, like, I could probably live like a god in rural Thailand or something, but it just would be oppressive. I don't like the humidity. That was the worst part about living in Hawaii, was the humidity, and the temperature wasn't even that bad. So, dry. If I'm have a heat, I'm have a drier heat, is what I'm saying. So, I do not think if Trump wins and he gets the Senate and the House, people are going to die. That's the way I see it. Is that, they have it set up. They want to do these mass deportations. But at the same time, they also want to do mass denaturalizations, meaning taking people's citizenship from them. If you take someone's citizenship from them and they aren't from anywhere else, they're from here, you have nowhere you can ship them to. They have no passports. They can't be accepted anywhere. So what do you do with them? That's what the Germans did. You kill them. They're people without a country. They have no rights. You can do whatever you want to them. And that's the mentality of these ultra-xenophobic, ultra-racist policies. And I'll have a little bit of a buffer, being an ultra-blue state. They'll be run by, blue governor, blue House and Senate. We will have a little bit of buffer, but the pushback will come, and we won't be able to overcome the U.S. government in the end. So you're looking at the balkanization of the United States, or, mass roundup, mass camps, people dead, taking our eye off the ball in other areas to pay for it. It's going to cost $100 billion a year to do the deportations they want to do. And then when they get it done, it's going to have stripped 8 to 12% off the GDP. So we're all going to be dirt poor and the market will have collapsed. And we won't be able to eat because 90% of farm workers will be deported. So if you don't have food, you're all dead. It's that simple. Oh, start a victory garden. You got a job to do. Maybe if you're unemployed because you got laid off because of the fucking 12% drop in the GDP, you'll have time to work in your victory garden. But, you're not a professional farmer. You'd be out there looking for a job, right? Oh, your water just got cut off because you couldn't afford the bill because you don't have a job anymore. It's, it's not going to be good. The taste we got in 2020 will be baby steps compared to what will be coming if they have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's going to be unmitigated disaster because they're fucking stupid, they're evil, and they're greedy. Trump's a moron. He's an absolute moron. If you were to play a game of Trivial Pursuit with Trump, he wouldn't get any answers right. You would skunk him. You play Children's Trivial Pursuit with him, and you would still skunk him because he doesn't know anything. And you can't have people who lead the country who don't know anything and have any good, effective results happen. It just doesn't. He rode on the coattails of the Obama economy until he ruined that. Well, it got ruined. All the folks who keep talking about, like, oh, you're better off than we were 4 years ago? Yes. Yes, I am. Because millions aren't dying and the economy isn't collapsed. And I'm not just, like, sitting around having no contact with anyone because of, an unmitigated spread of a horrible disease. We're going to have more. We got bird flu coming. We can see it in the news, right? We got pigs dying, farm workers getting it dying, and they're dying at like a 30% clip. So, this thing gets into your pets. It gets into your milk. It gets into something because everyone drink raw milk now. Once this thing becomes more attuned to human-to-human transmission, we're going to have exactly the same situation we had with COVID, only the death rate is going to be an order of magnitude higher. So, who do you want in charge of that? The guy that fired the pandemic response team, or the people who wrote the book on how to respond to pandemics? You want those folks in charge, man. Yeah. Just in my head, super chats. There are even 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 93% has been reported. So that's 6.4 million at 93%. Over here in my little calculator. 6.4 divided by yeah, divided by 93 right there times 100. So there should be another 500,000 votes or so left to count in Pennsylvania. And look at the map. 98, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 99, 95, etc. And you get to Philadelphia, 78, 95, 82, 88. So of those 500,000 votes, most of them are right here. And again, in Philadelphia, she's winning almost 80-20. That's where the people live. So, you got 500,000 or so left votes to count. Most of them are there. At 95, 99. Yeah, most of them are Philadelphia. Oh, they're at 20% in Cambria, but there aren't many people there. That tiny little one reported. It took them all night to count 1,100 votes in Cameron County. Jeez, my knees. All right. Monkey, leave the packages alone. Over here. Come on. Yeah. Just up there. Come on. Up there. Come on. Come do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'm over 5 hours into this thing. Just do it. There we go. Okay. Turkish heard a lot of people saying earlier they would leave the U.S. if he comes back to the White House. Yeah. I believe it. Michael Tucker, North Carolina call for Trump. Yep. B of H, apparently Bernard Marcus became a room temperature today. He was pro-Trump billionaire. Yeah, he's the founder, CEO, mega donor from Home Depot. Yep. He's 93 or something. They called New Mexico for Harris. On this map, I don't think they have yet. They should. Because they did. So New Mexico is for Harris. All right. Minnesota, still about 90,000 lead there. 89% in, 120,000. No! No! Stop it. Stop sipping on this. How's that more on? Ew, come here. Stop. I repackaged that one. Yeah, over there, now. Monkey, over there. Lay down. I have to repackage that. Yeah, that's it, you little stupid little dummy. You little dummy. Okay. Ronnie says, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, Trump wins. Georgia, we're at 99%. I don't think she overcomes in Georgia. I think that's it for Georgia. That's it for Georgia. And you need to just lay there and just have a nice little fall asleep time. No, don't struggle. Don't struggle. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just go to sleep. Don't play over in the boxes destroying things. Because Houston needs you to just shut the fuck up and go to sleep. Right? Shut the fuck up and go to sleep. Yeah. Okay. Moving to Woolhead, where are we moving? Mediterranean. Cheap. Well, everything's flooding now, so maybe things are going to get really cheap. Just get your house on stilts, I think. Steve Milne, how after we have Trump gets President and Senate? Very, 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 very fucked. No gains there yet. All right. Stephanie L says New York Times just predicted Trump winning. So sad. I still think she's got the population to flip those suckers. How about Grubby think it's getting called tonight or tomorrow? Well, apparently New York Times already called it, but I think it's too early to call. Like Arizona, 53% in, nothing new for about 15 minutes there, and you have, one of the biggest counties hasn't reported anything in 4 hours. Associated Press has 205 to 230. You want to pull that map up? We can look at Associated Press map. AP election map. Give me a map. Don't give me... Here we go. All right. Is that one in there? Harris' path to victory grows less forgiving. This map shows you all the electoral votes in each state, kind of the shape of those states. So the light pinks must mean they've not called it. And the light blues means they've not called it. This map isn't quite as nice to look at, but it has 214, 247 there. So they're calling New Jersey, they're calling Connecticut, things that the other one wasn't doing. Yeah. Are you just a little evil monster? Is that what you are? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Oh, I gotta use this arm to do mouse things. I do. I have to use it. I have to use it, you sweet little freak of nature. Stephanie L says, ugh, maybe Biden shouldn't have quit. Biden, I think on a personal level, I think he knows what's going on. On a physical level, he got COVID back in summer of 2022, and I think that destroyed him. Before that, he was riding bikes and being active and, flirping and derping. And he got that COVID infection in summer 2022, and he's never been the same since. It aged him significantly. So I don't think he could have done enough in the campaign to win. I think he would have just been absolutely vaporized by the campaign trail. He's doing better now that he's not campaigning at the moment. He suns downs, he gets really tired, and ow, and that's just how it is. So, we got what we got. I'm curious to see just what's coming out of this sucker. Do that refresh. Monster. Chill out. Okay, nothing new there. Nothing really that new there. Has Carson City checked in? Carson City's not checked in. Nothing new from you in 40 minutes. Nothing new from you in 40 minutes. Okay. Jimmy D, Super Chats, thanks for being here with us while we freak out. I generally do not understand anyone that votes for Trump. He has no redeemable human qualities. That is, again, like, name a redeemable human quality Trump has. Does he have compassion? No. Does he have forgiveness? No. Does he have humility? Certainly not. Does he have loyalty? Nope. Right? Does he have a conscience? Probably not. I don't get it. I don't understand the draw. Never have. Even as a little kid, I was like, this guy seems like kind of a piece of shit. JDM super chats. I'll give you another 20 if you rip that front chunk of your hair out in a fit of anger. I don't think it's worth it. I'm losing enough hair as it is. I can't accelerate that even further. All right, you gonna get out of here? Yeah, you gonna get out of here? Okay, get out of here. Go make noise somewhere else. Hot Pot Rebel, think is getting called tonight? No, I don't. Hot Pot Rebel says Biden definitely should have quit. Was the right move, but they should have had Bernie or someone not associated with the Biden administration. I think Bernie could have won, hands down. Problem is that Bernie is also old as dirt, and his time to shine was 8 years ago. And that window, I think, has snapped shut. John Vasquez, do we have a problem, Houston? Always. Game over for the planet. If Trump wins, pretty much, says Stephanie L. Sis54 says USA is cooked. Steve Whitney Jr., this election season has been exhausting, and all I did was vote. 6 can go back to being friends tomorrow. 6? We can go back to being friends tomorrow? Avocados, Stephanie L. Afraid you're right. Going to go make some cinnamon toast before bed. Not sure if I want to stay up for the roller coaster ride. We'll see. I'm not sure how many more things are going to come in here. So that's 135. We got a little update there in Michigan. Is the update been from Detroit? No, the update is not from Detroit. Okay, so not yet. We need the updates from Detroit. We need the updates to be from Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Nothing new from Milwaukee for the last 30 minutes. Anything new from Pennsylvania? Anything new from there? Oh, we got a little update here. Another couple 100,000. Oh, what's the total? So Trump is still ahead by almost 200,000 in Pennsylvania. We got a little update there and a little update there. So we're at 83% in Philadelphia. Now we're getting close. Is it going to be enough to overcome with those numbers coming in there? In Georgia, yeah, I don't think she has Georgia. Nothing new in Arizona. Still any Carson City's got a little bit here. Carson City's coming in, and it is Donald Trump. So it looks like, unless for some reason a whole bunch of really blue districts don't appear, it's pretty darn close. It's within 13,000 in Nevada, and 86, 84, 64, 85, 61, 76. So it might just be Clark County versus the rest of the state here. Is there enough people in Vegas to overcome that? Are the degenerate gamblers voting? And it's really close in Clark County. So I don't know if there's enough for her to overcome that. We might be doomed. We might be doomed indeed. And those puts will vaporize, and that'll be that. BD says, such a shame that anyone would vote for Trump genuinely. Axel F. Alex F. Sorry. I think Axel Foley. And then... But anyway. Alex F. We're going to need an official call from Houston by night's end. I don't know if they're going to be reporting enough to make an official call by night's end. John Vasquez, I never thought it would be this close. With as chaotic as Donald Trump acts, people must like that. Yikes. Avocados, John Vasquez. I know, right? What the fuck is up with people? Worst part is Trump will flake out, Vance will get in and pardon Trump, and then we are all 2025 to death. Yes. Especially with both House and Senate. Ugh. Actually, I don't know if they have both House and Senate. Any updates on House here? Republicans got one more there. Democrats got 2 more. All right. Vernok, anyone know how to mute block a community on Twitter? I am not subscribed to. I have no idea why it keeps popping up my feed. I just block everything. I block so much. Any ad that pops up, I block it. And I don't see the ads. Like all my ads are like in Sanskrit, in Arabic, in Cantonese. I have no idea what they're even trying to advertise me anymore. And I just block all those too. Eventually it'll just be in Space Alien or something. Michael Harrow, Houston. How many bomb threats actually are real bomb threats? Most likely none. Oh, most people don't threaten when they're doing a bomb. They just blow stuff up. Because you don't want to threaten people and have a building be empty. You want them to be there, and then you get as much collateral damage as possible. So I think all bomb threats are not real threats. 99.9% of them. Hot Pocket Rebel, Google has Kamala at 210, Trump at 220. That was an hour ago, though. So, yeah. Sad Boy Incorporated, if Super Chats, if Trump wins, I will move to Italy and will eat gelato and pasta every day. Where will you go if you leave the country? Italy, Spain, Vietnam, Thailand? I have a coworker who she's planning on buying a house in Italy. You know, one of those like deals you get it for €1, and then the government gives you a huge chunk of money to like rebuild. I would totally, like, she's already offered. She's like, hey, if this doesn't work out your way, you want a place to live in Italy, there you go. So, you know, it sounds like a big like one of those like 20-room houses. So there'd be plenty of room for various people to go and live out their days. I have for years tried to convince my parents to sell their homes here and then buy mansions in like Portugal or something. Because, you know, here my dad lives in a manufactured home from the early 70s and it's worth $800,000. There's no reason for a crappy home like that to be worth that. He owns it outright. He owes nothing on the mortgage. He can sell that sucker, buy a mansion in Portugal for $400,000 that has a pool and a guest house on the water, and live like a king. He's 88 years old. He lived like a king for his remaining days, and then we can all follow him. My mom, same thing with her basement condo. Her neighbor just sold their condo that's not in nice shape for like $900,000. My mom bought it 90. She's owned it outright for years. So she could easily sell that sucker, live it up. And then she's like, what about the grandkids? I'm like, you see the grandkids twice a year. And they live like 15 miles away. You'll be able to see, you put them on a flight, you get to see them for like weeks at a time. And they're like, woo, I'm in Portugal having a great time. So that's what you got. Yeah, that's what I've been looking at. Low B, John Vasquez, chaos and hate seem to have a stronger hold on America than most of us here would like to think. Yep. Vernok. Anyone? Oh, I did that one. Billy Mac, doctors also get a kickback on promoting drugs. It's illegal for them to, but doesn't mean it doesn't happen. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to use drugs for their intended purpose and not over, because that was a big problem with the opiates, was that Purdue and Johnson & Johnson, with all these opiates, they were paying doctors to prescribe them as much as possible. So, like, I dated a girl who I did not know she had a problem. She was a swimmer in college. She hurt her back, and rather than the doctor being like, hey, get some PT and a massage, he gave her a whole bunch of opiates, and then all of a sudden she was addicted to those. And I went into the relationship knowing her before the opiate addiction, and then we dated, and I was like, this isn't going to work out. You have issues and lots of problems you got to work out in an addiction problem. And it's all because, you know, the doctor was lazy and didn't want to do the work to actually fix her. And instead was like, just pop these suckers, you won't notice the pain. And that was, you know, it's 2006, somewhere in there. Not a good, you know, it was just running rampant through the population at that time. Jiminy has named a Trump policy, make fun of the old man, Biden, and do whatever it takes to stay out of prison and enrich himself. That's pretty much the policy, yes. Okay, any updates? We'll do refresh. Glitter at the disco. CNN says Milwaukee will report between 2 and 4 a.m. Central Standard Time. Oof, that's a long ways away. That's a long ways away. So it's 12:40 a.m. right now. Oh, it's looking like forever. Milwaukee still at 61%. Nothing updated for the last hour or so. All right. Michigan still at 200 and change. Anything from Detroit that's meaningful? Not for a little while. Okay. And Pennsylvania. It's under 200 in Pennsylvania. Anything coming out of there in the last little while? Nope, not for the last 15 minutes. So nothing new there. Nothing new. I want to see Pima County come in here. But nothing new. And nothing new. Okay. There we are. I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. This is a lot more tiring than... I was thinking like, I could go till like midnight. And I have been at 5 hours, 47 minutes. And I'm tired. I may need some... maybe I need some sugar. Should maybe I'll throw a commercial in here and I'll go grab some candy. And at least eat that real quick. 1 sec. Boom. All right. Watch out, monkey. Let me go get some candy. Ow.
Oh, really? Have you been like streaming the election?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. M&M's. Empty calories. Here we go. All right. Ugh. Power up. No real meals, just leftover Halloween candy. Sad boy in corporate Houston, look at the houses for sale in Italy. Yes. Indeed. Oh. All right. Any updates on your end? No.
Oh, it looks terrible.
It does. It looks terrible. Yep. These major cities to report.
We're going to be like Russia. This is
Yeah.
going to be like Russia.
Yeah.
With the oligarchs running everything.
Yep.
And they're all crazy. They got their yachts and they do crazy shit. Tens of millions of people die and nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be Russia.
Yeah.
That sucks.
The thing is that most Americans, I think that they are the ones who are going to be the oligarchs.
Why would they be oligarchs?
Because they're fucking stupid.
You're not on the air, are you?
I'm on the air right now. Yeah. Yeah. No. It's, exactly. It's
You've been on for like 5 hours.
almost 6.
6 hours.
Yeah. Need some calories in me.
They're starting to shoot the hopium at MSNBC. Oh, there's several 100,000 absentee ballots that haven't been counted. Won't be counted till tomorrow morning. Oh, Milwaukee's got 100,000 ballots. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know when they start saying that kind of shit, they're losing. There's no way to uncover. The problem is, you would have to inside straight it at this point.
I mean, the number.
She'll get Michigan.
Yeah.
She'll get Michigan.
I think she'll get Michigan. I still think she get Pennsylvania. I still think she get
I'm
Arizona.
pretty sure she's not going to get anything else. I read the numbers.
Yep.
Elon Musk.
Well, He'll be our new Obergruppenführer. And,
The Department of Efficiency.
yeah. Oh, my God, I need more sugar.
Oh, Bobby Kennedy, Prime Minister of Vaccination.
Well,
It'll be great for comedians. Yeah.
having Bobby Kennedy in charge of NIH as bird flu is about to run rampant through the population of the world is going to doom us all.
The comparative studies say we handled it as bad as you possibly could.
Mm-hmm. And that's with competent people in charge of those agencies, or at least sub-agencies.
It was sort of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. Well,
I like the Russian national anthem, though. The Russian national anthem is beautiful.
Yeah.
And it makes me want to go fight a war somewhere.
yeah,
Oh, by the way,
poorly, but
goodbye, Ukraine.
Ukraine's toast.
Oh, Palestinians, goodbye.
Palestinians are all dead.
All Palestinians dead. Ukrainians dead.
Yep.
Get ready, Poland. Finland, get those F-35s that we sold you up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Yep.
people keep saying. Well, I can't believe Americans. If that's what people want, I'm not going to kick.
Yeah.
I voted. I did my vote.
Yep.
That's my power. I tried to convince people. But I don't think they have any idea what a 78-year-old insane person with an Iago as a vice president
Yep.
being puppeteered by people who don't believe that the United States should be any sort of democracy.
Yep.
That do believe it should be an oligarch, along the lines of Russia 2001.
Curtis Yarvin, all those teal guys, they're straight up.
And when all this stuff happens, you point out to them. I can't wait to point out to them, but they said they were going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Social Security, pew, Medicare, pew,
Yep.
pew. No, seriously, they'll be
done.
gone.
Yep. Yeah, no retirement for anyone ever again. You're
No,
gonna work
won't
until you
need-
die.
They don't give you very much anymore.
Yeah. Well,
It's not like it. It's not like it does that much for you. But it's definitely historical.
yeah. Yep.
So if I did your show, I would be on the air too, because this is history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy,
Watch it unfold.
crazy history,
See how it happens.
but history nonetheless.
Okay. Any updates while I'm eating snacks and talking to my roommate? Oh, I do feel a little better now. I've got a whole bunch of sugar in me. That'll last for a little bit. Arizona. The leaf stretches on a little bit, but we don't have. Oh, just a smidge came in Pima, and nothing came in Maricopa. Some of these states just enjoy dragging it on as long as possible. That's what I want to know. Nothing new in Vegas for the last hour. Okay. All right. Loby, get him a mic. I think he's going to bed here in a second. So, yeah, how's my roommate? We have lots of chats. Okay. Last piece of candy. Feel the empty calories course through my veins. All right. Ready for hour number 6? We're finishing up hour number 6 right now. Okay. I'm on my water. Okay. B of H, food insecurity is one-way ticket to literal change of power in a forceful manner. YouTube censors the actual word, but I think France 1790. Your population starts starving. The only way you can control it is to just bing, 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 bing. That's what you had to do in North Korea, right? Or I do in China during the Cultural Revolution. Bing, 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 bing. Less mouths to feed. There's also less people to work, and the economy just continues to contract. over and over and over. Not having food security should terrify everybody. Should freak you out. Not only do we have climate change messing everything up, we got floods ravaging crops throughout Europe right now. We've got droughts making it impossible to grow things in certain parts of the country. So we got that on one side of it, and then here in the U.S., we're going to get rid of all the people who grow our food, all the people who pick our food, all the people who process our food, who package our food, who ship our food. We're going to get rid of all of them. We're going to go back to where you come from, which is, worse than it is here. They're going to go back there. They're going to die. Here, we'll starve to death, and then we'll die. I guess one way to get gringos to start picking lettuce is to make sure the economy contracts so much that the only job they can get is picking lettuce. And then all of a sudden, you got gringos picking lettuce. But Curtis Yarvin, J.D. Vance, these guys, they believe in a monarchy run by an oligopoly, run by the oligarchs. And they want Bitcoin to go nuts due to inflation of our government, which brings wages way down. And then all of you work until you die, you don't retire, and that's it. That's what they want. And you're going to get it. If this map turns out to not have any flippity-floppities happen with Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, that's what you're getting. You will never, ever, ever be allowed to retire. Your kids will never be allowed to retire. My guess is in 20 years, the population is starving. And it won't be pretty. That if Donald Trump pulls this one out, you will never have the opportunity to vote legitimately for an opposition candidate ever again. That's it. It's done. They learned their lesson the first time. All those insurrectionists are going to be pardoned. All those insurrectionists are going to find themselves, given positions of power inside of government for their loyalty. And you're going to have a bunch of dumb motherfuckers who can put the boot on your neck at a moment's notice because they've got the power of the U.S. military might behind them. And they're all stupid. They're all so dumb. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting. Okay. Wisconsin. We got about 100,000 vote difference. Michigan. Still about 250,000 vote difference. Pennsylvania. About 200,000 vote. No, a little bit less than 200,000 vote difference. And is it Philadelphia coming in? Philadelphia's coming in a little bit. Those guys. So it's still most of the votes coming in those counties. Arizona, nothing new there. Yeah, nothing new there. Nothing new there. Okay. Twiddle those thumbs. Pray to your preferred choice there. Keegan Murphy, send all children to Mars. Boom, no schools needed. Yeah, kids need to go to school. They got nimble little fingers. They should be working the looms anyway. King P says Shambles. Chad Williams, Voldemort. Glitter Disco. CNN says Milwaukee Report. Oh, he did that one. Jamie up to 2381 after hours. Cap T. Personally, I'm happy to surrender to our new overlords. Well, have fun. Roaring Titty says, what's up? Cap T. Just want to be paid. Me too. I'd love to get paid. 64. Trump win equals no Moaz Ken Griffin being a major donor. That's one fear I have. Harris at 189 now, says Roaring Titty. I still on this map says 187. But they still, for some reason, have not called New Jersey when they definitely should. They've not called Connecticut when they definitely should. They've not called New Hampshire when they definitely should. And they've not called most of Maine when they definitely should. So this map here is, I think, highly inaccurate. Where did the AP one go? That was here. The AP has it 214, 248. I've not updated that one though. That was up, still the same. 214, 248. Okay. Malcolm Tucker says Trump wins presidency is done. It might be done. I could be totally wrong. It might be done. Chad's like 30 minutes behind. I am way more than 30 minutes behind. Roar Titty, I figured as usually far behind. Gumption Garage, how's your car? It's starting. I think I can drive it. The electronics are still messed up, though. I still have no stereo system, whatnot. Cran Green, you'll all be okay. With a heart. Well, fingers crossed. Roaring Titty, as a disabled woman, I'm concerned that it looks like red in both houses plus Trump. Yeah. You should be. As you should be. Ace Ventura, super sad to see Latinos voting for Ultra Mega Hitler. Yeah. It also happens. Governor Homer, GOP will win and dismantle the safety net before the recession hits. That's also something they love to do. The recession hits, then there's nothing to protect anybody. Everyone's out of work. They lose their homes, lose their jobs. Families break up. Their cars get repoed, and then they're stuck under a bridge somewhere. And you're back to Hoovervilles. So, we created society specifically to make all of our lives better, not to maximize profit and drive revenue. And even then, we don't do a very good job of maximizing profit and driving revenue. We do a really great job at short-sighted, quick wins that then destroy things in the long term. All at Intel. All at Boeing, right? Like, NVIDIA is going to collapse in on itself when its fraud scheme is finally fully realized. And then it won't matter that we have all these chip manufacturing plants because the underlying companies behind them will not exist because we allowed fraud to run rampant for a quick buck. NVIDIA is worth 20-something% of our entire GDP? That's insane. Insane we allow stuff like that to happen. Need to nip that shit in the bud right away. And Roaring Titty says, I'm not happy we didn't have the opportunity to vote on the Democratic candidate after Biden dropped out and they shoved her in his place. Well, she had the money behind her, and that's what we did. Race Ventura, where they collapse everything, they'll buy everything up. Yep, and wring every last dollar out of the system. This is also true. Coffee Does Homer, who is the next crappy neocon dem they force on us? Yeah, the Dems really need to figure their shit out and tell Wall Street to go take a fucking hike. It should be the Democratic platform to take $0 from Wall Street. That should be part of their platform. Like, oh, are you a hedge fund? Are you a bank? No, I won't take money from you. Bernie Sanders proved he can raise a boatload of funds just from individual donors across the country if you get them excited. They will all donate $30 and you'll have more money than you know what to do with. You don't need to have, some stupid hedge fund dude be like, I bought a $50,000 plate dinner. Now, if you could just do evil things to make people's lives worse, that'd be great. And you just tell those guys to go, jump in a lake, and you campaign the fact you told them to go take a jump in a lake. That's worth more than the money they're going to give you. It is. Baby B-Ball is pretty stoked about Trump being ahead right now. And in 4 years, you will be absolutely miserable at that choice. That's what's going to happen. Covetous Homer. I know Jack Kennedy, and you aren't him, sir. I knew Jack Kennedy. Oh, rest in peace, Admiral. Roaring Titty actually thought I was the cat. I have a cat, but I'm not the cat. I have a cat too. I don't know where he is. Let's have a dog. Looks like chat needs some love. Cinnamon Toast Complete. Wake me up when President Harris is sworn in. Well, where's... Oh, Pennsylvania is now in Jabba zone. At 95% in. Uh-oh. So they're in the Jabba zone. Okay, so we start 84% in Philadelphia. Which... That's almost 700,000 votes. That means we have about 100,000 more in Philadelphia. And the surrounding counties... Well, might not be in the makeup territory. We are going to definitely find out. Cambria only has 20% in. That's nuts. So if she loses Pennsylvania, I do think that it's no way out on that one. No updates there. I got a little bit of update there in Michigan. Is it going to be Detroit? Wayne County checking in? Nope. Wayne County is not checked in. Okay. And in the Milwaukee side, Milwaukee checked in? Milwaukee did a little check-in, not much. Okay, so where are we there? About 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. So update this guy. All right, 270 to win. Let's say we lose Pennsylvania. All right. Oh, come on. Turn. There we go. So that... Oh, that's with Wisconsin. I still think she can take Wisconsin. So that will be as close. We need Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan in order to take that sucker if we lose Pennsylvania. That's going to be as close as you could possibly get it at this point. Woof. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, see where it goes. I'll give it till midnight my time. I'll do a 7-hour broadcast. I don't think I got much left in the old squeak box here. Leviticus Trump had over 30-point swing Latino voters, and it baffles me, but makes sense how most of my family saw him as the guy. I mean, he says over and over again that he fucking hates you. That he's going to strip you of your nationality and send your ass back to wherever you came from. Whether you're Dominican, Mexican, El Salvadorian, Cuban, Venezuelan, right? Puerto Rican. He doesn't think Puerto Ricans are even human beings or even citizens at this point. He tried to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland. That's how much he hates Puerto Ricans. He wanted a chunk of ice in the middle of nowhere that's inhospitable rather than a green, luscious island in the Caribbean. He's like, ew, give me Greenland. That's who you're voting for. You guys know the story of the Verbund Nationaldeutschen Juden? These are the nationalist Jews, German nationalist Jews. And they were Jews for Hitler. And they were at all the rallies. They were waving the flags. They're cheering. They're like, yeah! I don't know why. I don't know if it's because they had a natural affinity for strong authority. They just wanted to be told what to do, and that's what they loved. Or if they thought, hey, if I attach myself to this guy's coattails, I'll be fine. It'll be everyone else who doesn't do it. And 1936 comes around, and they're all deported, start getting thrown in camps, killed. Right? Kristallnacht, dead. And by 1942... the Verband Nationaldeutscher Juden did not exist. They were all dead or exported. That's it. That's what happens. If you support a man who calls you vermin and that you're poisoning the blood of the nation, they're going. If you were born outside the country, you're going that way. If your parents are born outside the country, you're going that way. If you are several generations in, and you got the last name, I don't know, Cortez, Gutierrez, whatever, Rodriguez. What they will do is they will strip you of your citizenship, and they'll ask where your parents from. And you can be like, here. Where your grandparents from? Here. They're like, huh. Well, I don't know what to do with you now. Which is what happened to the Jews that couldn't find a place to immigrate to. They killed them. That was it. That's the solution. That's the final solution. So I don't understand why. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Like, you got all these, like, 30,000 border agents that are of Hispanic descent, and they're super duper right wing, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna kick these guys out of here. They understand that when it comes down to it, eventually there'll be no border guards of Hispanic descent because they will all be sent back too. Even if they're born here, even if they're national citizens, even if they've got security clearances and everything else. Strip, 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 strip. Because that's what Project 2025, Agenda 47, and Stephen Miller, who is the policy man for that entire campaign and organization. So that's what you got. So you're gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be just like 2017 to 2021, where every single day is another fucking unmitigated disaster. And you open up your phone, look at the news, and you go, what the fuck? What the hell? Because norms get stripped. And that's what you have. So, yeah. Still, about 90,000 votes in Minnesota. We have about 120,000 still in Wisconsin. Updated to 10. That's just a minute ago. And it was it Milwaukee? It was not Milwaukee. Okay. Michigan is still a 200,000 vote difference. 270,000. It's actually grown. Detroit? Nope, not Detroit. Okay. And then they got the Stripey Stripes for Pennsylvania. And it is almost 200,000 vote difference. And I don't know if there's the numbers anymore in these counties to make up for it. 84% turn in there. And 92, 86, 95. So these are the counties that we're waiting on. And we are not seeing the numbers. Everything else is at 99, whatever. I don't know if there's enough. There might not be enough left over there. In Arizona, nothing new there. Nevada, looks about the same. Nothing new out of Clark County, which is who you need to take Nevada. Okay, so another 48 minutes of Houston's voice leaving his body. Confidence Homer says, if I had paper towels thrown at me, I would vote for Trump. Or did he? I'm more concerned about being able to afford my medicines and health care that is a primary target for Republicans to dismantle Social Security and Medicare, and than I am about stocks. Yeah. Like, I don't give a rip about my stock portfolio, any of my investments, if it means, stripping people of their citizenship, food insecurity, no Social Security, Medicare toast, paying higher taxes as a middle class person. Like, those things all seem much worse than hoping to win it big on a lotto ticket investment. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like a great way to go there. It's Ventura. That's where they cheated right there. They voted. Haha. Dig dog doink. CNN says Trump wins Georgia. I'm not liking what's happening. Well, it's still a stripey here, but there's no way, I think, mathematically for her to find 100,000 votes with 1% left to report. Confidence in Homer, they will dismantle the VA. That's also true. You got to dismantle the VA because the VA is the cheapest hospital system with the highest patient satisfaction in the entire country. So you can't have the example of your healthcare system being something socialist like the VA. You got to go back to private industry. But
NBC called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Oh my goodness. Well, so she definitely needs.
They wouldn't have called
Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona.
Sure.
Yep. All right. Well, we're fucked. Oh, all right. Well, 10 miles from nowhere, Dutch news app NU.NL just predicted Trump win. Not quite sure yet, but Trump heading for victory. Hope they're wrong. It's too early for this. I'm going back to sleep. Well, yeah. Mr. Pierce will make a fine replacement for Gary Gensler at the SEC. Yeah. Avocados wants to know from 10 miles from nowhere if you are over there in a room for expats. Hester hates retail. She does. Most of them do hate retail. Korean Green, super chat. Happy birthday, and thank you for providing your point of view. It is important to hear both sides. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We looks like we're might be doing more commiserating than celebrating on this one. I do want Pima County to just report. Pima County, do your job. Report. You got just a smidge in there, but you still have 50%, so 370,000 plus votes, which means another 71,000 advantage in here, which would be enough to push you over the top, and not too big of a lead there. But the other counties, they're small, not many people live in them, only 6% in there. Yeah, they're small counties. They don't have too much in the way. But Pima, come on, Pima, show us what you got. Coffee donuts and Homer, and we thought Gary Gensler was bad. Yeah. Warren Diddy, Gary is a spineless puppet. Hester is a Professor Umbridge. Yeah. EB super chats. Houston, Trump winning gives the opportunity to be a contrarian voice and build your brand as a political pundit. Keep doing you. I don't. Okay, build a brand. Okay, I talk on YouTube some more. Again, I don't want to. I don't see a silver lining in building a brand when what will be happening at the same time is basically people dying. That doesn't seem like a good trade-off to me. I don't want to benefit off of the misery of others. It doesn't seem like a worthwhile way to go through life. Goodness gracious. But I guess you gotta take what you can get there, right? You grasp onto that crumb if it comes, and there you go. Okay. Armando Antunes. If Trump wins, I don't think he'll put in Hester Pierce. Wasn't he complaining about naked shorting at DJT stock? He can complain about it, but it won't matter anymore, because if he becomes president, then foreign nationals will buy up his stock and keep the price boosted, because that allows them to control him. And they could dump the stock at any time and collapse his entire net worth. And so he cares about money, right? So I don't think DJT has any drops. If this is the case, then my puts are toast. They are. But we gotta see what's coming in Michigan here. What's coming in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's at 93% though, even though Milwaukee hasn't fully reported. They haven't reported in. Well, they did a little report here. They're at 65%. So that's where most of the votes are coming from. Everything else, 85, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. So most of the votes left to count in Michigan or Wisconsin are going to be Milwaukee. So, woo! I can tell I'm getting tired because I'm getting sniffly. All right. And EB also super chats. You didn't cause the misery, but you can be an advocate for the voiceless. Anyway, I hope you continue fighting. What choice do I have? Right? Just lay there and take it. Not really my style. So, really hoping for MOAS before the election. But here we are. Here we are, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Sumbitch. KSD KC, it's over. Kamala hiding, watch party dismantling. Well, that's probably what will happen as well. There won't be much for them to do if they're getting run roughshod. If the Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the judiciary, and they control the presidency, and the presidency is leading all of them because he's then that's what you got. That is as doomed as you could possibly be. It's having both chambers, the presidency and the Supreme Court. Like, this is also on Biden. Biden had the House, the Senate, and the presidency his first 2 years in office, and what he didn't do with that was ram through 9 more Supreme Court justices. That was his chance. He was like, no, we're going to trust the system. No, dude. You don't understand. You're not up against normal, rational people. You have to act like them.
The best you can do is a tie, and that's winning Nevada
Yep.
and Arizona.
Yep.
But that means it goes to the House.
And the House right now is...
And it doesn't go to the House based on total number of reps.
Yep. The House is based on states.
It gets based on state
Yep.
by state.
Yep. And each state
So
gets
she
a vote.
loses there too.
Yep. Well, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Well, Democrats have gained a few since then. Republicans have not. So Democrats have gained 4 more. The maps aren't looking good, I'll be honest. Arizona. Still anything coming out of Pima? Nope. Anything coming out of Maricopa? Nope. Okay. This should be interesting. Well, it's a horse race everyone wanted. It's a horse race they got. Definitely an underdog in this one. Tony Bruce, Houston doesn't seem as enthusiastic as usual. Oh, no, I'm not enthusiastic. Yeah. Burn Titty, Houston trying to sue themselves by doing algebra. KSD KC is always wrong about Trump. No, Trump's a monster. Roaring Titty. Who's he going to put in then? Probably Kenny. Probably hates retail just as much. Mm-hmm. It'll be Kenny. It'll be Jamie Dimon. Well, Ken might want Treasury or Jamie Dimon Treasury. SEC will definitely be run by somebody who's an absolute horrible, horrible monster. Titty Ken Griffin was whining and dining Trump, wasn't he? Yep. He is behind in his numbers. Yeah. Since he forces Trump win no MOAS, Ken Griffin is a major rep donor. Yep. Armando Atunez, I'm sure Elon will have a say, and Elon hates hedgies and the SEC. No. Elon hates us. Elon has Ken Griffin as a major investor in Twitter, X, what do you want to call it. He sits with him in luxury boxes, and he has dinner and wines and dines with him. He and Ken Griffin are buddy, right? Who Elon hates are the people who accurately shorted his stock because they saw that there was no long-term viability with having a crazy person in charge. We talked about the thermocline of trust before, but when your entire market for your vehicle are hippies and greeners and young urban professionals, maybe a small percentage are like crypto bros, right? And you piss off 60-70% of your customer base, and they're like, I'm out of here. You lose. His sales are down 53%. He has no real viable models coming out. No redesigns of current cars. They're tired. They're old designs. They're 10 years old, and that other car manufacturers don't do that. They should. The only way he's going to survive is if he somehow gets more government contracts and bailouts and all that stuff. And that's what he'll get from a Trump administration, is that he spent $160 million, trying to get Trump elected, and he'll be rewarded with billions and billions and billions of dollars of subsidies. And if he's named head of efficiency for the government, he's just going to cut everything and give himself Like, oh, it's really efficient if we have Tesla cars everywhere. So let's have the government buy nothing but Teslas. And that's where the self graft comes in, and that's gonna be our future. I have a feeling if this turns out this way, my friends are not coming from Switzerland to live here. Probably gonna stay over there. Map. Anything new? Nope, nothing's reporting there. You? Anything new? Nope. Arizona, anything new? 961. Nope, nothing new there. Nevada? Nothing new there. Pennsylvania, still way behind. Almost 200,000 votes behind. Nothing new there. Okay. Crane Green, for your flatmate, should be about 14.37 Freedom bucks. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. All right. Excuse me. Tim Elsinore says, always, we're in the spare room. Except for the massive housing shortage and my lack of spare room. Cross my fingers for you and Kamala wins. I don't understand how so many people vote Trump. Nor do I. B-Ball 3710. Kamala isn't speaking tonight. She's pooped. Yep. If anything, she should come out and be like, hey, we've got to wait for these seasons to come in. Let's keep it the fight. And that's what you have to do, say come out. But she's probably like absolutely exhausted and punching a pillow or something at this point. KLDG looks like Kamala is giving up. She canceled her speech and her co-chair came out to speak on her behalf. It seemed like he wanted to cry. Probably very much so. BT says Kamala is just a coward. When Saunders just woke up in Wales, who won, pal? Technically no one yet, but they're having Trump at 266 now. So that means he is 4 electoral votes away. So they definitely need Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada to come through for Kamala Harris. If Nevada comes through for Trump, looks like it. So, Tim has remembered, especially those groups that Trump seemed to want to deport the second he wins. Anyone with a woman in her life, like how? We'll see what the tally is in a few hours. Armando Tunez said Georgia was called by Fox. Grape Houston is gazpacho just a tomato smoothie? Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's just iced tomato juice, and that's all it is. KSDKC says New York Times predicts Pennsylvania goes for Trump. B-Ball, if Hillary won Michigan in 2016, Trump would still have 209 electoral votes. Yeah. Lost waves. Oh, come on. Lost waves, do what the fuck you're talking about. Groceries are not back to normal. For the most part, they are. I don't know. Do you ever go grocery shopping? I mean, now the grocery prices are going to go through the roof because after January they won't have to worry about Lena Khan stifling any mergers to happen. So then 76% of your groceries are going to be controlled by Albertsons, Kroger, and Walmart. So you will have food deserts across the country. They can name whatever price they want on their groceries, and ain't nothing you can do about it. New quarter, new name. Harris thought she was going to deliver a winning speech tonight. My, how the turns are tabling. I would have expected her to be doing that as well. Confidence in Homer. Senate and House will be GOP. Help the president strip Social Security benefits and Medicare. Yep. Confidence in Homer also says Ken Griffin for Treasury Secretary. Probably. B-Ball 3710. So Donald Trump kept interest rates low. How? By threatening the Fed. Oh my God. Do people ever read the newspaper? Trump interest rates low. No. Give me the stupid... What are you doing? I don't do history. Just give me the stupid search. Trump interest rates. Oh, you gave me this weird, stupid history thing now. Where's a good title here? Trump promises lower interest rates, but that's what I say he couldn't. Where was the negative rates one? Trump versus course ceased negative rates from Fed. So September 11th, 2019. So this is, just 6 months before COVID. Basically, Trump was like, I'm going to replace everybody at the Fed unless you keep interest rates low. And so they did. And what he wanted was negative interest rates. And why does Trump want negative interest rates? Because he's billions of dollars in debt. So him being able to essentially vaporize his debt. It looks like my camera is now starting to fail on me here. So being able to vaporize his debt, or at least what he owes on that debt by having negative interest rates. So he pushed for it. And he so many ads in this crap. So Trump called on Wednesday called for the boneheads of the Federal Reserve to push interest rates down into negative territory, a move reluctantly used by other world central banks to battle weak economic growth that risks pushing savers and banks' earnings in the process. Well, punishes. Trump, in a pair of Twitter posts, said negative rates would save the government money on its debt, which, including Social Security accounts, had reached a record $22 trillion on Trump's watch. He did not address the risks to financial market tensions that central banks in Europe and Japan have confronted as a result of their negative rate policy, or the larger issue that negative rates have not secured higher growth or higher inflation in those economies. So the art of the deal, if you're the art of the deal, you ask for what you're not going to get and you accept what you want. So you asked for super duper duper negative rates from the Fed, and they go, oh, we can't cut that, we'll cut a little bit. And then you get what you want out of it. And what happened was we should have been actually raising rates ever so slightly throughout 2018, 2019, because we had too much growth happening, especially in the markets, where stock buybacks were running rampant and stuff like that. And I don't know what's happening there. Just go away. You're taking way too much memory. And so when something like COVID hit, interest rates are like 2% anyway. So you reduce that as low as you possibly can. And then you end up having only one other option, which is print. But if interest rates had been like 4 or 5%, you cut those suckers down, you would print a third as much, maybe, of all that money, because you would have a big old spur of borrowing that can go on that was drastically different than before. So people would refinance, they'd have more money to spend, etc. And instead, you had to print, and you had to do PPP loans. And you had to, pay everyone to stay home, and you had to bail out all these companies and do trillions of dollars in bailouts basically of the markets. And you had the reverse repo program, and you had, dumping money into the markets from the Fed to buy up just a huge amount of trillions of dollars in assets in the market. You had the Fed jumping in there doing that because you couldn't cut rates. You just couldn't cut them enough because you had the president forcing the Fed, basically with threats, to keep those rates low. And it's going to happen again. He's going to get in there. He's going to just gut rates way too quickly, and we'll get an even bigger bubble than we're in right now. And the bubble we're in right now is insane. So it is what it is, I guess. Treetop, groceries are back to normal, meaning prices are not going up from supply chain issues. The price of groceries won't go down now that wages are higher. Higher wages mean prices stay the same. Basically, milk was $3.20 a gallon for the off-brand milk, and it's $3.20 a gallon now for the off-brand milk. Coffee Jones Homer, I played the inverse Houston card yesterday. He sounded too sure of himself on yesterday's show. Well, that's what we get, right? Paratarian, maybe one day Democrats will realize nobody wants a blue dog Democrat. They're so utterly unlikable that Trump won votes in areas Biden barely took. It's not good. I think it's pretty spectacular outcome. I'll be honest. I did not see this much of a win coming for Trump at all, especially with unfavorables being so high against him. So we got anything coming in there? Any big updates? We're still about 300,000 behind in Michigan. Goodness gracious. So that might not mean there's enough in Detroit to make up for that. Well, looks like Michigan might be gone, and then we're doomed. And it was Wisconsin. No updates there from Wisconsin. Well, there you have it. Arizona, nothing really big there, so about 30,000. And my guess is Pima has not checked in. Pima has not checked in, nor has Maricopa. In Nevada, how doomed are we in Nevada? 76% reporting, and nothing new coming out of Clark County. So, 80, 90, 72. Well, there we are. Looks like things are looking pretty rough. Cran Green, for mailing costs, trust me, it's ridiculous how much HW is paid to send to Canada. It is ridiculous how much it costs to go to Canada. Thank you, Cran Green. Okay. Oh, there's a 1 point call there and 3 points for Alaska. Oh yeah. So Alaska is reporting 56%. So it looks like things are doomed, right? Things are doomed. Let's see what the 270 to win has here. They're calling Pennsylvania. Boom. Michigan looks pretty rough. I might do that. And I don't know if there's enough in Wisconsin to overcome. So yeah, it looks like Trump probably has this one. Oh my God. We're so screwed. We're so thoroughly, absolutely, unimaginably screwed. Well, I guess we get what we get out of that one. Popular vote, Trump is up by 6 million popular vote, and they'll gain another 2 million on him in California. Won't be enough. He might get the popular vote on this one too. Oh my goodness. And this was like vote turnout is like way lower than it was in 2020. So voter turnout is not looking like it was back in 2020. Wow. Wowee. Wowee. Okay. Come on, click from there. Okay. Paratarian, hello, I am Polish Robotic Smile at the right time, and the focus group says I do well with you. Meanwhile, people just want healthcare, good infrastructure, and a living wage. Ta-da! They don't care about charisma, like, whenever we've had a good further left than center candidate, they always find some weird way to take them out. Like Howard Dean and the right? That took him out. Him going was enough to eliminate him from contention as a serious candidate in 2004. And so we got the most uncharismatic, boring robot man in the entire world in John Kerry, who had no riz. The man could not get a crowd fired up. He was very boring, and then he lost, right? Same thing with Al Gore. Bill Bradley, way more charismatic, way better at talking to groups of people. I actually got to meet him. And, people are like, well, we're going to vote for Al Gore. Then Al Gore, Bill Clinton at the time was the most popular president basically ever leaving office. His popularity and approvals were like 76%. The country was doing well. And Al Gore decided, I'm going to keep him sidelined and wouldn't let him come campaign. And Al Gore does not have the riz to be able to deal with Bill Clinton not schmoozing everybody out there. So, again, lost. It's amazing how easily they will snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by just... Here's what I think needs to happen. Is you shorten the primary time, like from when people can start running for office, right? You shorten that significantly. You make it so they can't even announce until May before the election. And then you run 2 months of primaries, of campaigning. And then July 1st, you have a primary election, and you do it across the entire country. Not one state here, one state there, collect some delegates here. You just do a popular vote across the entire country, and boom, that's your candidate. And then that person now has way more money available to them because you're not spending a year of donations and hundreds of millions of dollars each candidate to get 5% in the primary in Iowa and go, oh, I guess it wasn't there for me. You shorten the timeline, you have way more money, and then you actually get the candidate who's got the riz. And not just focusing on places like Iowa, who obviously are not going to elect you in the end. Focusing on South Carolina, who's obviously not going to elect you in the end. Right? You need the national consensus from people right off the bat, and then cut and dry, you know who's going to win, and you run from there. I think that's how we should probably run it in this country. But for some reason, we're tied to, like, we got to make sure that New Hampshire's first, then Iowa's second, and then South Carolina, and then we got our Super Tuesday, and it's just a waste of time and money and effort and just lickety-split. You know, I like the European, parliamentary model where you call snap elections and 5 weeks later you got an election. Just do it. Do it now. Get through it. And we don't have this drawn out, years-long process just killing us in the end. And then we end up with that, which is so garbage. Oh well, the Democrats are doomed at this point. They will be rounded up and put in the camps with everybody else. So, that's what we got. Paratarian Dems are going to look at themselves in the mirror, take a breath, and tell themselves, we got to be more fascist. I guess so. Treetop. If you want a rundown of the failure of the TCJA Trump passed, type this in ChatGPT. Did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act 2017 work as intended? They did not. Imagine embracing that your candidate is a felon. Yeah. Confidence in Homer. Schadenfreude will ensue. Now things get interesting with that sentencing on the 26th. Like, does the judge there go, oh well, I guess you're gonna be president. I'm not gonna do anything about it, or does he go, you know what? You're not above the law. You're fucked. Go to jail. Does he have the balls to do that? That's what I wonder. Does he have the stones to do that, or is he just gonna be like, well, my hands are tied, he got elected president, I guess he's above the law. His future's gonna be interesting. My guess is he's gonna be a pussy, but Treetop, another explanation. You did that one. Kinkin wants to know, how can this be? I have no idea, Kinkin. Not a clue. It is beyond me to understand. Oh my goodness, there's a lot that's been deleted here. That's a lot. Holy smokes. Okay. Where'd Kinkin go? How far behind am I? I'm so far behind. I will never catch up. There's no... Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I can't get back to Kinkin because those messages have been absolutely gone. Arius Shadow says, I heard this would be the last election people would have to vote in. How likely is that reality versus hyperbole extradition? Oh, I'm sure there will be other elections, but they'll be like, when 97% of the population voted for Saddam Hussein, right? Or 100% of the population votes for Kim Jong-il. Like, that's just Barun, sorry. That's how elections will work from now on. There's gonna be no way it'll be legitimate because we got a Supreme Court who are pro-fascist. We may have a House that's pro-fascist, and we'll have a Senate that's pro-fascist. Republicans picked up another House member. Democrats didn't pick up any on that one. So, the future's gonna be very lame. Very, 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 very lame. Arias Shadow, would drill baby drill drive the price down as market is flooded by every company? Only if Saudi Arabia jumps on board. If you remember, Trump went to Saudi Arabia in 2020 and he said, we won't sell you any weapons unless you cut back on production so Russia can make some money off of their oil. And Saudi Arabia said, okay, we need these weapons to blow up some Houthis. And so we struck a deal with them and they cut back on production. And that's basically what's been keeping prices as high as they are. But everyone now is kind of sensing that there's going to be some sort of global economic calamity coming on. And so people are not very, very bullish about the futures. And Russia cozying up with Iran has really pissed off Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is upping production to screw with Russia's ability to make cash on the black market from their oil, just to drop oil prices all over the place. So we got a really weird, strange bedfellow situation going on with the oil market. The United States is already pumping more oil than we ever have, ever. And we're exporting more oil than we ever have, ever. So that's just how it's entering the market. If you really wanted to drop oil prices, you would figure out how to be friends with Venezuela, or at least get rid of Maduro and let actual revolution take place there. And then you rebuild the oil fields from there. But, here we are. Big Mac 8000 News Reports tried to call it early during Biden. Trump, 2 big names to call. Big names too. Yeah, so we have the update there. So it's about 300,000 in Michigan. So it's growing in Michigan without the... why is everything highlighted? What the hell's going on there? There we go. Okay. So we still haven't had any reasonable updates of anything large happening in Wayne County. But I don't know if there's now the votes to be able to take over that. There might be 300,000 at 32% with not quite 300,000 votes. That means you're looking at close to 700,000 votes still to count in Wayne County. So that's a lot. And it's close to 60-40. So that would be like 400 to 300. It might not be enough. We'll see. In Wisconsin, back to here, 65% in, nothing reported for a while. It's 60-40 there as well. We have a 120,000 vote difference, and that means 300, 65%. So it'd be, I don't know if there's enough in Milwaukee either. So, yeah. Well, the man in the middle. Houston, time will tell. We are right. Yep. I mean, we've seen around the world other nations fall to autocratic leaders. And in the end, everyone goes, well, shit, shouldn't have done that. But some people have to learn their lesson the hard way. And I guess Americans have touched that hot stove every single time to figure out that the stove is hot. And... well, that's that. Welcome to the doom cycle of news all over again. Stephanie L., I think our small little lives will be actually be affected too much by Trump's policies. I'm in Cali. I hope we can withstand his wrath. I'm sure states on the West Coast will do their best to withstand that wrath. But man, ugh. National policies make a big deal. Just imagine, right? You have RFK Jr., Mr. Anti-Vax, Brainworm, Rapey McGee in charge of the NIH, which includes FDA, CDC, right? He doesn't believe in vaccines. He'll say, oh, I'm not against vaccines. But then he spends all of his time talking about the dangers of vaccines and none of the benefits. So that means he's against vaccines. He's just a lying piece of shit. So now you have him in charge of saying whether food's safe, whether medical devices are safe, whether drugs are safe, whether vaccines are safe. And he's going to make it so that no vaccine will ever get FDA approval again. He will absolutely strip the CDC of research dollars so they can figure out how to neutralize viruses and other potential pandemic creating novel viruses research, and that will just disappear, right? I have no idea what he's going to do with food. I don't know. And you're going to have, Stephen Miller back in the White House focusing on stripping people of their citizenships and doing all sorts of weird Nazi shit because that's what he is. There's no other way to get around it. Stephen Miller is a Nazi. So, you're going to have that whole thing to deal with. and you got Elon just randomly slashing $2 trillion from the budget. And where's he going to slash it from? It's not going to be from defense because he's a defense contractor, right? So he's going to make sure that money's all there. So he's going to cut it from what? Social Security? Medicare? Medicaid? He doesn't need it. He doesn't care if his workers have it. He doesn't give a shit about his workers. He won't let them unionize, right? The SpaceX factory is the least safe factory in the world. Or, sorry, in America. And, like, coming up at number 2 is, like, Tesla factory. So he doesn't care about worker safety because he doesn't like the color yellow. He doesn't think, yellow displeases me. Don't paint things yellow. So, like, warning stuff that should be yellow in these highly mechanized factories aren't yellow. So you're going to have him randomly slashing $2 trillion out of the budget, which will collapse the economy alone probably by 10%. So you wipe out 10% of the GDP because the purchasing power of the U.S. government is probably the most important aspect of the entire economy. And then what? You collapse the economy by 10% for budget cuts. You collapse the economy by another 10% by spending $100 billion a year deporting people who grow our food, cook our food, and package our food, and build our buildings, and, do our lawn work and take care of our kids. And so you send them all off. So now the economy's collapsed by 20%. Population growth isn't there because everyone is poor as shit. So they're not making babies. So what are you going to do? You're like, oh, well, we can't let them abort babies, so we're going to make sure they all have babies. But then they can't feed them because our food security is gone. So you're going to be like, all right, we're going to outlaw prophylactics. We're going to, like, there's going to be no birth control whatsoever. We're going to outlaw mixed race marriages because it's run by a bunch of racists. And we're going to try and make as many white babies as possibly can while taking everyone else in the camps. And that's what they want. It doesn't take much to go through Stephen Miller's plans and what he tweets. He does not hide it. He will tell you exactly what he has in those plans. And Agenda 2025 wants a theocracy. So you have a theocracy. What's going to happen is you're going to have a theocracy versus a techno-oligarchy. And you're going to see what kind of middle ground those guys find on that. And the middle ground is white babies and a dictator. Whatever else happens around that will be, determined by which Bible Belt people are willing to stand up to the techno-oligarchs and what the techno-oligarchs are willing to cater to. Because, Peter Thiel is he's one of those people who votes for the leper's eating face. He is a gay man. He is a Nazi gay man. So if the Project 2025 people get in there and start making rules, Peter Thiel is shit out of luck, right? Because you can't be a gay man. Night of the Long Knives. Anyone remember that? Ernst Röhm and the brown shirts. Basically, so Nazis are like, Hitler, we got too many gays in the brown shirts. They're having all this gay sex. We gotta get rid of them. And so Hitler gives the order for them to kill all of the brown shirts in power because they're all gay, and that was it. Ernst Röhm got Hitler into power. He was the muscle behind Hitler's words. And when they weren't useful anymore, they were getting stabbed in the neck going, Heil Hitler, the entire time. And that's what will happen to people like Peter Thiel. That's what will happen to people like the Verband National Deutscher Juden. All those Latinos voting for Trump. That's what's going to happen to you. And there you go. It's life, buddy. It's life. We've seen it before. History doesn't repeat itself, but certainly rhymes. And we know what autocrats do. Autocrats do what autocrats do. And there's every example of it to look at throughout history. So, okay, any updates here? 92% in, down by 120,000. 79% in, down by 300,000 still. Nothing new there. And nothing new there. So nothing. They might all be going to bed for the night. I don't think we're going to see any big results out of these. And with Maine 1 and Alaska 3, that might be it. We have here got Maine 1, Alaska 3. So so where were we? 266. They weren't calling this one yet. Even though, come on, turn blank. No, why turn red? Turn blank. Turn blank. Turn blank. There we go. Turn blank. Turn blank. Turn blank. So this is at 267 right here. With Maine 1, Nebraska 4, Alaska 3. So if these 4 do not go Harris's way, she's got no shot in the world. And it's looking a little difficult in Michigan, Wisconsin. And a little difficult in Nevada. So, looks like I'm eating my hat on this one. Goodness gracious. Yeah. All right. That's okay. Where's my spot? Where was I? Hi, monkey. You've been doing this for 7 hours. I need some attention paid to me and to be fed all my dinner and all that stuff. I got 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and then we'll have a sad sign off, and then I'll let you go run around outside and maybe murder, I don't know, whatever's out there. At least you can have a great day, right? Right? You can have a great day. I did that one. Joshua says the trickle up economy that worked so well last time will be worse. Mm-hmm. B of H, Biden never should have ran the first place. He said he was going to be a one-term POTUS. He should have kept his promise and let the DNC hold primaries. I think it would have been better if when Biden dropped out, he abdicated the presidency as well. He's like, you know what? I'm out. And let Harris take in being the incumbent into it. Probably would have been just that much better. POH, meanwhile, the DNC needs to be purged of its boomer brain rot and only get millennials and younger into leadership. There's also a big problem with folks who don't understand the modern world. We've had several boomer presidents in the last few years, and doesn't seem to get people excited, right? The last time people were truly excited on the left for a candidate was Obama, and that excitement carried through 2 elections. And so here we are. I think my video stream is totally falling apart at the moment. I'm not sure what is going on, but the internet is absolutely dying. So here we are. Okay, let's go back to this map. And nothing new in there. Nothing new there. Nope. Nope. Oh, a little bit new. How much was it from Milwaukee? it was not from Milwaukee. So, all right. Detroit, anything new there? Got a little bit. Just came in. Anything from Wayne County? Nope, nothing from Wayne County. Okay, so, oh shoot, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go that way. All right, well, it's midnight here. I've been doing this for 7 hours. I'm tired. My voice is gone. I need to eat a real meal. And what a bummer, huh? What a bummer, man. It's a real bummer, man. Right, Monkey? You don't care. You just want treats. Fat Cat does not care either. They have no idea what's going on. I want to thank everybody for joining me. That was a long marathon. And I'll catch you folks tomorrow at some point where I guess we will do a post-mortem and see exactly what's happening in these major cities. My guess is not good. So, yeah. All right. EB Super Chats in the last one. Houston, thanks for the show. Hopefully you tomorrow. Yes. Like Mr. Houston, thanks for the long stream. Can't win them all. That's true. You can't. But at least you get to live in Hawaii. All right. Everybody, have a good night. And I will... wait. I got to put this thing below these. Yeah, come on. Go down. Go there. All right. And then we'll do it after dark. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Bam!